Stage Street 1, a city of Agra, Meli alone, proactively contacted the land, inviting the Iberian envoy to the deep sea. To solve the abyssal problem, Agar planned to open a channel connecting the ocean and the land. Meanwhile, Urbian also appeared in the nearby sea.
A hunter, he walked to the coast. His hometown is behind. His road is in front of him. Both parents and children are scattered with him. His lover has been buried in the sea. The hunter, he walked to the coast. His hometown is in the back, and he lamented it. There is no end to his way. His road thick fog permeated. A hunter returned to the coast. His journey is over, and his hometown is near his eyes. The sound of the old days murmur. But why did he step by? Why are you uneasy?
Long time no see, Doctor. According to the agreement, it should be the Liberia with a thick face and a lot of words. You don't seem to be surprised. Well, too, you estimate that it is 1 hour faster than Caltech IT. It seems that even if there is a public letter issued by the Saints, the review procedure of the trial court is still as declined. It was less than 3 months. In addition to the workers who could come in handy, all the residents here moved to inland cities and replaced them. Since a week ago, Iberia received a contact from Agar. His forgotten town no longer quiet. The marine residues everywhere stimulate the nerves of these young soldiers. On day EGIR's voice will only increase their anxiety. Along the street on the left side of the sculpture, walking faster, you can see the sea in 10 minutes. We will go directly to the eyes of Iberia later. Hey, Doctor, have you heard the waves?
Scotty sideways slightly, greeted in the direction of the sea breeze. Her long hair danced in the wind. The same color as the yin in her eyes.
The level of the waves became very complicated. I also heard the sound of the starry sky. The natural song that never stopped. In a language that was not understood.
His Haramele. I am here. We suffer forever. The forever we long for.
Copy in the countryside. Forget it. It is difficult to summarize this feeling. Maybe I didn't sleep well. I went back to the COS time, as if the shark had shifted her dreams to me. Speaking of it, why is Caltech IT Doc so anxiously called you to come over? I don't remember you have been in contact with the ocean. Doctor, this answer is vague. Well, I forgot your situation. Answer is actually normal. Forget it. Caltech IT DOC calls you over. There is always her reason. Let's go. The sky is about to be dark.
Don't lean. Wait for me to dry the water.
Yeah, Doc. Few people can lock in the whereabouts of the deep-sea hunter. Swordfish tells you in advance that we want to go ashore here.
Elysium has arranged information collection devices in the sea area. It has completed the calibration and the central control system with the eyes of Iberia is directly connected to the internet.
In such a short time. Setting up a positioning system for the underwater environment. That Liberia is quite capable.
I should understand that Rhode Island deepened cooperation with the trial court.
A week ago, the city underwater informed Iberia through a special frequency, and that Agar would open up a channel of Unicom Agar and land. However, in the face of this huge plan, except for the positioning system of the large lighthouse, Iberia has almost no other ways to obtain information. Obviously, as the designer of the General War, you have no knowledge of this.
Shark. Tell Caltech IT our discovery.
This is where the captain and I sneaked back to Stute Fire sinking time. The last time I was separated for 10 days. In the first time. You can also see the remaining hull after the explosion inserted on the seabed. With the light. Under the sea. The golden color inside the cabin looks like a fainted pigment. This time. The huge metal hull structure has completely disappeared. It is replaced by a vibrant coral clump.
The monument of the morning civilization and history only established a very short time. The April Fools has completely become part of the ocean. To be precise, it turns into part of the Seaburn nest.
The speed of Seaburn's assimilation environment has accelerated.
It's a lot faster, but there are more attention. We did discover the traces of war and happened not long ago. It is completely clean. And even HAI Zoo does not see a trace of sea areas. Distortions and crushing, obviously torn seabeds that have been torn by miniature massacre.
I am afraid that this can only be the fleet of the Egg Irregular Legions.
As a person who is often walking on land, Kautasai, your attention and understanding of Aegir is extraordinary.
Although far away from the endless seawater, Aegir still belongs to Terra.
Glad I and I have decided to go to that city.
This is undoubtedly an adventure decision.
There is a little adventure.
Quite adventure. Therefore, the deep-sea hunter has been observed for a long time. Prior to that operation, I participated in the military conference of the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Sciences as the designer of the deep-sea hunter war. There was no military fortress near the land in the war plans formulated by the two houses at the time, nor did it have plans involving the channel. There is no doubt that Aegir has experienced major changes. After killing Izemala, our connection with this situation completely cut off. It is difficult to make up the truth based on the known information.
This does not constitute a sufficient reason for you to return to Aegir. The first person who discourages you is not even me, but your old colleagues.
You mean, ULP-Enos? ULP-Enos must also understand that there will be no answers on land. We must return to the ocean. If it is his strategy to keep a distance from Aegir deliberately, then we need to return to Aegir in a formal posture.
Since I'm awake from my sleep, the waves are always telling that people who are lost should go home. The deep-sea hunter must return to his hometown.
I can understand. Glad I will walk with you.
For you, this is indeed a rare opportunity.
My trip does not just represent myself, or even Rhode Island.
Iberia, they add a lot of burden to your overwhelming shoulders.
This is also my own choice. The cooperation between Rhode Island and the Iberia Judgment has just begun, just as the cooperation between us still starts.
Cult had started at Glad IA, and Hyphen did not wrinkle the other expression's face. After a short silence, Glad IA nodded.
Is it a few days since Irene? Have you been in contact with Aegir?
It's 8 days. Saint Hypiana. In these 8 days, in addition to the necessary arrangements, meetings and rest time, you have been standing here to observe the ocean. The Aegir party did not give a clear contact time. I understand that you are worried about missing their movements.
Irene, look at the sea in front of you.
It is difficult to distinguish the deep ocean of colors. Perhaps the sea surface is too vast. And the sky looks low. The seawater hit the reef, which stirred up a few meters of waves. Stunning sounds in this narrow world.
For Iberia, there is no ocean that is not poured with the flesh and blood of the fish, even if it is hustle and bustle. It is kind, one of my old friends. Once the most talented poet in Hong Kong. After the magnificent port was sinking into the quiet, he struggled all the way to the north, and came to the depths of the inland Hungary. And he would become a small city in the capital in the future. I saw him kneeling in front of the broken city gate, crying and crying. The city got a new name from the cry. Perdonira, forgiveness has gone. However, what people at that time needed not mourning, but comforting. Many people are more accustomed to forgiveness. That name's that name. Today, the inheritance of the Golden Age, and the final Iberia's eyes are on. Irene. What does this mean?
Hope and determination.
Hope and determination. Of course. Young people, when you answer my eyes, you are more resolute than Dario, which is good. But this inspiring speech is often the most accurate answer, half a century later. The line of defense we repeatedly withdrew finally advanced to this. Soon, it will become a new center of the trial court. At the same time, we also exposed everything to the ocean seaburns and Digir, Iberia a stretch. This country can no longer hide its weakness and dullness for a long time, which is an indisputable fact. And another fact is that we can't retreat again.
Irene, for a long time.
Haven't seen you for a long time. This body is quite suitable for you.
The source of the signal does not seem to be the bottom of the sea.
Jody, I think it can be visible to the naked eye.
Carmen and Irene stared at the sky in the distance. The young secretary looked at the site of the tube. He was in place. They saw the flying scales.
That is?
Bionic drone. There were similar creations in the utensils that were brought ashore in the early years.
The drone matrix has crossed the sea in the blink of an eye, which is far away from the towering big lighthouse. One of them was separated from the formation and slowly hovered in front of the three. The wing is like the fins, and the particles of light dance in the void, and the kind in magnetic female sound. Please do not need to be nervous. This is a concern from Aegir. I am one of the technical ruling officers of the Social Administrative Supervision Institute. Clemens. Carmen lifted the lights and stared straight at the drone in front of him. Two different lights. Like two different civilization dialogues or confrontations.
Iberia trial. Saint Carmen, Iberia. I think this should be the first formal exchange between our two countries.
That's right.
Your Iberia language is standard.
Before leaving this situation, I entered the Iberial language module for myself. If my expression is not proper, please understand. In addition, please forgive me for a while. I can only communicate with you in this form. Iberia, you.
We have no objection to this form of communication. But I regret it so lately, and the correspondence officer. The plan to be called the Channel is said to have been in the second half, and Iberia, who is close at hand, still knows nothing about all kinds of details.
So we will welcome Iberia's envoys to our city. And Degir respects the timely efforts of Iberia's timely efforts by the Seaburns crisis wave.
It affects. What Iberia faced is just the residents of crisis.
Don't worry about diplomatic words. We all agree with the power of language. Your name, Carmen Iberia, is already a symbol. Courage and courage. That's why Aegir will come here. We hope to achieve cooperation with Iberia and the country of land to open a channel that arrives directly to the land. We will take a large area between Negir from this place and land so that AEG, our main force, will reach the coast.
I think I don't have to remind you to send a large number of troops to the border of other countries. What does this behavior mean on land?
It means that in order to fight against the upcoming great threat, we will do our best. If necessary, I am willing to go to the land to meet you to explain everything in detail. But coming to the deep sea will make you better understand our current situation. The 8th and the 10th Legions as his fleet is cleaning up in an orderly manner. They will then welcome everyone to our city, Meluderum. The drone formation will continue to change the combat process and environmental changes until all the safety arrives. The ocean may be brewing an unprecedented disaster. And the jive. I am worried that even if the Earth is vast, it is just another island.
The drone matrix converged. And this sudden communication was over. The sea breeze was still blowing. And the old man slowly put down the lamp in his hands.
Stalling the channel of the land. Her expression was very decent.
Aegir is undoubtedly arrogant. An arrogant adult holding a sharp weapon is disdainful to play with a child with a bare-handed and empty fist. Irene synchronizes the communication content just to our partners. Caltes IT has agreed to visit Aegir as an Iberia envoy, and the deep-sea hunter who has been doubtful that the channel plan should have made a decision at this time.
Yes, sir. I will also hand over the affairs with other judges of Grand Afalo as soon as possible.
I just made a record with Aegir Communication. Please see it. You. Do you approve me to go one way? Secretary, you have submitted an application a week ago. Yes, since the Aegir fleet is coming now. If you have made a decision, hesitation will make your statement unconvinced. When I was very young, Uncle Tiago was always worried. He told me, you should leave Grand Athel or only Iberia. But he couldn't tell me where I should go. That's my hometown. My hometown is in the sea. And the sea cannot approach. I have never heard Aegir's voice. Nor have I never seen Aegir. It is very close. The trial court agreed with your application. Jody thanked Honorosa. You will go to the city of Aegir as an envoy of Iberia on Dyrene and Keltes IT. Thank you. No. This is not a reward. Your work in the trial court is not good. I chose Irene because she was ready, and even abandoned her faith for a long time. Choosing you is precisely because you are still confused and stunned, and the weakness will eventually corrode you. Joining the trial court is a test, and returning to his hometown is also a test. I understand, teacher.
This is already the deepest part of the trench. They hollowed out the cliffs on both sides of the trench and built the nest inward. So we have been around for several laps, and we did not find this. I smelled it too. His smell. After destroying the original marine ecology. Seaburns has created a set of ecosystems that only serve them themselves. Such a complete Seaburns ecosystem originally existed only in the depths of the ocean. Go back. Rochinet. I will go in by myself. The entire continental shelf is changing, and I need to know who is making the waves. Tell the Cavaliers. Don't stop hunting. We are just temporarily different.
Eualpinus swims to the nest. He did not choose to sneak. Because the glowing plant Seaburns slid every corner of the nest. And he had nowhere to hide. Between the thick leaves hovering. The peculiar small creatures are sleeping or swimming. The original rocks of the seabed are no longer visible. The trace slowly shakes the small tentacles and captures the debris of organic matter. They are woven into layers of laminated bacteria blankets and drowns the sound of Eualpinus swimming. He clearly felt the change of his body. The consciousness is stretching. The body is relaxing. And every cell in the body is trying to respond. He clearly broke into the alien here. But the entire nest was blooming towards himself.
Piana, compatriots.
Eualpinus can almost see through Seaburns' close to the Trent body. He's waiting for the other party to spit out or pray for predation or be prefected by him. That not? Seaburns thinking about his thinking.
Finally, you walk through the long road. Here, nutrition is sufficient. Sack of cumbersome flesh. Return. Nourishing. Migration.
Snort.
I am born for you. Eualpinus. Just for you. I unbutton you. Confuse. I guide you. Return to the collective physics embrace.
Why do you migrate? Where are you going?
Eualpinus. You still shaky. You need to know the big group. You want to know the big group. Is about to wake up. Will need to return. New cycle. Construct the ocean. Leave the ocean.
Wake up for generations. Leave the ocean.
Large group. See. New long road. We.
So what is the relationship between what the city is doing with you?
Stage 1 beginning. The Iberian mission and the deep sea hunters arrived at Meli alone. For Jody and Delight, this city in the deep sea was very unfamiliar, and they found themselves in a completely different civilization.
From the perspective of the logical conditions, it is a very potential volcano. But the location is not so suitable. No matter what means, it is difficult to set up a long-distance energy-conveying line with Ibran's siege. You have read the report from the Technical Institute. Although the hydrogen energy that comes from seawater can stabilize the normal operation of the Legion's fleet, it is difficult to ensure that the supply of the Bankmaker Tower does not have a gap. Since the beginning of operation, the tower has almost eaten the energy of half of the city, according to information. Its once energy consumption is much more exaggerated than it is now. Previous people even designed a biological energy supply system that can be maintained by more than a dozen cities. Unfortunately, in this era, such a huge biological energy supply system will probably attract Seaburn's siege before starting. When we are home, we still need to find a way to stabilize energy for the beacon tower. Perhaps there is a way to have codicine. I go to the United. You forgot. Codicias is still in this situation. And our city has entered the communication silent, under the siege of Seaburn's. It is difficult for us to set up communication optical cables in the original way. Alas, I am more accustomed to the days when I can pull the holographic meeting from any corner of the country at any time. I just thought that if I improve the output mode of energy conversion facilities, we rarely have similar experience before, isn't it? Safety always has hidden dangers, since you are responsible for the operation of spiritual connection. I believe the hidden safety hazards will not be too great. What I don't worry about is myself. Establish a spiritual connection with the compatriots of Seaburn's. For a long time of dialogue, I dare not be sure how it will have an impact on both parties. Related studies have been sufficient. As long as you don't shake your hands because of restlessness, you will not have any problems, even in this situation. The case of providing dying talks for Seaburn's compatriots is quite rare. Most of them can only accept ordinary euthanasia. Alas, the claim of the Clemens correspondence is still so aggressive. That's why I was willing to come here with her. If I can clearly clean up the silk thread, those of Seaburn's have the opportunity to leave traces of my thoughts in the world. Isn't it the best way to bid farewell? Unfortunately, most of the survivors brought back by the Sea Patrol team are no longer in adult shape. They have the opportunity to return to the city to accept dying talks, I said. What? We may really witness history. It may also be just completed this job. I believe that the development plan has nothing to read you, so prepare. Thanks. See the room.
I want to ask, what happened? Natural disaster? Is there a natural disaster in the sea?
Unprecedented young people fell heavily on the ground, but a more weird picture blocked his exclaim back to his throat. Not far away, passers-by suspended, floating in the air without the ground. As if the scales swimming in the water. The city tilted and shaken violently under them, but people ignored it. For a while, everything returned to normal. Some people fell back to the ground and talked about far away. Some people simply swam forward in the air and stopped landing. He suddenly remembered that when he was a child, the townships of Grand Fay Al-O told him the cult ceremony of Egir. Jody, get up.
Good. Irene,
When I got off the boat yesterday, the Sea Patrol team distributed the device distributed, and we must remember to wear it next time.
the introduction of the introduction image and the first introduction image.
The fourth image, when I was just in the port hub. The technicians there also reminded me. This is the city's gravity parameter adjustment. The Elathium has maintained a low-gravity artificial gravity environment for a long time. This is necessary regular adjustment. Simply understanding. The scales are regulating his, he said so.
It turned out that you suddenly disappeared and went to the port.
Well, I care about their ships and ports. Their armed forces. Those magnificent ships travel through, as if the beasts, shuttle freely between reefs and cliffs. I saw the shadow of the fools. The Ryogan did reproduce Ag-Air technology in Iberia. Maybe, perhaps our proud fleet should have reached to wider seas, rather than to deter those dukes in Pajal, and patrol the Golden Code in the inner sea.
The Ariogan.
You didn't hear the point at all. You look very disturbed.
It's just a bit uncomfortable. Here is even strange than I imagine. The thick air is solemnly breathless. The sea water on the head makes people's backs school. The plants on the side of the road are also dizzy. And the situation just now. I can overcome my physical discomfort. But more strange things have to be understood from scratch. The introduction image provided by Aegir is indeed very detailed. But I've read it so many times back and forth. I still have a lot of things that I can't understand. You can move across the air without having a knife and fork. You can directly clean these simple things without taking off your clothes. However, I still don't know how to eat edible narrative poems and chewing theorem on the terminal. I can only print the emergency device that can directly supply nutrients. I was born in Grand Fay Elo and grew up in Grand Fay Elo. I have never left there. I'm wondering if it is...
No, this change is not the same as that of an Iberia from a border town to the rich port. Although the Golden Grand City has long disappeared, it is not the difference between poverty and prosperity. We seem to have come. Another civilization.
I just wanted to find the person in front of the person, but I couldn't understand the content of their conversation at all. And I didn't know when to interrupt. It was more appropriate. More importantly, I am not sure what they will see me at Aegir man who is incompatible with Aegir.
I also have similar doubts.
Are you worrying about it?
Jody, you know what Iberia does to the Aegir people after the Big Tranquility.
Irene, you didn't.
But at this moment I represent the Iberia trial. I flipped through those dossiers, each of which was Zen, but it was amazing. In the process of cleaning the infiltration forces of the Deep Sea Church, there were many wrong cases due to the lack of and high pressure on the deficiencies of the legitimate program. And the Islanders were the first. The term trial originally preset the most cruel moral position, whom the trial court must have strict standards. The balance of the country has been destroyed, and Huairou will only accelerate its collapse. In a very time, in order to ensure the survival of Iberia, we do everything. This is the determination of the trial court. It is also unreasonable sin.
I think you don't have to worry about this. Open the huge puff structure. Resist the bombardment of the level E weapon. Cover other seaburns to move into the depths of the trench. Biological tissues can actually resist the severe tear caused by micro-range points. What kind of implementation principle? The Sea Patrol team brought back the tissue samples of the sac structure and has been sent to your institute through the logistics cable. Seaburn does not have a collective adaptability from a certain time as adapting to the first two weapons. This shows that compared with the first two stage weapons, the level E weapon does have a qualitative leap in the killing performance. But Seaburn independently evolved the individual specifically targeted at the level E weapon, which is even more worrying. They are more organized than before. Since the Lamo Rame sailed, you have been responsible for analyzing the situation of Seaburn to adapt to weapons at all levels. Do you expect this tendency today? Brando consultant.
It is not completely expected, but we still need time to further verify. Hard work. Secunda, your report is still so detailed, and the information is densely so that I dare not blink. Small helper, give me a dose of artificial tears.
Little helper, don't go. He was playing a bad joke. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Just experienced a battle, and the ship of the Sea Patrol team also needed to be maintained. I need to check the damage with the technicians.
If you are so anxious to go to sleep quickly, I will be more pleased that your own body needs to recuperate more than the ship.
Only those who are such a healthy situation and are not willing to seek help from the physician. They are not qualified to say that.
You have also read the report of Glad IA.
After reading,
Then you should already know the situation of ULP-MS. I thought you would at least respond to this.
over the past 5 years, the deep-sea hunters who have no news have suddenly appeared in the key nodes of the Channel Plan. And no one will not care. ULP-MS, which is abnormal, is particularly noteworthy. He obviously had some contact with Glad IA and knew the existence of Mulawful U. But he did not choose to connect with Egir for any form. Iberia has also confirmed that he also rejected cooperation with Iberia. ULP-MS may be arrogant, but not stupid. He chose to be alone, either out of the external force that cannot be violated, or for the purpose of not being able to sue. No matter what kind of situation, I need to lock his movements early.
These urgent to utilitarian judgments. You are really like ULP-MS now. We used to hope that you will not become like this. I hope you should not take these judgments as the premise when you are tracking him. In any case, I still hope to know the whereabouts of ULP-MS from you as soon as possible.
Consultant Brandas. What are you talking about? You, and I have no longer belonging to the Deep Sea Hunter Plan. You are now the weapon technical consultant of the Channel Plan. Isn't these so-called urgent utilitarian judgments closely related to your duties? Shouldn't you know the results of the investigation of ULP-MS and Lamas? Why do you know from me as soon as possible?
Of course. I just shook God for a while. You have to fulfill your duties as the chief of the Sea Patrol team, which is understandable. I just want you to remember, ULP-MS used to do for us. What did you do for Egir?
I passed right away.
Missing.
The technician of a channel planned was separated from the post and lost his whereabouts.
May I ask you are?
Evais belongs to the Institute of History of the Academy of Sciences. He's responsible for studying the literature materials left over from the history of the history.
Irene, the envoy of the Iberia trial.
就定哈，就地非常 Rosa。
I am honored to meet you. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to start a lecture. I just think that letting friends of the land are troubled by unnecessary worries.
Unnecessary worry.
Oh, I mean, Egir understands the special behavior of Iberia in their period. It is not difficult to find out as long as you have read enough history. Not only Egir, but even the glorious first historical civilization, have experienced a similar period. It seems that it is a stage that is necessary to maintain a necessary means to maintain social order. This seems to be a stage that will inevitably experience in the progress of human civilization. Moreover, we welcome every compatriot who is out of the sea to return to the sea and respect individuals who leave due to various considerations. Choosing compatriots who went to the land only took the result of the choice.
Mr. Avitus, I would like to express my gratitude to Agir's tolerance. But for them, the result of the choice, no, nothing. Thank you for your explanation.
You're welcome.
Mr. Avitus, guests from land, warmly reminded that this area has just been listed as a search area.
Is this the Hand of the Saints? I have seen the comrades of the Punishment Army using it to clean up the residue of Seaburn. What can I speak?
It seems that bringing it to the land of the land. No time to show you all its functions. Comprehensive auxiliary equipment. We generally call it Little Helper, except for the elimination. The Small Helper currently has 972 components with different functions to choose from. Sometimes you only need to look at components and paint to guess which institution of a Small Helper. For example, this one is a Sea Patrol team.
Oh, should I reply to what? Hello, your little helper. We leave.
Don't worry about communicating with it. Voice is just one of the many information output mode of the small helper. Talking does not mean that it has intelligence.
I thought, with your technical level.
There are indeed many people who have studied simulated personality-related issues. The earliest simulation personality was born 130 years ago. And it can still run normally. If you want to talk to it, I can help apply. However, it turns out that the simulation personality is not an ideal research tool regardless of neuroscience, psychology, sociology, or anthropology. So, I am a bit complicated. In short, the simulation personality is just a research product in some specific disciplines, and we have no reason to put it on a large scale. After all, the ultimate purpose of the development of science and technology is to make people better become humans and turning machines into people is really lacking.
It turns out. Thank you for your explanation. Mr. Bayvitus.
Mr. Avitus, did you just mention that this little helper belongs to the Sea Patrol team?
Only the Sea Patrol team will install such a penetrating sound play device in a small helper. I don't know if they are out of some retro taste, so they have no choice of quieter communication methods.
What kind of institution is that? Do they often conduct such search?
The Sea Patrol team is a team of the Army, in addition to playing auxiliary role in combat. Their daily responsibilities also include reconnaissance, patrol, security and disaster response. Such an urgent surge is not often there. However, the channel plan has been advanced to key nodes, and the Sea Patrol team is more vigilant. I believe they will handle it properly.
Small helper. Can I stay here?
It is not recommended. But it is not prohibited.
Well, I will wait here for a while. If I can chat with the Sea Patrol team, it is good.
As you wish. So, how about you?
I won't stay here. I have some questions to ask you for advice.
I am willing to accompany. But I may not be able to answer you if I am too far away from my professional field. Perhaps I should take you to a place that is more suitable for asking. Do you say, Chaifang?
Doctor, can you sleep well? You look a little haggard. Yes, the Egger people seem to retain some of their habits as aquatic creatures. Are you uncomfortable? Is it serious? If there is any discomfort next, I have to inform me in time. Frankly speaking, I think you have different reactions for another reason. Doctor, please tell me, or in the deep sea, is there anything that makes you feel familiar? Are you really impressed? I have become accustomed to your words, but your silence at this moment makes me a little anxious. I know this is very difficult, but if you can remember some details, it will be a huge help for everyone. Doctor, relax. After seeing the preserver, you have inevitably accelerated the pace of traceability. Although I hope you don't touch everything you've forgotten so quickly. No one knows, and no one can control this bitter path, including yourself. This is not your responsibility. You did have an encounter with the deep sea. The ocean is another way to the past outside the earth. And we finally come here. That's right. Doctor, I have wanted to step into Egger countless times without it. I was waiting on the coast, and I drifted on the ocean. I have witnessed that the lighthouse and the fleet have changed from ideas to drawings, and from drawings to miracle be again from the country to the exaggerated country. But his efforts ended in failure. Egger has never really accepted the talented talent, let alone open the door to outsiders. Until today, AEGIR's attitude is more active than I expected. We don't have to spend additional strength to persuade a proud and indifferent giant to lower his head. It's hard to say that I didn't feel happy because of this. Egger shows a positive attitude, which means that they have planned the way to contact land. Even the softest means of Egger may be too aggressive for land civilization. A good faith contact may be enough to set off the storm that is difficult to calm on the land. But the hunter's situation is also worth worrying about. For Egger, they are not envoys nor visitors. As the participants in the most aggressive project ever in Egger, they suddenly died and resumed, after 5 years of death. I was worried that after they returned to their hometown,
Will it cause trouble?
Will it cause criticism?
what about Gladae?
He was called by a little trouble.
I think your first priority to return to Egger is to receive physical examination. What is more urgent than this?
Have no idea.
However, when Glad I came to an end with that conversation with that one, Scotty and I really had to leave you to receive a boring check.
Swordfish and I are okay, but the body changes in sharks are probably a little troublesome. Medical papers. I read a little before accepting the transformation. The research on the recycling and replacement of the medulla oris was very mature at that time. They should be able to help sharks.
Don't worry, Doctor. I carefully examined myself in the mirror of the big ship. After returning here, those heavy dreams will still spread like a bubble, but it becomes as light as the bubble. What's more, if you really lose those dreams, it may be a pity for me, but I am very sober now. And I even have the interest to take you a little tour in the city. What about walking?
Stage 1 end. Scotty Inspector lead the doctor to tour the city, while Governor Clemences is met with glad eye alone. Alan encountered the Sea Patrol and participated in the investigation of the missing data worker.
Doctor, do you mistakenly think that the architecture we just visited was a museum, right? You look at the eyes of those instruments like admiring what exhibits are. I can't explain some principles. In the past 5 years, we have also missed a lot of new technological progress.
You didn't guess wrong, Doctor. That was a label launch well. Its history is not short.
Shark, you actually know.
At a very young age, my parents took me to visit this situation, and many cities exist in similar buildings.
I do, but the shark has always maintained a special relationship with her blood parents.
It is more like a friend than parents. They reached a wonderful consensus with the public support. Basic Raising was responsible for the Public Care Institute, but each time they took over the construction of a dome of a city, they also brought me over, leading me to visit, study, and even let me participate in their work. Of course, most of the time I still live in a public breeding house, literally responsible for the label and lead the channel. About 300 years ago, AEGIR's development of the ocean was approaching. Various energy of natural existence is used, and every gully in the seabed is left on the sea map. At that time, people set their sights on another ocean that was flashing. In the original ideas, our fleet and even our city will cross the boundary that should not be existed in that layer, and light the fire of civilization outside the obstructing layer.
Doctor, the judgment of the preserved is accurate. Caliste's feet is not out of reach to Aegir. The distance between marine countries and sky is closer than we have always imagined.
At that time, people made many attempts to investigate and crack the electronic clouds with great enthusiasm, innovate and promote technology and material technology, and explore the form of life that can adapt to the space environment. The label in front of us was the product of the time, at least in the initial idea. It can capture the smallest signal in the starry air, and it can also erect the never-extinguishing beacon on the specific coordinates of the star map. Between the beacon, countless miniature floating machinery will be connected to the road network with the body, so that Aegir can cross the distant space in an instant. At least, people are so conceived.
Shark, you have never told me these.
When I was on the ground, I had a little sober time, Scotty. But just yesterday, I had a dream, and once again dreamed that I walked into the history from the UCHI farm. Then I saw Laurentine dancing. Her and Step jumped into the starry sky from the waves, and Sarchan chased her skirt. There is a sound that comes from a very distant place. It was the master of all things. And the master of all things responded to her with singing. The universe was not ending. I imagined that I couldn't endure it. And Laurentin's dance never stopped.
Spectre closed his eyes, as if returning to that dream.
What's wrong?
Shark, I imagine that picture.
In front of the door of the star. See. People always try to make more fully preparations for the threat outside the deck. Until the appearance of Seaburns interrupted this long dream. I don't know when. Seaburns has almost become our only subject. Art and technology. All our future-oriented imaginations are forced to shelve. Seaburns has changed many things, Aegir.
At that time, I was the best technician of Facility Management Institutes, and one person could maintain the underwater light array of a city. The suggestions given by the development plan are similar to my idea. I accept it. Although a person is lonely, Otto occasionally teases the giant scales hidden in coral reefs, and let the ocean or something while dazed.
I was just a sculpture apprentice at the time. The development plan will provide suggestions for each citizen based on the actual situation. And it is generally worthy of our own wishes. I want to enter the field. It will probably be dome design, sculpture art, or dance. Doctor, Caltes IT, seeking. During the period of time, we have shared countless information, but we have not shared our life. Too, Doctor, obviously takes you to visit the city. Talking about such a heavy topic is too inconsistent. Infinite waves are hanging above our heads. Before facing those unpleasant things, do we still have time to dance together?
Women who held the ritual sword walked slowly. Glad I subconsciously put her hand on the handle. But the other party just turned her arms lightly through her shoulders. And Glad I smelled the smell of the Neuroban agent and fainted. The Aegir people do not often explain greetings with intimate physical contact. I'm glad I didn't even remember that his mother had done this to himself. But at this moment, the opponent's action looked so natural.
Clemens, I don't remember this kind of military ceremony between the General War designers.
But I can see that the hunter returned soberly is the biggest gain of my trip.
Judging from the dishonest response when the sergeants see me, you may have trouble.
The action of killing the first life caused Aegir to lose all the deep-sea hunters. The child of Secunda tried to organize several search and rescue, but after the death of the newborn, the crazy Seaburns blocked the entire sea area. And she could only return every time. Her your mother, can only notify your death to the people. However, her didn't think so. I know her.
Perhaps Huraday, the best governor of the scientific development plan, was unable to accept my death and failed to solve any problems for Aegir. I also know her. Clemens. I think the theme should not be a distorted mother-daughter relationship.
Of course. Look at the city.
The meditation room of the administrator is located at the height of the city, and the seawater hangs above the heads of the two. Looking at it from here, the transparent dome is like a soft mirror, which will be separated from the deep chaos, so that the Aegir people can better look at Aegir itself. Under the dome, the entire city shrouded in dark blue halo. The label is towering in the center of the city, in the distance. The ship of the port hub is like a scales of swimming.
There's no color in the sea, only darkness. Lamuyum is like the eyes of civilization opened in this ocean, lonely and bright eyes. Once upon a time, we had countless cities like such. The stars of the lit ting the ocean go out and become the nutrition of seaborn. Today, the nests are scattered on the seabed.
I do not deny that the Deep Sea Hunter plan is a game of failure. The death of newborn has not stopped the evolution of seaborn. I need to know EGIR's current solution. Clemens, your solution. What is the channel plan?
Glad I have no intention. I just participated in another game with a larger price. The weapon grading plan is still only strict control of weapons, and its purpose is to slow down the evolution of seaborns. It's just that this time, we have included all the armed forces in the research in the plan. The mixed application of conventional ballistic weapons and the first-level weapon brings excellent results. And seaborns understand why they are burned by the seawater around them. But they only adapt to this strange threat in only 1 year. In the 11th month, we iterated in advance and applied a class weapon with a very different way of killing, in order to push
until the evolutionary speed of seaborns exceeds the iterative speed of the Technical Institute.
We're just fighting for time. Aegir has invested huge amounts of resources for seaborns understands seaborns from the root. Glad the intelligence you brought back is very valuable. The Ariogans found on land confirmed the guess of the Academy of Sciences from another side.
Seaborns is the same as the giant beast. Aegir came to the land to find older memories.
Not only that, Seaborns is the same as the giant beast, but it is also very different from the giant beast. They have too many unnatural elements. Seaborns' behavior shows clear purposes, and they quickly abandon their attachment to the ocean and begin to migrate largely to land. Without intervention, the entire continent will become the hotbed of Seaborns.
This is consistent with what we see in Iberia.
Therefore, for the Aegir people in this era, land is both the truth that must be proven and the responsibility that must be responsible. Heridae represented a newer instruction on behalf of the Development Planning Institute, and the Mealothrim brought the great heavy weapon developed by the Technology Institute to come here. A completely different biological weapon that can make the seaborns nest in larvae in the target range, and at the same time drive a large number of adults away from the target sea area. We have completed the positioning of most of the nests in the target waters, and only the nest near Iberia is still yet to be put in the letter label. After the label is put on, we can create a long-lost waterway with the clear waters without seaborns.
The Heridae ruling will not allow their plans to have any possibility of failure. However, what I have seen is just a crumbling crowded city under Seaborn's
Heridae really said to me that the channel plan will not fail. I don't know how many possibilities she has calculated. I hope I will never know. For me, this dangerous city has always been the whole picture of the channel plan. But now it's not. There have been too many variables in the past month, and I have to re-examine the previous plans. The adaptability of Seaborns has an explosive growth of weapons, and they even evolved the means of sheltering compatriots under the bombardment of Class C weapons. A successful annihilation of operations will not leave any opportunities to send messages to other individuals, and they seem to be inspired by other ways.
Seaborns has contributed to every change in humans. Then almost all of Aegir falls. But Seaborns after all. Even if all the weapons in the laboratory are put into the Seaborns' nest, they will not dismantle research. The Deep Sea Church may guide Seaborns to attack army and the city. but it is difficult to promote severe changes in them in a short time.
Unless Seaburn not only received information from the deep sea, but also was influenced by another newborn.
It seems that you have read the long combat report. Yes. According to you LPNs, we are not the only newborn that we kill.
Glad you are the earliest Aegir people who have entered the newborn habitat, and the last Aegir who entered there. Today, T-Burns as Aspa remains in a nearly crazy way. We have not found a way to break through. Among the hunters, you Alpihinus is the oldest one who has stayed in the longest. Enough for him to witness the so-called truth.
You are hesitant to accept his statement.
A hunter who had been panting for several months with the residual residue of Seaburns could stay awake. A sober hunter was willing to return to civilization with Seaburns. There were too many doubts on you, Alpihinus. And there were too many doubts in the battle that year. Sorry, but Aegir had to welcome the hunter's return with a conference. We should have just listed here as the area to be searched. Iberia's Ms. Ivory? What should I call you? Secunda, commander of the Sea Patrol team. Unfortunately, I failed to welcome you to Lamarum in person yesterday. The Sea Patrol team is investigating a case of disappearance of citizens. We did not make a request to the search for Iberia, and suggested that you leave this area as soon as possible. I hope to provide you with some assistance. Thank you for your kindness, but don't worry about it. I think. Is there news of other teams?
Wait a little. Retrieve the image. The poor hub did not find abnormal movement.
Well, then inform other teams to check those closed civilian gates. And pay attention to the circulatory system on the edge of the city. Do you just confirm the situation in front of me? Are you not afraid of leakage at all? Miss Irene, this is just the daily work of the Sea Patrol team. There is no need for you to keep confidential. Did you just let the little helper persuade people to leave? That is to avoid unnecessary harm to unrelated personnel. If you keep staying, then be responsible for your personal safety. Like here. The disappeared Toria, the technical staff of the channel plan, is responsible for the record and calibration of Seaburns' nest data. 30 hours ago, he left the job and then lost his trace. Is it possible to deep sea charge? The doubt is here. During the disappearance of Tulia, the work of the channel plan was still running normally. The recording and calibration of the nest data is of course important, but it is by no means the most critical part. If the Deep Sea Church wants to destroy the channel plan by assassination, they will never choose the most ordinary data man on the most urgent node, unless Tulia knows the secret she shouldn't know. I need to go to Tulia's residence. Miss Irene, you are keen, but I still don't recommend you to walk with the Sea Patrol team. I'm just investigating the threats we face in my own way. That's all. Please.
Stage to beginning. Alan followed the Sea Patrol Commander Secunda to investigate the truth behind the disappearance of the data worker. Glad IA was questioned by the Council about the anomalies of the deep-sea hunters. Everyone gathered in the strategy room, and Derbian quietly appeared beside the dock.
During this time, no one came in.
The center control components of the small helper in the room have also been confirmed, and no traces of tampering have been found.
Hello. How do I check this record here? Open her permissions. Thank you.
Secundo took off the device hanging around the waist. Her nip danced, like algae-like entangled lines. She kept emerging on the surface of the device.
Is this where your commander is?
Writing and drawing helps her think quickly. This is the habit of Secundo. I heard that she was still the researcher.
What are the uses for those boxes? It's all empty, but still hanging on the wall? Yes. The hydroponic box should be the entry point. Scan all equipment related to plant cultivation in the room. And to retrieve relevant information from Talia's archives. She may have a hobby in this regard.
Tulia once worked in the ecological art creation and was mainly responsible for the cultivation of endangered deep seaweed. According to the information of ecological art creation, after careful cultivation of artists, these deep-sea algae can intertwine each other in the process of growth, forming a dynamic painting that is constantly reflecting the process of life. These miniature hydroponic boxes are Tulia's personal assets. Here is her video of her works at the time. Very beautiful.
But these hydroponic tanks seem to have been placed short for a long time.
The archives just mentioned that Tulia was a channel plan that only joined the job after transfer.
Did she give up her past life for some reason?
Her disappearance is likely to be related to the changes in her career. How about the scamming result?
There are no abnormalities in various types of plant cultivation equipment, but we have found an operation record on the integrated terminal of the room. Julia downloaded a piece of data from the control room in the Big Pagoda 2 days before disappearance and made a backup in his room. But we didn't find it in the room.
Follow her schedule, and contact the central control room at the same time to trace the data content from their download records.
If she can go between the workplace and her residence normally before she disappears, maybe her colleague or relatives and friends may know her behavior.
Did you arrange the inquiry of major social relations? What about the case?
It has been arranged properly and can meet them soon.
Jody, can I help you?
Sorry. There are too many problems in my head. A bit known. Is this tree of metal? Do I just ask it? I have heard the legend of Gushu's custody when I was a kid, but I have never seen this.
The coral-like device called Tree is a giant integrated terminal, which is the precipitation of Aegir for thousands of years of knowledge and culture. What we think, know, do, appreciates, and even many questions that are still to be answered are stored here. It constitutes the core of Du Yu's AHI farm.
The fighting field is...
The earliest public facilities that were created and hosted by the great anthropologists and the ancestral civilization researchers, married to US, had a profound design on the entire country. In addition to the modular urban networks that are supported by the reef urban agglomerations in Trent-on-the-Sea, most of our other cities have different shapes and few homogeneous designs. However, many cities have adopted Maladas design and set up their own fighting fields. Look at the people around them. They think, question, and debate here, and finally understand and make decisions. The most complicated formula, the oldest drawings, the most beautiful poetry. There are also the most suitable roads, which are born here. This is exactly what Martis wants to see.
What kind of person is that?
It is not enough to count all the contributions he made to Aegir for all day, but in addition, I also understand some of his personality traits.
Do you recognize him?
No, Maryuzi lived more than 200 years ago. As early as I was born, he had disappeared from Aegir. However, his weird temper is the topic of our tutors of our disciplines. Martis's theoretical deduction ability is extremely outstanding, but he doesn't like to draw conclusions by himself, in the eyes of others. It has been conclusive, and he has to debate with him for a long time before he is willing to draw conclusions. Some people think that he is too concerned about the value and significance of things, so that he will fall into this endless debate. But this is not exactly the nature of us as a human. Because of this, he presided over the construction of Du Yu ZHFR. It turns out that we really need a place where we can make us and others at any time.
I have nothing to use to debate, Mr. Avitus. But I do have many problems. Should I ask you, ask myself, or ask this terminal?
It seems that our small discussion has temporarily concessions in a bigger confrontation.
What's wrong?
Here we will have an important council next, related to your 3 peers.
Deep Sea Hunter.
Did I see our Confuso-land friends? He was worried about us nervously.
It was too far away. It was difficult for him to notice. But there are already others who have seen it here.
This conference attracted too much attention from plants.
The deep-sea hunter was originally noticeable enough. Death and resurrection added a lot of twists and turns. Regardless of our willingness, Deep Sea Hunter is already the protagonist on this stage.
Shark, this conference is our last inspection, right? To be honest, I'm a little bored.
Deep sea hunters need to keep a key. But doctor, you want I need to do with caution. Yes, this time, we are not only medium between two countries, but also between the ocean and land. Mediation between the two civilizations. Then I will lead you briefly for Glad II. After the meeting, I will formally contact the egg, your ruling official, to achieve sea and land cooperation. However, the city and the situation we are facing are unclear. In the focus of attention, it is difficult for me to let go of my hands and feet. Be sure to pay attention to the way of acting. I don't want to temporarily replace the task goals when negotiating with the ruling.
Doctor, Caltech ITDOC always rely on rhetoric hard on some topics, isn't it?
Isn't she always talking like this?
Our doc is always thinking too much, but not good at expressing our care. Doctor, do you also think that Agur is more straightforward communication, which is more convenient for us to understand each other?
Rest assured, sharks can protect you. Speaking of it, why haven't the second captain yet?
She should appear with the Clemens correspondent. After, people who need to stand in the center today are actually her.
Well, is it Miss Laurentine? Consultant, you are here. The test results of this batch of environment samples have come out. You need to see it to determine whether a new round of genetic testing is required for a temporary round of genetic testing.
Sorry. You sent a message, but I didn't pay attention to the terminal.
You seem to be very concerned about this review of the Deep Sea Hunter. I remember you have worked at the Shenzhen Sea Hunter Research Institute.
I would rather not mention that job. However, in that way of studying the genes of genes, I tried to find a safer and more effective transformation solution for deep sea hunters.
Do you like the Sinai Hunter program?
A failed project that paid a painful sacrifice, but did not achieve any decent results. Couldn't talk about it or not, but glad IA is still alive, which is the most important. Even for them, I have to come.
Do you have a good relationship?
It would be nice if glad I also felt so.
Teacher Avitus, can I sit next to you?
Of course. Kasia, be careful. You have just undergone embryo separation surgery. I do need to recover. This is a guest from Iberia. Toad.
Thanks. Hello?
Hello.
Teacher Avitus, is there too much participants today? The Facility Management Office also reviewed because of the reconstruction of the urban unit skeleton. But there were only 2 related units.
After all, the council is strictly ordered to solve the problem. Only the problem is that the problem is not that the single department cannot solve it can allow the indirect related departments to participate.
But now the fighting field has been sitting halfway. Will the return of the deep sea hunters really have such a great impact?
After nearly 200 years of debate, the plan was actually launched. Its concept almost shakes the foundation of Agur, and its movement also affects the EGR, or its lifeblood. Moreover, the channel plan has reached the most critical stage, and any situation is worthy of attention. Relying on vertical reports are destined to be able to obtain comprehensive conclusions. The Clemens Correction Officer needs to listen to professional judgments in more fields. However, there should be many people at the scene to listen to it spontaneously. At this sensitive time, the return of the 3 hunters may make many people feel uneasy.
I have no direct relationship with this conference. But I heard that you may attend.
Who are you?
Well, my name is Lucilla. I have had a relationship with your parents.
Labels. Ink. Do you work in the dome system of this city?
I just transferred from there last year. But I was still in the facility management office, and was responsible for the maintenance of the urban unit skeleton and the abortion testing.
Don't envy the sun. We give our eternal stars and, limited oceans.
At a very young age, the supporter of the Public Rays Institute took us to perform here.
We imagine the compilation of micro-optical machinery into a matrix, and use the light and dark changes in the light point to present the neurological activity when thinking. Everyone rehearsed for a long time. However, on the day of the performance, DUZHI Farm rarely failed. The entire venue archoned in an instant. Only those small machines flashed. At that time, the audience had a very good uncle and aunt. They changed their magic bands to the fighting field with the air. And the dome stretched out the wrist, inviting our small machine to dance together. Everything is so beautiful. But the fault of the venue seems to be carefully arranged.
I can imagine the proud expression of those two guys. Maybe. The so-called failure should really be counted on them.
When the professional assessment of the development plan, I almost did not hesitate to fill in the dome system. It wasn't until then that they knew that they were a very famous dome designer. I haven't seen them again later.
They inspired you. The fate of one side is just right. However, you just said that you have changed your position. Since you have made a fate with the transparent giant structure above our heads. Well,
Vitella, the parliament is about to start. Do you have to sit here? Sorry. Miss Laurentine, my colleague is telling me to welcome home and wish you a smooth.
Almost all the people who should come. Alas, Doctor, where are you going? Well, you really listened to Caltech IT.
I believe you already know that Melodirim has recently established contact with Iberia. This means that the channel plan is about to enter the most critical stage.
a ray of light is separated from the huge coral terminal, surrounded by Clemens, and connected into a light ring in the air, dancing with the words of the administrative official. The light lines are intertwined into cities and waves. Hunters and Seaburns, and the words are transformed into visible images. And the sound gets texture at this moment. The crowd, who was still in the hustle and bustle, immediately quietly calmed down.
At this critical moment, Glad-Eye, Scotty, Laurentine, 3 surviving deep-sea hunters successfully returned to gear. The results of their medical examinations. The task reports submitted by Glad-IA have been uploaded to the terminal of DUZHI. I believe that you have checked themselves. As for the various abnormal conditions, one of the designers of the Shinai Hunter War, the head of the Aegir Honor, the Glad-IA correspondent will accept the inquiries of you.
You cross a few rows of Aegir people. Find a relatively backward position and sit down. Looking at it from here, everything happened in Duyu's EHI farm, and it was not so crowded around the seat. The council has begun. No one speaks loudly, but everyone's speech is extremely clear. Glad-Eye stood in the field, and everyone's eyes were betting on her. Very light footsteps, can't smell. As if the dome cast a shadow on the side of you. Don't sound. Otherwise, I will cut off your throat.
Stage to end. With the help of Brandos, former technical advisor to the Deep Sea Hunter project, Glad-Eye and others proved their innocent safety. Butterby Ann's suspicion was hard to dispel.
Glad-Eye. Do you think the problem is not the battle itself?
Yes. Detailed combat deployment is being projected at this moment in front of you. If there is a leak that I have failed to notice, each of you has the obligation to point out.
No, I have no doubt about the specific combat deployment. Combined with the cognitive conditions at the time, it was undoubtedly the most reasonable combat deployment. But I hope to know, how do you judge the cognitive conditions at that time?
It must be acknowledged that Aegir had a serious defect in SC Abiorn's cognition at the time. What do these people want to say?
When I was still Aegir before. You don't like to think too much.
You still don't get used to the way of those people. They are not malicious to us. They are just seeking necessary facts. Find all possible defects and question all perfect results. The true and beauty and the right path will show itself in the most intense debate. Everything is given to the swordfish. If you don't want to listen, you sleep with your eyes closed for a while.
In summary, the biggest mistake of the war design 5 years ago was that we could not leave room for our cognitive defects. Before the truth of Terra was revealed, we need to admit that we will always have a defect in the cognition of Seaburns, and our war design must be considered. Agree? The conclusions you have just reached should be used to examine various combat plans that may be born in the future. It is my honor to be able to reflect on a battle that has been blocked and draws effective conclusions. The Gladiator is a governor of Gladiator. However, except the battle 5 years ago, there are more realistic issues worthy of our worry, according to the medical report. Scotty, Laurent and Nate, and 3 of them have undergone physical changes that cannot be ignored. I have no intention of questioning the loyalty to the country, but I need to know how the Seaburns will have the assimilation of the Seaburns gene to all the action on you. Please forgive me to ask. Micron realm will soon complete the positioning of all nests. After that, Seaburns will be driven away under the action of great heavy weapons, and the channel will be officially opened. At this time, will the deep-sea hunter become the enemy of Egger and your own enemy? For Egger, out-of-control hunters is more dangerous than Seaburns itself. The deep-sea hunter is like the opposite of Aegir. They were born in Aegir's most despicable wounds, and Aegir compassionate them. And they were afraid of them.
You are a lot calm than I think, and you know my identity. It seems that Gladiator's trust relationship on land is not just for that dock. I have never seen you in any previous action. You are not the judge of Iberia, nor is it an islander. The dock of the Rhode Island brought you to Aegir, but intentionally hidden your identity. How to qualitative yourself with you. In short, you can help the hunter. Scotty is not good at such things. Do you mean Laurentine? She is not good at such things. It is not a suitable time now. On the contrary, I trust them and know them too much. SK Diaz's action was almost thinking. Laurentine's sober time was shallow, and the people who finally decided everything would only be glad I have shared many information with her before, and she should be vigilant. She didn't know how much restrictions he would encounter, but she still chose to return to Aegir. She was too anxious to return to the familiar environment. I didn't know that she had been placed in the most conspicuous position, and all the trusted and unreliable power had full power to examine her. It is not the best time to return to the deep-sea hunter. This is a gambling. Gladiator's situation is not optimistic. Unlike me, although the 3 of them accepted the transformation, they did not participate in the core, arduous work of the deep-sea hunter program. It is difficult for them to explain the changes in their bodies. I will tell you some related information. When necessary, I need you to find a way for Gladiator. Afterwards, convey my reminder to her. As for more things,
Maybe you can listen to me a few words.
Brandos, he also came here.
Mature.
This is the case every time. When I was in the Institute, you were okay, and you LP Enos. I always quarreled with the researchers while I was fighting.
Consultant, your opinion will indeed be worthy of reference.
Honored. At this moment, I am the person who knows the city most about the deep-sea hunter. Glad Lawrence Inne, Scotty. They stayed for too long in the dry environment, and still fought frequently during this time. Their physical condition was really not optimistic. There will not become Seaburns.
Silence. Brandes cleared his throat.
I try to say as simple as possible. We all know that the Seaburns gene will show abnormal trait control in ordinary organisms, and irreversible dispersion of the creature. We have extended the Seaburns process as much as possible in the deep sea hunter until it is far longer than the natural life of the hunter. But later, the research of the Technology Institute made key progress. Before the hunter set off to kill the newborn, we arranged adaptive contact surgery for each of them. The adaptive contact is placed at the chimeric of human genes and Seaburns' genes, which can help the deep sea hunter maintain a closer surveillance to the Seaburns' gene. Once the Seaburns' gene shows abnormal trait control, adaptive contact will urge the hunter's body to resist and prevent the Seaburns' gene from seizing control. Although the hunter's adaptive contacts have been running for 5 years without maintenance, they will inevitably be aging, but their changes are still within the expected range today.
Advisor, according to the records of the Institute of Deep Sea Hunter Research Institute, adaptive contact surgery had a surgery accident.
The accident happened, you LP-Enos. However, the record should also be stated that after many clinical verification, we have proven that the accident has no adverse effects. I can be responsible for this, and I am willing to accept inquiries for this. Since the deep sea hunter returns to Aegir, their physical condition is controllable.
It sounds a feasible means to control the physical change of hunters.
There is a long-established deep sea hunter research institute in the city that can be reopened. After that, I can personally maintain the adaptive contact for them.
So, what about your LP-Enos? The deep sea hunter who is reluctant to return to Aegir so far. How can we ensure that he will not fall into Seaburns'? What we worried about had happened.
Their suspicion is reasonable. It is common sense and hard to lesson to maintain to a points of vigilance beyond control. Before Statif or Ayla Sinki, I shared with Glad IA that there was more than a super individual, newborn in Seaburns'. At this moment, the newborn has been loose, and or they wake up, uncertain quantity, uncertain time, but very close. Seaburns' migration to land is related. During this period, I went deep into the nest, and Seaburns' response sent a certain kind of crisis. Maybe even the ocean today is not enough to support this awakening. Is the awakening of the new God? Is it a great tranquility among another land population? Or is it in other forms of marine disasters? This vast migration in DEG, Ayer's channel plan happened almost simultaneously. So, what is the place in the Meolathrim in it? Are these enough to let me come to this city?
Although Seaburns' can reproduce independently by instinct, they originated from newborn and cannot violate the most basic biological nature. In other words, even if the death of the newborn did not curb the evolution of Seaburns', it would not make them burst out of the characteristics of unprecedented appearance. You seem to ignore the latest information I mentioned in the mission book. This explanation is reasonable. But my questioning of you, LP-Enos, is exactly here. The planned operation ended in failure, and the surviving hunters came to the strange land, as the waves came to the strange land and met the hunter who stayed in the nest. The first birth of the plural, in the sea. The intelligence brought by you, LP-Enos, is not only disruptive, but also very effective. It just explains why you have completed the combat goal. But it has spawned Seaburns' greater change. It responds to everyone's questions. Your question about this intelligence. In this way, the right explanation is either the only truth or the answer is designed for all questions. Whether to adopt the information passed to you in ULPNS will have a significant impact on our next war design. Since ULPNS is still alive, it is the most direct and effective way to confirm his trace and status. And even face evidence with him.
Consultant Brandas, you've been silent for a long time. Regarding ULPNS, do you want to add? I know that you are in the same door as ULPNS. And even if you join the Deep Sea Hunter plan, you were also not in favor of his plan at the beginning of trust in ULPNS. But I also trust you as the professional and virtue of the Aegir people. You don't have to avoid any intention.
Practicing officials. I can only say that I must be responsible for every sentence I said in this conference today. Euelpienis. I won't deliberately make any assumptions that are conducive to him. And I don't want to give any conjecture that is not conducive to him. That's it.
ULPNS did not respond to you. The inquiry on the field is still continuing. But Brandas no longer speaks. He suddenly raised his head to look at the direction where you were. As if you felt something. Through most of the fighting fields, you face his somewhat tired eyes. He obviously noticed what, sitting on the side of his side. And several adjacent Teg or people captured that momentary strangeness. And some people's eyes chased over.
Through this conference, we have drawn adequate conclusions. Gladayu, Skadi, Laurentine, and other deep-sea hunters have paid a huge sacrifice for Aegir and made great contributions. After a lapse of 5 years, we still have the opportunity to think from their opinions and experience, which is the honor of Aegir. No, they prove their innocence and security, and prove that they return to this critical juncture in the Channel Plan. Not threat, but help. However, at the same time, countless doubts focus on another surviving deep-sea hunter, ULPNS, for unknown reasons. The traces of the unknown in trying to influence the remaining deep-sea hunters have significantly violated his responsibility as a deep-sea hunter. According to the existing information, we cannot determine what kind of motivation he is with and what purpose he intends to achieve, and even whether he can still be called Dagger people now. ULPNS must be found as soon as possible. Even if he really is not malicious as Glad-I said, he must accept inquiries to wash his suspicion. Everyone who has been answered, you can leave the field. People with doubts can continue. Glad-I, do you want to add?
The coral-shaped terminals in the center of Du UZH slowly closed. Contract. Unsink. It eventually did not enter the ground. The rippling venue was flattened empty, as if to accommodate a drama performance. In the center of the venue, there is only Glad-I. I have told you everything I know. I have no opinion on the results of the parliament, and I don't have any objections to ULPNS. Someone had left the scene one after another. They turned around and tacitly tried to Glad-I's head tacitly. The remaining listeners are still asking. Glad-I responded to the question she knew or did not know. The water pattern cast by the dome intertwined with the light pattern lingering in the venue, but failed to show any expression on Glad-I's face.
Even if I am an Aegir, sometimes I don't understand this situation. Obviously, the last second was still in the Lipgun Tum sword. The next second was thanking Glad-I for paying Aegir.
They are sincere. Science requires people to separate emotions from facts. And they do it.
Of course I know these people are sincere. I just, alas, forget it.
The 3 captains are currently suspicious. And Swordfish. Doctor and Countess IT will find ways.
Where do we go next?
Wait for the Swordfish to come to us. This conference could not end for a while and a half. Well,
Why did you sigh suddenly?
the Swordfish used to go to the fighting field of the city at that time to watch the drama performance. Unless there was a fighting arrangement, it would not fall. I sometimes go with her.
The second captain, she.
The artistic accomplishment of swordfish is very high, and it is said to be cultivated by her mother. But unlike ordinary audiences, she likes to sit on the highest and farthest seat, so that I have to sit separately from her every time.
Why?
In her opinion, maintaining a proper distance can exclude interference as much as possible. Ignoring some details on the venue can better appreciate the story itself. At this moment, she herself became a person standing in the center of the theater. The sense of distance she was used to was completely dissolved. She became the object of being reviewed, analyzed, discussed. In that position, no one can keep calm.
Shirk, I suddenly understood what I just sighed because of it.
What?
It wasn't until this moment that I confirmed that we really returned to Aegir.
Stage 3 beginning. As the investigation deepened, Secunda Undeline discovered that the disappearance of the data workers seemed to be related to the Deep Sea Church. Meanwhile, the fleet going to the nests of the abyssal creatures to deploy beacons was attacked, and the deep sea hunters urgently left the city for rescue.
Hurry up. Ancient ball algae. How can ancient ball algae appear here? Is there any other people in Mallow that remind other people who cultivate endangered algae? Tuan window algae. Stone milk. Purple moss. Wait. This color-shaped thousand lighting yin. This is what I cultivated by myself. You are struggling on the street. You will die. What happened here? Does anyone do what you do? Wait. Disappear. This pipeline. Well. Puff. Gurgling.
Sorry. I hope it will not delay the 2 jobs.
It doesn't matter. Lucilla and I are just conducting on maintenance of urban unit skeletons. So, do you still have the whereabouts of Talia? Lucilla. Not long before we reported the case.
It can be seen that the 2 are very concerned about their friends. So, did Turia have recently talked about what trouble she had encountered?
She is very timid and cannot offend anyone.
Well, in line with files. She hasn't revealed to you about anything about the channel plan or beacon data.
In fact, we are not friends. But I can only say a few words occasionally. She is always alone and quietly pounds her own things. Wait. You are doubting Tulia? Sorry. Maybe in my description. She sounds something wrong though. But she may just have too much pressure. In the 6 months when Melothium left in this situation. Fighting almost every day. And everyone's nerves were tight.
The Deep Sea Church has never given up the destruction of the channel plan. During this time, we have already cleaned up enough deep sea before the exposure of those fallen. Those who had fallen were just a normal compatriot.
But she has no reason, Nanchasen. Alas, in fact, I always don't understand why the child chose to join the channel plan.
Miss Kasha, what do you mean?
You all know about Tulia's ecological art creation in Lama. Oh no, right?
After the city evacuated from the original mooring point and received a new combat layout, the Ecological Art Creation Institute quickly moved to other cities.
She had the opportunity to go to other cities with her creation and continue her original career, isn't it? But she chose us.
Sorry, I interrupted it. What do you say?
Utila, do you impress this more deeply? At that time, you were still working in the dome, and you should see the whole process of the change. It is one of the largest volcanic energy stations in Aegir, which supports countless scientific research facilities. Lena Arlium was responsible for its construction and defense. The city was parked below the energy station at that time. Looking through the dome, the red glory shone long-lasting water.
The heat of the energy station has attracted a variety of creatures, whether as AEGIR's largest endangered plant breeding base. The ecological and artistic cause of Lamoram has flourished by such a unique environment.
But that glowing into darkness.
A year ago, the tide like Seaburn survived there along the foreign flow, and the Meolosium evacuated urgently, lost the most important environmental conditions, and ecological art creation has to move to other cities with other relevant institutions. But at the time, there was a complete legion in the city, and we had the opportunity to regain that energy station.
At that time, the word instructions of the channel plan were just issued, and the evacuation of Melothia was actually a strategic transfer. After that, I was transferred to Lamoram with the Legion's assist.
Many compatriots' life trajectories have changed, also including Lucilla.
I transferred to the ground from the dome. But because I was afraid of high. I'm sorry. This is not the point. I don't believe it.
No, I just tell you what I know. Chiefs, you can't deny, at this moment, there are more than 100. Zero military and civilians in this city, but not everyone really participates in the channel plan. Many people just live as usual, and do not understand what we will eventually open in the ocean. What kind of path is it? Isn't the Siberia guest who came from land to the ocean from land to understand the channel plan?
Regardless of whether Talia is in the Deep Sea Church, she has copied the data of the channel plan without permission. This is a fact. Only by finding her can all questions be answered.
However, there is not much menu room. Even if it is hidden in the sandwich of the dome, or the corner of the circulating system, it should be found.
Miss Lucilla is right. Talia is likely to be no longer in the city, but we have not detected her biological signals in the waters around the city. The port hub does not have a planned ship in doubt, but with the civilian deep dive device, Talia cannot leave our detection range in just dozens of hours. But more than 30 hours ago, in order to respond to Iberia's envoy, the city itself had a short distance movement. If it was at that time,
What do you mean? Talia was at that time. I left the city. Kristen G., the Colombian scientist, broke through the blockade of Terra for thousands of years. For more than a year, the empty hole has not been fully closed. During this period, Aegir has maintained an observation of the universe. From the results, there is no obvious vision outside the deck.
I tried to stop Kristen G, but did not succeed. We still have time, but I am afraid there is not much.
Forcibly open the electronic cloud with high-density energy with high-density energy. We have not previously discovered the energy that matches it on land.
Kristen G's method is homologous with Aegir, and you were all helpful or inspired by the first history civilization. She found the sarcophagus group used to preserve the fire species in Turan, and obtained the trust of her manager.
Kaltasai TDOC. Before leaving this situation, I did not expect to have a wise man who knows Aegir in the first history on the land. You once again prove that our understanding of Terra is still insufficient. The scales that have been trapped in HAIU will lose their ability to sensitivity. It seems that even if the country is unable to support the huge development plan, we cannot stop the exploration of unknown. Stargate. The obstructions in the sky. The relics in the mantle. There are still too many unnatural things in this planet. Even the dark fog on the other side of the planet. Our ocean fleet detects a very special landform. The seaflow is cut off abruptly, as if there was the end of the ocean.
It was just a hotbed that had long been cooled. The core of the first historical civilization heritage is sleeping in the hinterland of Aegir. You know this, and you can do it. The first historical relics below the seabed are the gifts of the ocean on Aegir. It bred AEGIR civilization and gives you the vision and ability of the country far away from the land. And responsibility.
Responsibility, as you said. TDOC. When did the landmen start calling themselves human beings? When they ignite the first bonfire with origin IUN? Building the first city with earth and rocks.
Self-cognition and identity on the earth are naturally established in the long process. To this day, people are still used to defining human beings in the narrowest way.
But AEGIR's perception of human identity is given. We are not the same family as the former humans, but while inheriting its mantle, we naturally inherit their identity. Therefore, Aegir has been responsible for humanity since its birth. will not leave AEG IR's responsibility. On the contrary, it will only make the responsibility more and more heavier.
Governor Guan, you are indeed the most suitable ruling to lead the Mila for you.
You suddenly say that, huh?
Your character. You are a patient and friendly Agir, but this will not change your arrogance. I mean, AEGIR's arrogance. I don't think that Agir will solve the problem in a passive way. Mila firmly took the initiative to leave the persistence, just to establish another line of defense. Governor, do you have a far-reaching purpose on this channel?
Agar's answer. That arrogant answer. I've told Glad IA that you have the right to know. There are still too many unnatural things in this planet, and Degir does not believe that these things are not related, regardless of the wonders like Stargate and Diana, or disasters such as Inhibitory or Origin, IUM and Seaburn. It is impossible to be a product of sudden imagination, and there must be some kind of connection between them. To solve the Seaburn problem from the source, to prevent the crisis of Terra, it means that the essence of Terra is to be proven as a whole. The secrets buried on land are also one of them. But that's all afterwards. If you want to ask only my answer, the only hope for the channels of the channel is to let more than 100 military and civilians in the city, as well as the 10,000s of punishments, soldiers in Grand Fala, witness AEGIR's main first into the battlefield.
Emergency help signal. From the fleet of the 37 THNS label.
You are keen. Regarding the channel plan, how much does Mel Menrum reveal to you? The Council has proven their innocence. Not to mention some people are willing to help them. Back to Agir. Back to the layout or conspiracy. This is what Glad AI wants. None of you and I were not tracked or listened, which showed that my whereabouts have not yet been exposed. Let's continue the topic of the Wise Field. The war between Seaburn and Dagir has been on for more than 200 years. But almost at the same time, the two sides turned their attention from the ocean to land. A sudden migration of the collectives has shifted with the war of the entire country. Behind the behavior of both sides may have the same deep reasons, in addition to the discovery of Glad AI synchronized. I really know more hidden feelings, which has made me have to look more carefully at everything that Agir has happened and is ongoing. But this information is too early for Glad AI, and you have no right to know. Right now, we only need to pay attention to the channel plan itself. A channel for connecting the ocean and land. The Dock and Iberia trial did not fully trust this. Otherwise you will not appear here, with high-level weapons in their waters. For the main force of this situation, AEGIR's war design has always been so simple and efficient. However, abnormal situations that cannot be ignored in the city. The ruling officer was very mean. During the time of Mila's the human voyage, the falling of the city was cleared one after another, and it has not caused effective damage to this day. The losses suffered by the two accompanying legions were far less than expected. But now it seems that the channel plan is too smooth. At the most important time, the relevant personnel of the channel plan suddenly disappeared, which would only be the beginning. I have been investigating on that will exclude hidden dangers. It is not difficult to enter ordinary places, and I can avoid the conventional patrols of the Sea Patrol team. But I am worried that the problem appears in a more core place. At the end of the last moment, I don't want to break into the Research Institute of Important Projects or the meditation room of a ruling. It is both cooperation and surveillance, which is good. And one more thing. If you really care about the Deep Sea Hunter, optimistic about her.
156. 157. This is the most tense port hub I have ever seen. Does this mean that the situation of the front line is not optimistic? Shurk, do you still have a mood to sing?
Why now? Maybe we will get busy soon.
Captain Second, you are here.
After the parliament, you hurriedly took out SITDOC to find the Clemens correction officer. What is the result?
It is smooth, but on just introduction. And I don't need to accompany them. Clemens and I briefly discussed the specific arrangements of the Shinai Hunters next. Soon, AEGIR's channel will be officially opened. Prior to this, the Deep Sea Hunters will cooperate with the two legions with Microsoft trimmed to the front line.
You see, my hunch is right. Right.
Compared to listening to you and do use EHI farm, you still have a more comfortable confusion. What do we have to do and when will we start?
Specific command authority and tactical planning need to be discussed with the commanders of the legions. It is far. Excuse.
Hey, this voice is an emergency military warning. What happened? Seaburn invaded the city.
I am a ruling officer, glad I... Inform me of the current situation. The labeling task of Nesno. 37 is planned to be launched today, which is responsible for the 2 fleets of the 10th Army. We just received an emergency communication, and they were attacked by Seaburns on the way to the nest.
Are you prepared?
It is unclear that the news is very anxious, and the Technical Institute has not had time to give analysis. Does the port at this moment have a small battleship that needs to be lived? There are always. You can retrieve it at the terminal. Grateful. In the next combat, I always synchronize the coordinates of the fleet. The deep-sea hunter will leave the ship halfway and swim through the battlefield. Clear. Laurentine, you act with me. Scotty, you stay in the city.
Captain Second?
Do not think too much. The contact between land and the ocean is crucial. And Kautas IT is lacking. You stay and protect the security of Doctor. This is an order.
Good.
The Frangesa, as soon as they came back, Miss Laurentine was going to fight out of the city?
I have understood. It is related to the alert just now. Responsible for the fleet of the 37th Nest to launch the letter label was attacked by Seaburns and they were preparing to start the rescue. Do you know Shinai Hunter?
When we were on land, we had a short time in cooperation, experienced something together, and solved some enemies.
With their temperate combat style, you can fight side by side. It is rare, if it weren't for military feelings. I should step forward to say hello to Glad IA's ruling officials, after they returned to Aegir. I didn't have a chance to officially greet them.
Do we check or know the deep-sea hunter? I remembered that your team members said that you were engaged in research before.
My academic results in the field of genetic engineering are not bad. I have been selected into the deep-sea hunter plan. My teacher is the person in charge of the plan and the first deep-sea hunter in Aegir. At that time, there were not many people who met the conditions for the call, and less successfully transformed, but he, Glad had led everyone to achieve amazing results, one of the most amazing battles. They fought with Seaburns 3 days between the hot springs under the sea and fought for the valuable evacuation time for the 2 energy exploration cities. The form of Seaburns is changing almost every day. At the time of weapon use, that was strictly controlled by weapons. They were the most efficient and most secure military power. I watched them leave every day. And then they came back. I looked at them lying tiredly into the dormant solitude, waiting for me to record data for them, testing functions, and repairing their bodies, those who had nothing to do with them. I have forgotten what I think. Anyway, I submitted an application for the development of the deep-sea hunter to the development plan.
I will change it.
What?
No, I mean, if it was me, I would also want to submit the application. Watching their teachers and everyone around them are born and die. Everyone will want to catch up. And your physical fitness looks very good, and is a researcher of the project. He is also familiar with the functions and combat methods of deep-sea hunters, and so on. So why?
Because the application was rejected.
Well, what?
I didn't ask. My teacher will not answer this question.
So do you choose to join the Sea Patrol team? The Sea Patrol team should be the most close combat unit on the battlefield in the deep-sea hunters.
Yes. Responsible for monitoring them at the same time.
The patrol ship is ready.
Good. Sorry.
Irene suddenly said something unsuccessful.
It doesn't matter.
Chatting is over. The Legion's fleet is confronting Seaburn's at the front line. But the disappearance of the Channel Data Man is also related, and the operation of the Sea Patrol team is still the same. Irene, you stay.
Stay.
The place we are going to go is a certain distance from the frontline battlefield, but it is still dangerous. The Sea Patrol team has the obligation to ensure your safety.
If you think too much, he will be the commander. Every judge has been stained with Seaburn and I am not afraid of them.
I have read the information of you. If you remember correctly, you seem to have stepped down as a judge. Thank you for your help in our investigation. As I said before, you are a very keen person, and brave, but your task you come to Aegir is not involved in the battle. And return to other envoys.
You want to say that the war form of Aegir and Seaburn is unable to understand from the land. Your worry is not wrong, but the purpose of my trip is understanding. I need to understand Aegir. Understand Seaburn. Understand the real war. And understand everything that is happening deep in the ocean. As in Iberia, the commander, here is close to land. Aegir has only one city, and the city is the entire Iberia. Rest assured, I will do my best. And I will not let myself die in the ocean so thinly.
Irene, you are still so young. From your performance, you should have a good teacher.
It sounds better than your teacher.
Help Irene prepare a deep dive device. Let's go. The investigation continues.
Stage 3N. Secunda Undeline entered the ocean and found the trace of the data worker at the previous docking point of the city. But the person seemed to be dead. The fleet deploying the beacons was almost completely destroyed, and the deep-sea hunters managed to rescue only a small team.
Force Record 13. The reactor of the joint shipping starship is still so dazzling. After the atmospheric control center crashed, there is only a boring cloud left here, and rarely can see the exciting light like this. I have been with the starship to my Valalaya. It wasn't until she landed that she knew that she came for a farewell ceremony for her mother, since she joined the Stargate's renovation project. She has become more and more deeper in her mission. I didn't expect she was willing to come back to participate in these secular affairs. Now that she is so concerned about these customs, I think maybe there is still a chance to mention our wedding for 10 years. I quickly gave up this stupid idea. She really returned. But her state was strange. In front of her mother's maintenance cabin, she showed her expression that I had never seen before. It is neither sad nor reluctant. That is an envious expression. What can she envy for an old man who will be wooden? Is she envious of her mother to be relieved in the simulated fantasy scene?
Joey, you are still here. Others have left. Sorry. I don't know if there will be a member of the judgment today.
It does not matter.
These retrieval records. You have asked a lot of questions. How vast the ocean is. If it is bigger than the land, it is mostly less. Is the city of Aegir staying on the bottom of the sea? Can it rise to the sea? How can Aegir people distinguish day and night? Toad, do you try to understand Aegir in this way? I am worried that this will only increase your confusion.
Mr. Avitus. Tingsa. I feel very excited to not come to the ground. I have seen the sea map drawn by the trial court. After leaving the coastline a few nautical miles, only the blue-gray blank represents the unknown. Even in some areas with extremely harsh conditions, we cannot even approach the coastline. But there are so many information on every corner on your sea map. Geological. I can't finish those endless pages. The forest in the giant hinterland. The eternal iceberg. The hot spring deep in the trench. Just now, for a moment, I thought that the earth and the ocean were within reach. Everything in this world is prepared for me. Sorry. It is really arrogant.
No, young people. This is just the most rustic longing for the world.
The young Aegir raised his head and looked at the coral-like terminal in front of him. The holographic image flowing with characters jumped on his face and lit the soft eyes.
Mr. Avitus, I have come to this city for more than a day. I can't learn your technology. I don't understand the topic you are discussing. And I don't even understand the direction. I just had that conference. I can't understand how you solved the dispute. I just searched the ship designer B.R. Yogan. I thought he was my ancestor. I saw his appearance, heard his recording, and saw the design he had done. Is the person in the image really have anything similar to me? His descendants, would it really look like me? I can't find a trace of my belonging here. Like a tall and eye-catching lighthouse. I always know it. But I finally saw its light and walked under the tower. But I can't see anything clearly.
B.R. Yogan. How long have I not heard of this name? Biri Ogou is also a strange person in Aegir. He was the most talented designer of the Technology Academy. But when Aegir most needed him, he abandoned everything to land. Speaking of which, the city has some fate with Bileo-an, although this fate is subtle.
Subtle.
At that time, Bileo-an was a land that went from the sea. I heard that several ruling officials were almost held accountable for the development plan because they could not leave him. Well, Jordan, I can't assert whether you have a blood relationship with him, but this connection itself is not important. You are a Aegir. This is a self-evident fact.
I am an Aegir. But if even the blood of the ancestors cannot trace back, how can I prove that I belong to it?
We don't need to prove our own belonging, but I can understand you. We all hope to find the answer from the past, just like me. Proudly speaking, I am one of the best first history researchers in the entire Aegir. I believe the weight of history and the truth and the laws of history. It can tell us where to go. But what if history tells me that our home and civilization are destined to destroy?
What did you just say?
Doctor, what did you just say? Feel sorry. I'm just thinking about the situation of sharks and swordfish. I don't worry about them. They are strong. When I didn't come to Road before, because I always brought it as Aster to the people around me. I have always been alone. Unexpectedly, I have to go through such a situation now. Thank you. Maybe. But before, the hunters were not afraid of affecting each other. We are all carrying the same doom. So we fight side by side. But this time, I think that I will probably not only involve the hunters, I may involve the entire Aegir in disaster. Captain always said that. When he explained the combat plan, he explained in detail about others. But to me, he would only say that he believed me. He believes that even if I can't remember those complicated tactical principles and strategies, I can complete the task. The captain has always been reliable. There are many ways. I still remember the tunes he did every time he played. He said that because Seaburn did not know music, song could be used as a signal. I think those tunes are very nice. His sense of direction was surprisingly good. When we were offset in the labyrinth-like nest, he could always bring us back one by one. In that battle, the hunters of the first team and the fourth team opened a path with their lives. The second team intercepted the back burn. The captain rushed to the front, and he quickly reached the designated position. The core organs of Newborn. Immediately after, we lost his signal. I thought he was sacrificed. Then I should wave the vital sword. Yes, I don't know what happened that day. I don't know why he didn't come back now. The more I don't know, the more I feel what I should do. Oh, Slap. Well, I remember.
Arrive in the coordinate position.
Our speed is fast enough, but it seems late. It has become a huge landfill.
The huge wreckage of the ship is intertwined with Seaburn's bones. Against the backdrop, the residual objects floating in the sea are flying slices. People sometimes call it HAI Zoo, but such a beautiful name does not cover its essence, that is the fragments of biological tissues. Both Seaburn's of the cis and human ones. The sweet and sweet taste was steamed by the remaining heat of the guns, and it was scattered in the sea with the snow films. The sensitive smell of the deep-sea hunter unlined every smell, and the spectre covered his nose.
Shark, you should not be unfamiliar with the scene in front of you. The Legion's fleet holds the Seaburn's group with quantity. The deep-sea opportunity to bypass the front battlefield and kill to the core of the Seaburn's group. This is our most familiar tactic. Every time the hunters leave from Seaburn's nest, they see such pictures.
We stayed on land for too long. It feels bad in retrospect.
The engineering mothership. More than 10 battleships. And more small ships. From the position of wreckage into the seabed, the fleet has always maintained a formation. Not completely unprepared. Nearby rocks have traces of destruction of gravity device. After the attack, they tried to set up artificial power fields as soon as possible to create vacuum faults to block Seaburn's. But Seaburn and the fleet did not even have time to form a crossfire network.
They are connected to Seaburn's short soldiers.
Strangeness.
What's wrong?
The destination of the fleet is no. 37, but from the situation at the scene, the direction of all ships is in the direction of Lenshi. Moreover, since the fleet has been covered, why does Seaburn do not move the next step?
Swordfish.
Well, Balas, grab my hand. I said, you should stay on the patrol ship obediently. Deep diving devices can only help us not be squeezed into fragments by the seawater, even if they are Aegir. They have not been trained systematically, and they will be rushed to be crook like you.
If you want to laugh, hurry up and help me.
In this way, you imagine that you are dealing with an extremely difficult dance partner, countering her, and finding a balance. You are very light. It should not be difficult for you. I went forward first. The wreckage of the lighter Reishi. There are also a small amount of tissue fragments that are not rolled away on the metal rods that are not rolled out. Humans, on Seaburn's. How about it? The test results are matched with the samples provided by the development plan. This is the mooring point of Melonier 40 hours ago, according to the position of the light array. She entered the ocean from the sewage outlet of the urban edge circulation system at that time.
Why did she leave the city?
It is difficult to derive the situation at the time from the situation, and the current flows away most of the effective information. Whether TU or RLIA is a deep-sea religion who is resentful to the channel plan, and what exactly has it experienced? It is difficult for us to get the answer from here. Here is 2 hours of a voyage from the mooring point of Minya Rim now, even if she has a deep diving device on her.
It is impossible to return to the city.
According to the residual tissue fragments at the scene,
She seemed to have encountered Seaburn. Tavia cannot survive. The clues are broken. That's the direction of the departure of the deep-sea hunters. The situation may be more intense than expected. The channel plan has been smoothly advanced to the final stage. When the positioning of the 3070H nest is completed, we can thoroughly drive away Seaburn's in the entire sea area and start the channel. Trim on this most critical note. Will Tavia's affairs be related to the fleet? Or around everything that happened? Someone was just doubtful in order to divert the attention of the Sea Patrol team. There are too many variables that appear suddenly, and everything in front of me seems to be wrapped in chaos.
Celery. Accelerate. By passing the ridge in front, and then tingling back. You should throw away 1/3 of the chase. Well, Commander, Seaburn has invaded the cabin. It destroyed the airtight layer. The pilot. These in the cabin are given to us. You only need to be responsible for continuing to play this catch and seek. However, only 10% of the imitation Seaburn coding is still effective, and the ship will soon be fully exposed to their vision. It is possible to fight for the most. How long can it be dragged? Clear. Sharka. The others are given to you. Deep Sea Hunter. Glad I know you, his officer. Have other ships safely returned to Miwa from him? Fortunately. If you save as much as possible, you can play a greater role later. Are you the commander of this ship? We encountered ambush. A large number of Seaburn The Nestin appeared on the way to the fleet. In the previous trim labeling tasks, similar situations have rarely occurred. We cannot expose combat deployment, and the fleet should evacuate. We drove the most maneuverability of the fleet, and we left the Seaburn cover the main fleet to evacuate. It is the most reasonable tactical arrangement. How many people are there? 26 people. Less than 1/10. By the correspondent. Why are you silent? I see. Unfortunately, Commander, this ship is the only surviving ship in the fleet. You two are the last survivors, sirs.
Seaburn broke into the cabin, was cleaned up. Alas, the more than 1,000 people you cover encountered a larger ambush during the retreat. When I rushed to the nearby ridge with glad eye, I saw that the ship tried her best to shuttle in various complex terrain. Seaburn completed the surround of you. This ship is ridiculous in the surrounding circle.
We did not complete the combat task. Instead, we survived. Sacrificing heavier than we imagined. Heavier. You survive. Get up. You are the most elite power of Aegir, and you can play a greater role in subsequent operations. Laurent and I will take you back to the city.
Stage for beginning. Secunda accidentally learned the hidden truth about the data worker, giving a new direction to the disappearance case. The battle situation changed dramatically, and despite their concerns, under the push of Governor Clemens's, the 3 deep-sea hunters joined the navigation plan and officially participated in the operation.
Voice record 21. Thalalaya has been back for half a month, but the parcel from Tur OS may not be there. whose precious technical prototypes and biological samples the civilian-grade environment simulation unit I ordered lost the news together. There were no reports, no accident reports, and the universe closed the door without warning. Poor mother. I have to boil in the vitamin cabin for some time. For selfishly, I insist on saying goodbye to her in the simulation environment until the moment she entered her sleep. She was still thinking about seeing her grandchildren. How can I tell her that the grandson she imagined does not exist at all? She must still live in the glory of the hub that is covered with the glorious era of the sea, so that the continuity of life is not increasing pain. I chose the products of Tatwee's United Industrial for stability. The mother is too sensitive, and she will definitely know the simulation technology of the previous generation. But I should have expected how risks are there in interstellar transportation today. Valeria's holiday was used up. When she went back, she was still talking about her grand mission, without showing a little regret. I don't know if she just put it down or didn't care. I will also sign on that consent sooner or later, and shut down my mother's living cabin.
Why are you here?
Let me see. Kasia, you have just undergone embryo separation surgery. And facility management should allow you to suspend your work and rest.
You know that the damage to the body can almost endure the damage to the body, so that it does not need to rest for so long. I couldn't tell whether you cared about me with a little guy in the incubation room. Teacher Evitus.
I naturally care about you, but a newborn child is also worthy of attention in today's Aegir. After he was born, would you choose to raise him in person or give it to the public breeding house?
I tend to not consider this issue. Too far away.
Before I came to see you, I went to the hospital.
Hospital?
You must know the battle yesterday. You won't miss any news, right? The Tufli. More than one. Dear allegiance as his soldiers. In the end, only 26 people survived. The waterway plant has reached the most important junior. But Microni Rum has encountered the worst sacrifice since the voyage at this time. Many abnormalities have occurred in the city recently.
Teacher Evitus, what do you want to say?
Has the Sea Patrol team found you, Kasia? About that missing data man.
Teacher Grandfather, do you know that in all the literatures you compiled, my favorite is actually The Death of Life, although it can't talk about any academic value.
The emergence of that book was just an accident.
More than 300 years ago, for great historical civilization, researchers made major discovery in the mantle relics, and countless precious technical materials were brought back to Aegir. Compared to all technical drawings and theoretical works, a diary-like voice file is indeed worthless. Therefore, it is quietly lying in the database of the Academy of Sciences. It is because of curiosity to interpret them and make them into popular readers.
It was just to aim your mage of an ordinary man in the long journey.
But I like this former human story. I like the truth I see through his eyes. The system that has integrated countless planets as one, and has trusted many ethnic groups to be disintegrated. The lack of supplies, the loss of technology, the silence of philosophy and art, no matter how much longing and imagination. Those great karma eventually silently become dead ash. Just like those floating machinery that had been dead in the beacon tower.
Kasia, are you coming to his despair? I have never seen the shadow of despair on you before. You even choose to let your child be born in a future that may face destruction at any time. This is not a choice that desperate people can make.
I really don't feel desperate at all. The old-age, middle-aged man. I was difficult to rejoice with him in any way. I just appreciate your paths and hearing, and cleverly tear off the gorgeous canvas that is now in front of all Aegir people. He must accept the things in quality that we're proud of it at this moment. Perhaps they had flaws or fallacy. This catastrophe was exposed to them, getting rid of the worry of survival. People will start to care about value. We expect our own thoughts, actions, and even existence itself is valuable. AEGIR's full system is designed to discover the value of the person. However, value is fragile. You only need to interpret it from another angle. The great one will look small, and the ugly one will look beautiful. Unfortunately, out of some kind of inertia, most people are unwilling to leave their familiar angles.
Therefore, people always live on the value of static. And when these values collapse, they also collapse.
Yes, just like you are now. When did your despair go from? Starting from the leisure of Milothlium. Still earlier, when your secret death died. But thank you for visiting me today. You remind me that I do have something to complete, and there is no time.
Clemens, do you even allow similar pessimism to spread in your city?
The death of life? Avitus compiled and published the first history diary. It became the most popular reading of citizens when it came out.
Citing a strange life. Boring and stupid hunting mentality.
Glad the words in it are enough to cause uproar in any country on land.
A tiny cut surface, relying on the fatigue and despair between the lines, more vividly shows how a brilliant civilization is on the end than any data. In today's Aegir, can it really be a completely strange life?
Aegir is the successor of the first historical civilization, but it is by no means a vassal. We don't have to recognize those fatigue and despair. The reason why Aegir stands down is the rationality that cannot be destroyed.
It is rational that people aware of the annihilation of Aegir and even all human beings is a practical possibility. Even those abominable fallen people, their choices sometimes come from long-term review and cautious thinking.
In the days of serving the legions, there are not a few deep-sea religio or who have performed personally.
Just like you have to execute those out-of-control hunters by yourself. You and I are just too responsible and have no qualifications to rely on emotional.
And according to the decision made by rationality, is the deep-sea hunter who has just returned to Aegir and rashly joining the channel plan.
Calcite.
2. Please see the beacon tower behind us. Once, it was an important part of the interstellar journey conceived by predecessors. Hundreds of millions of floating machinery were bred in the tower. The first Aegir city that breaks through the electronic cloud layer will sprinkle them between the star sea. They proliferate, self-repair, and connect the road network that has not been extinguished. With the help of the road network, our fleet will achieve free transition at the interstellar level. After the crisis of Seaburn Aegir's exploration of the starry sky was stagnant, and the biological energy supply systems that needed to be maintained by a dozen cities were also cut off. Floating machinery is not compatible with general energy forms, and has lost the energy supply system specially created for them. All floating machinery is dead in the tower. But after the Kopar transformation of colleagues in the Technical Institute, this tower can still light up the road in another way. Through the precise positioning of the nest ACU point, the great IV weapon will destroy the main nest in the target waters to drive away the Seaburns cluster between the entangled. Clear waters that are directly connected to this situation can be used as a channel that can be connected in this field. Seaburn may come again, but at least for a considerable period of time. The nutrients they transport will continue to wither, and their efforts to rebuild the nest will be futile.
The correspondent, you are synchronizing the channel plan, the most core principle to us.
Yes, Duck. Yesterday's battle. The deep-sea hunter had only time to save 26 people. Seaburn was obviously prepared. From the hinterland of the ocean to the mainland, the city and Seaburn have been fighting for too long, and the adaptation of Seaburn has accelerated. The position of the nest now, 37 is a special, holds the throat of the channel. Giving up it means a loss. This is the last battle before the channel opening. All the power available forces should be included in the plan at this time, and the deep-sea hunters are naturally no exception, even if they just return to their hometown.
Can Aegir guarantee the return of the deep-sea hunter safely?
The new combat formation is preparing. They will fight with Seaburns positively to create opportunities, so that the Shenzhen Sea Hunter can sneak into the nest and put on the beacon. But you know that this is just a conventional tactical layout. I do. Unable to provide a one-piece guarantee.
That's it.
I know what you are worried about. Rest assured, the safety of the deep-sea hunters is guaranteed by the deep-sea hunter themselves. And the risk of the deep-sea hunter is also controlled by the deep-sea hunter.
Since this is the common decision of the two General War designers, I do not oppose it, but I keep my opinion.
The emotional words were unpopular with Clemence's throat. She wants to express her guilt, her remorse, her apology. She wanted to finally embrace Glad IA, as when she welcomed her to return. But she failed.
Branda's consultant has prepared your body regeneration surgery. Go for preparation.
Irene,
Jody,
you disappeared all day.
following the sea tour team to investigate some things, I entered the ocean, and the experience was not very good. Don't ask.
Good.
What about you? What are you doing during this time? It is normal to not adapt. Jody Hida, let go of your hometown here. Looking at your appearance, have you checked the information of Bioryogan?
The young Edgar nodded and shook his head again.
I couldn't assert. But most of me had nothing to do with the great ship designer.
What does it mean?
Uncle Tiago hopes that I will leave Grand Fate Elo and leave Iberia. He didn't tell me where to go at. I am Edgar, and Edgar should have my position. But a person always needs a little exposure. Even if it is just a name, a note can truly pursue his origin. Mr. Avitus said that even if it was plagued by the Seaburns more than 200 years, Edgar still has more than 100 cities in the same size as me, Ellen Stay. If I am not a descendant of Bileoan, then my grandparents, before they became the Islanders, which one who lived in other words, those who have disappeared. What kind of work did they have to do and what kind of life they live? Who are they? Sorry, I shouldn't say this in front of you. You have just come to Edgar, but you can help the Sea Tour team investigate the case. You are a fun person.
I am an Iberia person who can't do anything here. Kaltas ITDOC is responsible for contacting the leaders of the city. The deep-sea hunters have returned to their familiar battles, and my lamps and handguns are temporarily unavailable. Edgar allows Liberia to visit their ships and ports, but it will not let her join the legions and fight front with Seaburn. I really can't understand the war of that form. Deep in this ocean, the only thing I can do is to investigate the abnormalities that are happening in the city, and to eliminate hidden dangers for the cooperation between Iberia and Dagir.
Why do you tell me this?
Jody, her hometown was destroyed by a natural disaster, and I didn't have much impression of it. The scroll I carried with me was the only connection with me and my hometown. It saved my life and became my guidance and my belief. But until the dungeon of the trial court, I boarded the fools and experienced the teacher's sacrifice. I only figured out what the faith was, accepting its unbearable, and finding its meaning.
You want to say?
Jody, I am not as firm as you think. My confusion and loss are a lot, just more often. It will become specific problems that need to be solved after another. The arrest of the deep-sea ethics, recapture the lighthouse occupied by the sea, found a ship lost at sea, and helped our allies to investigate an unexpected disappearance date a man. Either my hometown or faith. Nothing more than what you just said. Keep looking. You will find it. But the process will not be fast. Even a little bit pain.
Me? Can you?
Can't you? You helped Tiberia to light up the last lighthouse and rescued 3 deep-sea hunters. Miss Laurenton hasn't said it. Whether as the Aegir or the secretary of the trial court, you can do a lot of things. Chief, you have returned to the city. Looking at your expression, the investigation is not smooth. Right? Miss Luchilla. Sorry. I am going to report the progress of the case to the Clemence's correction officer. And the specific situation is not convenient to disclose. I actually have something to find you. When you were looking for the situation with me and Kakashia last time, I should think of it. It's just a very small thing. Maybe it is not helpful for the entire case. But I really care. Miss Jolia, You are the last researcher.
Sorry. Can you give me a little time? Ancient ball algae, group window algae, stone layer, purple moss, thousands of whites. There are not many left. I can finish it soon.
Mr. Leo, don't worry. I just come to routine inspections.
Do you know me?
Well, the previous development plan was reevaluated. We are the same batch, and you may not notice me. Are you ready and take these seaweed?
Is this not violated?
Take it easy. The transfer of this building has been completed. The remaining seaweed plants and cultivation equipment left by you have not taken away. And in the end, you can only clean up in batches.
Thanks.
But so many seaweed. You can't take them all away. And in order to get close to land operations, me Lothram will carry out targeted transformation next. And there is no longer space and resources to cultivate seaweed in the city.
Okay. I know. How much can I take away? I will find a way and don't bother everyone.
But the bases beside the volcano were all.
It was AEG, Ira's largest endangered plant breeding base. And I watched it being swallowed by Seaburn's others. These original algae are the simplest and most tenacious lives in the entire ocean, regardless of the bright seas of light, or the abyss of light, whether the smooth seabed, or the seam of Ira's corp. They are working hard to stretch their bodies. They are the same age as the ocean and are the activation stone of this planet. But I can't watch them wither like this. Well, aren't you? My little helper sent the loading module over. And I won't talk to you.
Do you need help?
No thanks.
When did this happen?
The day before the relocation of ecological art creation. I don't know what happened to her. And in her eyes. It was in her eyes. Whether Malmentidrim gave up the volcanic energy station and gave up the breeding base. But I can't imagine that she will do something bad. Because she has never given up anything herself.
There is indeed a batch of hydroponic boxes in Tulia's residence. But it has been vacant for a long time, Miss Lucilla. You just said, maybe there is no trivial matter. However, I asked me to ask. Why do you pay special attention to Turia's affairs, according to what I heard before? You are not even friends.
She has something I don't have. Chief, I have to go back to work quickly. Recently, there are more and more things. The amount of maintenance of the urban unit skeleton has doubled several times. And my ink is not enough.
Little helper.
Commander Second.
Immediately retrieve the city information from the facility management office to retrieve places with closed hydroponics. In addition, contact Irene. Tulia may still leave other clues in the city. Asking her to meet me as soon as possible.
Stage for N. To help the deep-sea hunters recover as soon as possible, Advisor Brandus performed surgery on the hunters again after many years, but the attack from the deep-sea church followed. Meanwhile, Secunda and Derbian met at the hiding place of the data worker, who left the final clue but had turned into an abyssal creature.
The test results are updated. And the biological safety conditions of the operating room meet the level allowance. The operation can start at any time.
Hunter, like before, you will keep deep sleep during automated surgery. In addition, I will manually repair the aging adaptive contacts in your body.
The specimen of this house, as well as these experimental desks, is really familiar. How long has it passed since we were lying in such an environment last time?
5 years. Laurent Inné. I should have waited until the full set of process of medullary replacement surgery is over, and the integration rate of your body cells into origin, IUM, is controlled. and then deal with the part of you as a deep-sea hunter. But time is rushing. I have to help you restore your due state as much as possible. Sorry, Laurentine.
You are still so sad. By the way, according to the old rules,
Light a candle next to your side, so that our little mermaid looks too pale when he falls asleep. I have let them prepare.
you still remember.
During the dormant solution filling, please keep a comfortable posture and do not move.
This scene is almost the same as before, except for a lot less. After solving the crushing in the trench, close your eyes, listening to the consultant's nagging, soaking in the dormant's solitude, and sleeping. Wait until they wake up. All the disgusting tastes remaining on the body disappear.
In the severe and changeable land environment for a long time, your physical condition is very unstable. Adaptive contacts can monitor the Seaburn's genes in your body independently, but the wear of 5 years is enough to make the most precise instruments dull. Moreover, in the process of fighting with Seaburn's genes for a long time, your body's immune system is inevitable. I will restore you to the best state as much as possible. But I can't find it back in the past 5 years. Glad IA. Our contact in the conference is not happy. I'm more willing to take you at this moment as you return to your hometown. You and my first meeting. But since you just started, you haven't spoken much.
Brandos, do you have any other matters about this surgery? If not, what topics have stayed in the past 5 years? What changes have happened in the past 5 years? And what changes have happened? Please keep still. And the dormant program will start in 10 seconds.
So asleep, hunters.
Brandos consultant. In some cases you need to confirm it again.
I didn't say it. The operating room has been blocked. Next, I want to repair adaptive contacts for hunters, and no one can bother.
The central control layer was found, for the sake of insurance. You still confirm it in person.
Wait, I opened the door for you.
The monitoring unit on the dome made an emergency scan on the city. And dense algae biosaunas were found here.
Thank you for notifying me.
Nothing. Since Tuya's investigation, since you have participated, there is no reason for exit. At the junction of the ground and the dome, here was originally a test field of sidewalk corals. Although it is not as good as the professional environment of ecological art creation, compared to small hydroponic boxes in private rooms, it is indeed more suitable for algae cultivation. Perhaps because of her personality, or an impure motivation. Talia has never applied for the venue through regular channels, and she found it privately.
Calm down.
We don't know whether the specific situation is the hiding place of the deep-sea church, and whether Tuvia is in it. In short, be careful. 18 has been defense against the nearby neighborhood to monitor the road. Irene, you follow the second team and suddenly enter the road on the ground. As for this road with the ding-ding movement Unicall, give it to me. Action. Who?
Commander Secunda, what happened to you? Do you need reinforcement? Someone stopped her in front of her. And to be precise, she appeared on the way the other party left, in the shadow formed by the corner of the building. The whole body is the same as the shadow on the whole body. Only those eyes, the eyes that are familiar with those Secunda.
According to the original plan.
Secunda cut off the communication. Weapon technical consultant of the channel plan. RD expert of grade IV weapon. Brandos, right?
You are not from the Institute.
Don't move. If the tentacles of the long-bearded toothgrass pierce the skin, you will soon fall into the chaotic dream, and slowly feel how your consciousness is torn. They are now used to provide euthanasia as domesticated varieties, but the effects of wild original species are much more cruel. Although you seem to be a half-dead person, I know very well that people like you are most concerned about your death.
Deep Sea Church, don't disturb the hunter in dormant.
It's rare. Your life security is threatened. And you still care about these hunters for the first time. You care about them. But you have never trusted the Deep Sea Hunter plan itself. You question its rationality. Question its harm to human nature. And question the sacrifice it brings. You participate in it. Just to be able to control the risks in person. You have experienced its bankruptcy and witnessed such a widely involved project after a doubtful failure. So, I am very puzzled. A surviving hunter has just returned to Aegir. And you have to send them to the battlefield again.
No, how can you understand that I have to do? Just let them not be hurt again.
So why do you stop this operation to prevent them from fighting for the Channel Plan?
All the equipment of the operation is running automatically. I can't stop actively.
Cutting off the oxygen supply pipeline under the operating table can be forcibly interrupted. Don't think we're unclear. If you don't want to do it, we can do it on behalf of Consultant. After solving the hunters, you have to take a trip to us and explain to us the implementation principles of Great IV weapons and its shutdown.
Stop. If the surgical process is forcibly interrupted, the hunters will suffer irreversible damage.
Jaws. Researcher stopped in place. He did not dare to move forward and did not dare to retreat. The long stab was pierced into his chest and blood was dripping. If you don't want your chest to be pierced, let go of your hand.
Why do you appear here?
Don't ask an invalid problem. Secunda.
You are also investigating Talia. What did you find?
That data man is just an ordinary person. She discovered the abnormalities. She should not be found and tried to warn the relevant personnel, but failed to succeed. You take a step slowly, and her experience has nothing to do with her past. The battle outside the city, the changes inside the city, and the Sea Patrol team were outside the Channel Plan. You noticed enough abnormalities, but at the same time, it was also easily interfered with sight.
You mean Kashia?
You were originally a dedicated person in Keen. So when you proposed to leave the Shenzhen Hunter Research Institute and join the Sea Patrol team, I believe that you did have a cautious thinking and chose a field that is also suitable for you. At least, that should not be just a matter of mind.
5 years. You have not even changed the way of talking except for the stress. Whether it is a researcher or a hunter. You never refuse the students to ask you. But never answer the wrong question, you think.
Without an invalid answer, the question itself determines the value itself. Questions are the most effective way to exercise and think. And your problems have always been accurate. Secunda.
So my first question is not wrong. Why do you appear here? This is the scene of the investigation of the Sea Patrol team. A hidden deep-sea hunter should put down the anchor in his hand at this moment to show his position. Glad I has been fighting for the Channel Plan as a lifelong force. You are still alive. But choose to return to Lama in this way. I already have sufficient reasons to attack you.
The return of the three of them will only make the situation even more chaotic. It is not difficult to see from Tulia's affairs that the so-called Channel Plan has long been scarred. Aegir did not learn any lessons from the failure of the Deep Sea Hunter Plan.
What do you want to do?
Prevent this country from slipping to the abyss.
But you look more like our enemy now.
As you doubt, Secunda.
What happened inside?
An ordinary Aegir person did everything she did, but Aegir will not respect her any respect.
Who are you? You El Piyin.
No one answered her. And the hunter had disappeared into the shadow. What's going on? Why didn't you enter sleep? Not only me. Falu slowly removed the hand of the grass from the consultant's neck. A fair hand held the plant on the researcher. Us hand tightly. The plants were struggling fiercely. And then a root was cut off.
Say it to let you move away slowly.
Researchers are all in the equipment recycling. They should be injected with paralyzed drugs. They have to wait for a while to wake up. I have solved the guys in the corridor outside.
Are you living?
At least before the Sea Patrol team came away. He couldn't die.
Brandos stood in the center of the operating room. The deep-sea hunters crossed the uninvited guests lying on the ground and walked over to him. The deep-sea hunters did not let go of their weapons.
Consultant, don't you want to explain your hands and feet on the solution?
Alas, dear consultants, of course, we do not have the ability to unknown the prophets. The swordfish found it from the beginning.
We have received at least hundreds of surgery. And the time lying in these solids may be longer than lying on the bed. You should know that even if the surgery does not restore our body to its due state, we will still choose to return to the battlefield.
When ULPMS found me, I said, I just want to allow the participants of this plan to retreat. I hope those compatriots from all walks of life can eventually return to their original lives. Scotty can continue to enjoy her roaming life, while knocking on the complicated components of the lighting array, while taking the submarine images that no one can understand except her. With Laurentin A's talent, perhaps she will become a new generation of the Institute of Artificial Arts. We projected the graceful starry sky on the dome, and she danced with Meteor and Du Uzieta. Alternatively, she erected her sculpture works at the streets of each city. Glad IA, you and I still remember the names of those hunters. We have experienced too much sacrifice.
I have heard this set of words many times from your mouth. Brandos, your stupidity and weakness almost let you die under my stingy. However, the dregs of these deep-sea churches are coming.
Do you mean that they happen to prove my innocence? I don't need it. Glad IA. What I want to do will not change.
Your innocence is not important. I mean, these dregs chose to expose themselves at this time. Adventure prevent hunters from participating in operations. Even hijacking you as a weapon technical consultant. It just shows that the deployment of the channel plan is effective. Brandos, the weapon technical consultant of the channel plan. Put away your small means. Complete the surgery for us. And then return to your original post, according to the layout of Clemens's. Once the positioning of the 3070H nest is achieved, the Great Ivy weapon will immediately crack down all the nests along the channel. The deep-sea church is already doing the last fight. It is not difficult to guess from the words of the scum just now that their movements will not stop. Brandos, the deep-sea hunter plan is no longer existing. If you remember the old love, you will become weak. Then forget it.
Glad IA. You are still like before. No, even more severe than before.
This has nothing to do with my self-requirement. One day ago, 2 fleets, we only rescued 26 people from the Seaburns before I arrived at this old institute. I just learned that the 26 TH Army soldiers had applied to join a new combat force. The war kept the war, and no soldiers could escape from the battlefield. That's it.
Where
the dome connects with the ground. The entire wall is displayed with the transformed hydroponic box. Different types of seaweed grows wildly, and some large volume clusters have spread out of the box wall. Through the transparent walls, they look at the dim seawater. A seaburn wandered alone, like a lost ghost. The tentacle of its upper body is tightly wrapped in a transparent container, and the remaining part shakes the body to move in the direction of the hydroponic box.
You can still talk. You still retain human consciousness and tell me, what have you experienced? We've come back, data. Someone uses the channel signal.
Huh?
The ocean. Fall into the ocean. You. Oh, we are still here, Hirino. So far away.
Irene, stay away from her. Cells have completely assimilated her body, and there is little reason for her reason. We have dealt with many similar variants at this stage. Seaburn's status is extremely unstable, and it has exceeded the maximum limit we can give to end.
You come slowly?
I encountered something. We were misled. Some people deliberately guide us to doubt the motivation of the data man's past and participating channel plans to with the direction of the investigation.
You mean the woman in the Facility Management Institute?
That's right, Kashosi. After handling this, the Sea Patrol team will inform the Facility Management Office to arrest her. Julia accidentally discovered the abnormality of the signal system. She told her friends it may be Kasia. She exposed herself directly to the Deep Sea Church. She fell into the ocean from the drainage port of the Deep Sea Church to the edge of the city, and fell from the drainage outlet of the edge circulation system. Remember the biological tissue fragments we found outside the city before? It has surpassed the physiological limit of human beings without relying on any device. In order to return to the city again,
She ate heterogeneous flesh. What is she holding in her arms?
plant nutrient solution.
Her consciousness should have been fragmented and returned to the city. Just for the seaweed.
These primitive algae are the simplest and most tenacious lives in the entire ocean, regardless of the bright seas of light, or the abyss of no light, whether the smooth seabed or the seam of Iris carp. They are trying to stretch the body. They are the same as the ocean, and they are the activation stone of this planet.
Seaburn stopped suddenly. It seemed to find something suddenly. Waved around the limbs, and the transparent container slipped from its tentacles, and the nutrients solution sprinkled it all over the ground.
The reading of Biode Enders is accelerating her. He burns fastest.
Why did she stop suddenly and what happened? Irene walked behind Seaburn. Through the glass of the hydroponic box, Irene saw his face.
Yes. I think she saw what you looked at the moment. Data staff may be as simple as seaweed. Choose to stay, perhaps just because she knows that they moved to other cities with ecological art creation, and they could not truly save these lives that gradually lost their lives in the ocean. But now, she became the source of pollution herself.
Irene closed his eyes. She didn't know that Egir who liked seaweed, but she had seen her in the video of the little helper. When she really met, she was already the Seaburn in front of her. Either the sword or the handgun. She should end its life.
I think she can no longer answer any of our questions. You seem to be no stranger to the situation in front of you.
I once heard a broken song on a boat.
Irene, I apologized to you before. The ocean is connected to the land. Maybe you have not experienced a positive war with Seaburn, but the changes that you have witnessed and have never changed are equally cruel and heavy. But at this moment, let me handle it here. She is Agir.
Irene looked at Secunda from his side and walked in front of Seaburn. The commander of the Sea Patrol team that had no expression blocked the shield between Seaburn's and the hydroponic box full of walls, and then raised the weapon in his hand towards the opponent.
Her journey is over. Her hometown is close to her. She chose to sleep here.
Seaburn fell to the ground, and the shield of the commander was blocked. The eclipsed Seaborn species' body fluid was not splattered on the hydroponic box. The seaweed just swayed and breathed quietly.
Stage 5 beginning. To uncover the real conspiracy of the Deep Sea Church in the navigation plan, the doctor appeared at the Deep Sea Hunter Research Institute and dealt with advisor Brandos, helping her infiltrate the institute for investigation.
Force Record 33. The transformation plan of the Stargates is obviously successful, and we have a connection with Toro S. The information of the backlog over the past 2 years has come like a tide. But there is no good news. First, the inspection station beyond the asteroid belt. Then the interstellar hub of the entire system. Finally, the cruise fleet on the livable planet Strack also fell into silence. Even the ancient colonial fleet that had become the mobile museum was not spared. It is the last material left by Valalia with these appalling news. Her notes are always like her. However, in addition to technical literature, she seemed to repeatedly watch literature and history at the last time. Those great men and heroes died, their last words on epitaphs, as if a child. The day before participating in the adult ceremony, he found his parents, wardrobe in confusion, trying to find a solemn dress. Does she feel that her life is not great enough and heavy enough? No. She almost left everything at the Stargates. If she was put in the past, how could her achievement not be included in the history book? But now it seems that it is just between the two Atresia small black houses. Opening a narrow door. I am afraid it won't be long. This small door will be closed again. Human history finally exceeds the scale of human beings, huh? Reading error. The second error. Is it a fault test?
Mr. Avitus? Do you need me to help you?
No need. I'm just observing this little helper.
Who is left?
Nothing. That's not important. Jody, why are you here?
Hope to find something I can do. The situation is clearly urgent. There must be a lot of problems in this city that need to be solved. I just have not found it yet.
Generally speaking, you should go to the development plan and ask him to help you evaluate. But if you want to find me, I am willing to help you as much as possible.
You are a highly respected scholar. And many people in the city call you a teacher.
Teacher, the last work I published is the book, Death of Life. A book that cannot teach anything else.
I read it, but I don't understand the contents inside. Those nouns are too obscure. What's Starship and Stardoor? Like reading objects.
Wait, reading. Huh. Your description is right. Jody, isn't it important to remember that I told you that I have told you?
I remember. But I have the...
I might be a bit misleading at the time. We really don't care about the connection of blood. But the contact itself is a good entry point. When confused, people should follow the relationship with reality, whether it is a life or an ideal, to find direction. Otherwise, like me, it will be questioned for a long time to the value of self-existence. My secret.
People.
Those who are like me, who can abundant my spirit and thought. I love her, just like I love Aegir, and everything we do for it. First, historical civilizations. The road historical materials. Strange words. Unbelievable grammar. I enjoy the process of interpreting them a little bit into Aegir text. My secretant, I also met in the process. I still remember that she was working in work, talking about Xinguang. She could almost dance with her brows. After I praised her like this, she also went to the person at the Institute of Fine Arts with interest, wondering how she really danced with her eyebrows.
Strange art? Are they successful?
Strictly speaking, but inspired by her. The people of the Institute of Artificial Arts later studied the technology that can make the hair independent to dance with their will. Even if you have experienced the disaster that made the entire ocean loud. Even if Seaburn has threatened the survival of Aegir. we still have not given up the exploration of science and art and the imagination of the future. The lava guidance bridge of the energy pump out of the mantle, the water vein center of the fountain flow of the fountain, the deepest artificial sun in Haiua, and the vibrant ecological base stations in the non-dried seabed. We are still trying to convert the laws of human beings into magical giants. With a rising imagination, we can inspire the birth of many new things. In 150 years, it was too short.
150 years.
Yes, AEG, ours per capita life is only 150 years. The older the crisis, the more valuable our creation is. We firmly believe that we will spend full time, go to the end of life without regret, and inherit the fire of civilization. We plan the process of education, and we believe that we can do better than public care. After the child is born from the incubation room, we will raise him in person. He will have a stunned spirit and vivid thoughts as a more creative generation. It is not common to raise children in person, but our lives are so fulfilling that we hope to inherit the value we cherish.
Is your secret?
Don't remember the former human in Death of Life, shining in an unknown refuge, staring at the sky that pressed towards the earth day after day. He has already felt his final ending. In addition to greeting it calmly, he had nothing to do.
But after all, it is the life of other, far away from us.
Is it far away? Aren't we all going through everything he experienced? Perhaps 50 years later, or 100 years later, there will never be a clear drop of seawater in the vast ocean. Unconsciously, Seaburn swept the ocean speed than the speed we created. Everything we was proud of was swallowed. And survival became the only subject. I watched my secrets being swallowed by disappointment. One day, she calmly gave up the plan for breeding children. After all, everything we inherited by ourselves will fall into an era of destination. 5 years ago, the deep-sea hunters went to the nest of the newborn. After that, she soon became ill and ended in depression. Our children were born smoothly in the incubation room, but I sent him into a public breeding center. After that, I started to question the meaning of my existence. Soon, Joey, I should have provided you with guidance. My connection with the real world has been cut off. But maybe you still have a connection with who? What are you? What are you?
But I have given up the pursuit of Bileoan, and I can't waste it for a long time for a shadow that can't be chased. Maybe I went to study the notes that he left before his lifetime, and to learn the technology he had developed. Not just because I might be his descendants.
Because you have talent and ideals in this regard. If you want to do something, try the tower. Bileoan has participated in the reconstruction of that tower. If you understand his technology, you may be able to help there. After all, every Egger person will add a little quirk to their writings, theories, or technologies, and sometimes it can be interpreted by those who are familiar with it.
Thank you, Mr. Avitus.
Consultant Brandes? Are you okay?
Of course. The group of deep-sea ORS failed to stop me from surgery for hunters.
I'm asking for your own physical condition.
Thank you, Secunda. You really still.
Considering that you help somehow to help inexplicable medical care, someone needs to take the initiative to confirm your safety. That's all, from the perspective of your health. There should be many people trying to send you to the hospital.
Perhaps the burden of the channel plan is too heavy. I can also count half a physician, knowing how to keep healthy without delaying the progress of the channel plan. However, you should really see the kind of plant used by the deep-sea ecstatic S to kill people. It is difficult to imagine that someone will use that kind of thing in ecological art creation.
Since you are safe and sound, I need you to cooperate with me for further investigation. I saw you Elpianas. Just now. It seems you have seen him.
It's just a brief glance. And do use EHI.
You did not report to anyone.
Just glimpse a familiar figure in the crowd. Not worthwhile to write a report.
This is not a joke, Brandes consultant. The disappearance of the Data Man has been proven to be a murder. Led by the Deep-Sea Religious, which may be related to the attack of the Deep-Sea Church. ULP seemed to know about the Data staff. And he also expressed his distrust of Egir.
He's always been like this. He has done less in speaking less. There is always a reason behind the action.
The unique style of acting cannot be explained to all his doubts. I still need to confirm whether he is implicated with the various cases led by the Deep Sea Church.
Alas, Secunda, are you not suspected more clearly and more worthy of investigation? Or is your dedication to ULP Enos? And is it just a kind of spirit? Well, Secunda, I rejected your application that year.
What did you say?
I said that I rejected your application for the renovation of Deep Sea Hunters. ULP Enos's thoughts are the same as me, but the person who made this decision is indeed me. I have seen your archives in the development plan. In that column of willingness, you are filled with genetic-ism.
If you look at one more file, you will find that accepting the transformation of Deep Sea Hunters is also because of my personal wishes.
Even among the participants in the Deep Sea Hunter plan, you are also talented. When you were discussing at the time, you were the only researcher who could ask about 10 questions about ULP Enos and got the best record of new researchers. Early reconstruction technology is not safe and reliable, and we are always exploring better chimeric methods. In the end, your theory has promoted the technological progress of the Deep Sea Hunter program.
At least at the time. I was honored for this.
But this plan itself is not proud. Secunda, the concept of Deep Sea Hunters was born nearly 200 years ago, far earlier than people's universal impression. But until more than 20 years ago, ULP Enos landed it. For more than 100 years, the concept of Deep Sea Hunter is not systematically reviewed and studied, but endless arguments. To use comatriates in order to save human nature, incorporate the alien flesh in the human body, which is tantamount to subverting the foundation of Egir. ULP Enos is very decisive. He can abandon his research, his ideals, his emotions, and even his human nature without hesitation. He may be able to save Egir, but Egir should not be the foundation of the country with a bottomless sacrifice. ULP Enos understands more than anyone. His own existence is AEGI, our sorrow. Therefore, Deep Sea Hunter does not need a second ULP Enos. Egir should not have a second ULP Enos. In Egir, there should be no one who wants to be another person.
I can imagine his tone of these words.
I had a joke with him, saying how good you would be. You might continue me into use to study the history of Egir cell evolution, or open up new areas. You will become one of the best scientists in contemporary, and you will have the opportunity to explore the mystery of all things and lead our future trends.
Brandos, you are not qualified.
Sorry. Second,
Suddenly you start to talk about the old again, in order to tell me that you don't have to remember ULP Enos.
it is to let you re-examine the problem of ULP Enos, to eagerly arrested ULP Enos. It is not good for him and you. Isn't the ready-made Deep Sea ISD waiting for you to interrogate? Don't forget your duties. Secunda,
Where are they?
on the first floor, the compartment in the equipment management room. Do I need me to take you over?
I know where it is. The Sea Patrol team will be responsible for the prisoner.
Sorry, you can't go forward. This is ongoing. Wait, I seem to have seen you in the previous council. I recognized you from the Envoy of Land. Forgive me. What are you responsible for the mission?
When she found the data man, she almost completely became Seaburn's. Except for this data seems to be related to the channel and beacon. It is difficult for me to get other effective information from her mouth. I have completed the analysis of the data content between the beacon of the city and the beacon that has been put into the Seaburn's nest ACU point. There is an abnormal information interaction. I sent the source from many places in the city. I have already checked the port hubs and possible ships. In the end, there is only one of the earliest batch of Deep Sea Hunter experimental bases. But here is much more lively than any day in my impression. Secunda also set up the resident forces, nominally protecting Brandos. Algorostel. I can cope with the patrol of the Sea Patrol team. Your energy may be used to deal with the most difficult one.
Rhode Island. Doctor, right? You said that your institution has helped the hunters have performed or disease-related diagnosis and treatment. Now I hope to help me complete the body regeneration surgery of the Deep Sea Hunter. Then you can leave with peace of mind. The attack on the Deep Sea Church against here is just a small episode. and the hunters have re-entered their dormant. I will monitor their physical conditions throughout the process, and no matter how affectionate your gaze will have, it will not help them substantially help them. The hunters have established a deep friendship with you during the wandering on the land. I have clearly knew this, but no matter how you emphasize this, you can't change the fact that you cannot play a positive role in this operation. Forgive me, rude. Just happened here. Even for your own safety considerations, please return.
Brandes no longer cares about your actions, and his eyes fall back to the holographic image ahead. Through several squares, you clearly see Gladae, Scotty, Laurentine, in Hunter's sleeping transparent solitary solution. You have not had time to learn AEG, our symbol system completely. After a few days of exploration, you can still only recognize the half of the image, but you observe a more notable phenomena. Whenever Brandes selects one of the images, a weak tone will come from the image. That is to say, each time an image is selected to generate the monitoring unit for generating the corresponding image, it will emit a prompt sound.
Of course. You are really unwilling to leave, Doctor, and I am not easy to send guests. After all, you really care about the deep-sea hunter, and I always have a good opinion of such people. Small helper. Doctor is not familiar with Aegir device. Staring at the doctor operation.
Clear.
Doctor, as long as you don't touch the one who shouldn't touch.
The monitoring unit of the corridor issued a prompt sound, and someone was monitoring here. Then there is the previous experimental cabin, the corner of the front. Yeah, there seems to be some law. Someone in the central control room is quickly switching the display order of holographic image. Then I should go here.
The surgery is complete, Doctor. Thank you. Hurriedly cooperate. The hunters will have to wake up in 10 minutes. But I can assure you that the operation process is very smooth. Can you be relieved now? Even if there is you. Rhode Island is trying to help them, and the hunters have never got a real rest on land. Now, Mitstua, they have just returned to their hometown to the front. A surgery and dormant at one time are far less than restoring their physical strength. Did you mention you as an expert in the field of our disease before? Can you tell me what kind of feeling is suffering from our disease? Destiny. Interesting. The ancient ancestors have discussed the so-called destiny concept, but no one has mentioned the word for a long time. You see, there is no or disease in the ocean, and most of the other diseases can be cured. The road of our lives is selected by ourselves, and the direction of our civilization is defined by ourselves. For a long time, we forgot what destined. But no, the stubborn illness written in the blood of the hunters is unable to completely eradicate it through medical methods, borrowing the concept you mentioned. This kind of illness may be called destiny. Hunters originally had their own ideals and their own lives. But no, they have to accompany the killing until they die. I've tried many ways, but I can't let them leave this cruel dead road. Even now, they walked very anxiously. Then I should leave too. I am honored to talk to you, Doctor. If you have a chance, I hope you can take care of the hunters.
Stage 5 end. Secunda interrogated the deep sea cultists who attacked the Institute. After the surgery was completed, the deep sea hunters left the city. The doctor learned more truths about the operation to kill is Almara from Urbian.
Sea Patrol team. Are you here to ask me? Interrogation. I never thought that the word would be related to myself.
You should think of when you invade the Research Institute.
What about it before? What is the difference between you and me? Why do you interrogate here? And I trial here.
I sometimes feel that our means are too mild. Listen to Iberia's envoy. They will apply punishment during the interrogation stage, without more nonsense. Explain your identity.
I was responsible for cultivating sidewalk corals.
Motivation for crime?
Have you observed the sidewalk corals on the side of the road? The Sea Patrol team. We hope that every sidewalk coral in each street presents different forms, color, and even different functions. on the east side of Du UCHI farm. The logistics cable walks between its empty body. Under the reflection of the cable microlight, a coral reflects a little light. It's like a small nebula. There are also port hubs.
Just now, I carefully observed more than one sidewalk corallant in your previous test fields. An innocent datum and either her ideal, her obsession, her favorite algae. As beautiful as the sidewalk coral you described, but you murder her. You are right. What is the difference between you and her? Why can you live, and you must die?
Because she fell.
What did you discover? Why are not you talking? Or should I ask this question to ask Eshia? What are the hands and feet of the Deep Sea Church on the channel? Do you concentrate on the label or what then? Explain.
Alas, Deep Sea Church, or Deep Sea Religious. I am still not used to being called this, so strange name. Is it really your Sea Patrol team to facilitate these names to couch talents? The so-called church in church? Or was it sacredness? I didn't worship any Nihilary existence. I just agreed with Cashia's view. From the desperation of Aegir. She saw the vulnerability of this country. People value the value of things too much, but refuses to admit how fragile and changeable these values are. They have become some kind of loyal believers with established values. But now, this value is collapsed. Before Aegir was completely desperate, someone had to ring the police. Aegir said, "You are sad me. I won't say a word anymore. If you are impatient, you can analyze my brain wave without any matter."
Question is the last respect to you as a person. Scum. You can think that you are innocent. Or you can think that what you do is not a conspiracy. But you will spit out this information at all. Now, say,
Captain Second.
Scotty is very close to our departure time.
I know the situation is urgent.
The military power of the front line can only be reluctant to maintain its balance with Sebron's and the entire fleet set have completely extinguished. The two fleets have fully appeared now. According to the news they just passed back. The 8th and 10th Corps have ended in failure, undented in failure. And they fell into a hard battle. If the label cannot be put in the designated position in the nest, continue to be deadlocked, it means the failure of the channel plan.
I see.
The Legion's fleet is about to launch a full-line offense. It's Ebern's at a cost, attracting the attention of Sebron's Asura.
We will cut into the dead corner of the battlefield, go deep into the nest, and put on the beacon.
Scotty, how do you think your state is?
At least I slept well just now. Since that battle, I have experienced sleepless sleep for the first time.
Now the situation in the city is becoming more turbulent. Do you know where Doctor is going?
The second captain, I know what you want to say. You want me to maintain order and protect Doctor. In short, you want to let me stay in the city.
Frankly, I was hesitant. The scum in the ocean is the responsibility of the deep-sea hunter. But I also need to be responsible for your safety. Scotty. After returning to the ocean, is his all showing signs of waking up?
If it is there, it is quiet. If it speaks, I will let it shut up. Captain Second, I actually have something to say. We have never been as cautious as we do now. We have a set of practices to deal with this situation. If the gods of deep-sea religions, is Amara in the slide mouth really exists in my body, once I get out of control, then you execute me on the spot. It is very simple. My heart is here. You will not lose your hands.
Scotty,
Before the end. The second captain. It's you. Where sharks are influenced by those side in the battle. I will not show mercy.
Scotty. I just wanted to say that the battle is about to be. Nothing can be more pleased than such a word. Let's go, Miss Lorany.
Bird. Remove the sad suffix. Is it such a birthday between us?
Laurentine.
It was so sad that we came to Aegir for the first time. I have always wanted to take us brave fighters to see the real hunting deep in the ocean. The nest that we are going to this time is too far and too deep to bring you.
No. Even if this is the case, I should stay in Lama Iram now. During this time, something happened in the city. For the first time, I entered the ocean wearing a deep dive device, and I was immediately rushed to be crooked by the current. I must admit that I cannot become a help, but I will only be dragging.
You don't have to be so arrogant. The first time is always difficult.
Oh, sure. I can do more in the city than the nest. When you complete the task, when the Aegir weapon system starts to clean the sea area, I still need to return to Kamen as soon as possible to deal with changes on the sea.
What you mean is that we will separate more for a while.
That's right. I should have brought you some other gifts. Before I came to Lama, I did not expect that there would be such a situation. I couldn't prepare anything.
Don't worry. We will see you again. Oh, don't have to hold you half dead from the sea this time. I think the reunion after the war will be unforgettable in another way.
Scotty are here. Laurentine, how careful you.
Have you finished chatting?
Let's go, Hunter.
Doctor, well, your help is great. I mentioned earlier that there is an abnormal information interaction between the beacon in the city and the labels that have been put into the sea nest. From now on, most of the operations are done at the C-1E2 Research Institute. That is, the place we have just sneaked into. I do not fully understand the principles of the beacon system and the IV weapon, but from the content of this information interaction, it can still blur the content. The linked relationship between the beacon and the weapon has been changed. As I thought, the channel plan was penetrated from the high level. That's right. As early as before the channel plan was born, I had doubts about Aegir, that decisive battle. Scotty trusts you more than I expected. My loss is out of mind. In the cave or chamber closest to the core organ of his aim, Mr. Ray, I found something that should not exist in a sample. The rough meat layer and the turbid mucus. I originally thought it was just a nodule of its body, until I saw the scales and texture around the surrounding area. It was a rusty water veins. Judging by the alienation of the water pulse instrument, it has been reserved at least 100 years in Mala's body. But what I got at the beginning was that before Aegir never came into contact with the newborn ontology. That is to say, as early as Seaburns, a creature that entered Aegir. The Aegir people had already been in contact with newborn, and Aegir knew nothing about it. Aegir's undercurrent under the calm water surface is even more turbulent than everyone thinks. The hunters are used to break the deadlock on the front line. It is conceivable that they have been assigned to bypass the front, pound the nest, and put on the beat. Not sure. I'm afraid we must act as soon as possible. If the linked relationship between the beacon and the weapon is tampered with, then there is only one of the core places of one channel plan, and the beacon is launched.
Stage history 2. Jody helped Trebian to warn the deep sea hunters through the beacon tower. When the deep sea hunters were preparing to return after deploying the beacons, they were surrounded by abyssal creatures. At the same time, the abyssal creatures began to infiltrate the city from the dome above the beacon tower.
Then any then?
Yeah?
It seems that I have no mistake. We have seen it. In Granthealo, where you are looking for me. Although I only know what you called after I came here. You can't break into this.
The core control room of the beacon tower.
The person on the ground. Do you take him?
The most deserved end of a fallen person.
What did he do?
This has nothing to do with you, young people. Leave here for your own personal safety. All the Nest beliefs have been activated, and the tempered weapons have also been inspired. How can they remind the hunter?
Miss Laurentine are dangerous. It was done by this person on the ground. You are silent. You don't believe me. Actually, I don't believe you. After all, you always appear so suddenly, and the situation in front of you is even more doubtful. But Miss Laurentine is my friend. You are also hunters. The story between you, I probably know a little.
They were passive before departure. At this moment, they are still in Sebring tide. I am not sure what will happen, but the danger is not small.
If they go to the beacon and are still in the nest, maybe we can send signals to the beacon through this tower to remind them. I used to help here, and the approximate operation principle also understands it.
Do it. How about it?
Although it is actually much complicated, the operation framework of the bank mounter tower looks very similar to the main control system of the large lighthouse.
As far as I know, BRAOGOU has passed to the city and has helped the tower's engineering reconstruction.
Mr. Technician said that after the labels are all activated, the beacon tower will provide navigation for weapons, and other related operations will be prohibited in procedures. If you want to send a signal to one of the beacons, I will see. It really can't continue to operate.
Do you have a way to bypass the blockade?
Mr. Biori Ogio, you has participated in the project reconstruction of this tower. So maybe, I have a very stupid way. During this time, I have been trying to understand the BLA Vikin. He is a person who is accustomed to recording. He is always recording his thinking underrecords his doubts, even if he reaches the land. This habit has not changed. It's the record to prevent forgetting. I think I can try to temporarily turn off the data solution system on the main control panel. Like this. You Alpianus. You mentioned to me at the time. You say that I am a descendant of Bileoan. But as long as the people who have seen his image can see that I and the genius designer are not similar. My parents are only Aegir who are native. In Iberia, in other land countries, there are many such Aegir people. In a strict sense, we are not
So what?
I have been confused about this. But during this time, I was slowly learning to let myself relieve myself and don't think so much. However, you are the first person to mention this to me, and I still want to confirm with you. Why do you think me?
Indeed, I guess. But I never guess without any useless. There is no route between you. Dajin destroyed Iberia. The lights on the coast were silent. Suspecting and suspicion began to be hustle and bustle. Bileoan had to escape the glory of his own design. During the escape, he also hid in Granda, and the research notes left by your parents were undoubtedly related to him. They are the people who deserve their efforts to entrust themselves. Look at what you are doing at the moment, young people. Maybe you are not the descendants of Biariogan, but you undoubtedly inherit some of his wisdom. Lina Rum M is the first Aegir city you came to, and it happened to be the last stop of Bilaugan before leaving Aegir. He traveled along the stretch of the seabed, and he tried to share his inferences with prestigious characters in various places and conjecture about the future situation of Terra. He hopes that someone can go to land with him to find possibilities for the future of the ocean and land to resist crises. Many people appreciate his talents, but perhaps because his proposal is too advanced, and there are few people who eventually respond to his invitation. When he came to Lama, he took the initiative to participate in the project reconstruction of the tower in exchange for the opportunity to communicate with the governor of the time.
Then this time?
There is no doubt that he was rejected, but at the time of the project reconstruction, he resolutely decided to end his long tour and officially go to the distant land. Although he has rarely received any support since the way. Think about what you have done in the past. You've left your familiar town and come to the so-called hometown of Suwon's face. This also requires great courage. In this regard, you are not similar to Be Gan. On the contrary, if your connection with him only exists at the level of blood, you should be ashamed. I am usually not responsible for psychological guidance. Jody thanked Ana Rosa.
It's okay. At least sending a signal to a beacon. There should be no problem. Let me see. No. 37 Nest TCU Point Toy. I hope Miss Laurentine will notice the changes in the beacon. By the way, you LPing us. Don't you think that from the beginning, the air has become stuffy?
My communication equipment detected a weak gravitational wave. It is wonderful to confirm the rippling of time and space through the eyes.
There is no difference from the manual. It seems that the beacon has been activated.
According to Clemence's, after the activation of this beacon, the level IV weapon will automatically start operation. We should return immediately.
Sword Fi, Shi. I thought we would stay and sit in the first row to enjoy their curtain performances.
It is nothing more than a gunfire. What's good looking?
Shouldn't it be the kind of movement this time? Seaburns and the entire sea area greeted apoptosis silently. It was very poetic and was very poetic.
Although the great heavy weapon does not affect us, the unnecessary stay will only increase the variable.
Well, okay. Leave.
The gentle murmur sounded in the ears. She turned back and accurately speaking to the last eye. A moving nuclear. Seaburns' delicate whip hair sticks to her cheek, softly like a kiss. The specter clearly saw that the nucleus was in the rhythm, almost the same frequency as his heartbeat.
Shark.
Don't attack first. Scotty.
Does it pass directly over us?
It didn't seem to be a surprise. It seemed to be attracted by something.
Listing.
Captain Second, the gravitational waves from this stuff should not suddenly become so irregular.
Scotty. Be careful behind you.
Get away.
The current flows upside down. The wave of the Seaburns as its group was poured back to the nest. The sound of the wings trembling, the sound of folds stretching, the sound of the mouth, and the sound of the water whistling. The whole space echoed the layers of Staxon rejoicing.
The beacon has been completely covered. Those eggs and larvae are proliferated at the speed of the naked eye.
According to Clemence's, all the larvae without forming will directly apoptosis, and mature individuals will escape from the sea area. The fungus blankets, plants, the entire nest occupants will decline from the environment itself. But obviously, the scene in front of us is difficult to be called group apoptosis. Right. It should be said that they are very energetic.
Leave here. Glad-Eye turned around at the moment of the end of the words. And the long running of Seaburns was running through her. And the fragments of the tissue bloomed like blood.
Starting with the damn face to face with the damn beast. I feel that I have a sleepiness. It's a hinge. I haven't felt like this for a long time.
I thought it was my illusion.
Should not, huh? Fighting will only make the deep-sea hunters more sober. Mature.
Do you mean adaptive contact surgery?
We found abnormalities. Brandes did deal with it, but he still moved other hands and feet during the operation. But whether it was deliberate or coincidental, the attack of the Deep Sea Church at that time dispelled our doubts about him.
But the consultant, why?
If you want to get the answer, we must return to the city. The Spectre jumped forward. Her dance steps were still elegant, just the rotation. And the high-speed rotating round saw has caught the Seaburns in front of her in half. These beasts have discovered us, but they have never showed a strong willingness to attack.
The second captain. Shark, do you feel that from the beginning? The flow rate of seawater has slowed down?
Keep sober, Scotty.
No, Scotty feels wrong. These beasts are busy. Finally, a wave of sea flow retreated, and the Neste Sea Point briefly revealed the truth of its change. Live, dead. Seaburns fell into every gully on the seabed. There aren't any huge amounts of nutrition for them, and the entire nest is showing, prompting all the life to accelerate evolution. If the shell coat is said to be the form of biological expansion in the Iberia population, and the shell coat is the last storage before the expansion, the beacon issued irregular gravitational waves without signing. And Seaburns immediately began to build nests around the letter. Either an unknown change in the weapon itself, or someone in the city is trying to remotely operate the beacon. Pass the information, or both. Brandus's movement in the operation reduced our sensitivity. Just be a hunting. Speed up. Leave here.
So,
Your face is flushed and your clothes.
I am not nervous.
You are used to dry land, and your perception of humidity is more sensitive than ordinary Aegir people. The air humidity is wrong.
ULP Heinous. Look at the sea map quickly. Look at the sea map. Depending by Oceanium. Just come from our heads?
It is the dome above the tower. Seaburns is infiltrating the city from there.
No. Isn't it that the two legions are fighting against Steburns in the ocean? And they're hunters. Even if the Seaburns some line of defense, there are countless monitoring units on the dome of Mel Mel Rum. And there are so many complicated defense work. Why can Seaburns silently?
I think someone pointed them the road. Brandos, do you know that you're a fool will cause such evil results?
ULP Heinous is thinking. He didn't look back at the culprit line on the ground. He stared at the holographic sea chart in front of him, symbolizing the light spots of the Seaburns at the moment at the coordinates of UMMI, which were gathered. They are as bright as stars.
Stage 6 beginning. Under the cover of the Legions is it. The deep sea hunters penetrated the nests to carry out the final beacon deployment mission. The Doctor and Derbian split up, with Derbian continuing to uncover the truth while the Doctor confronted Governor Clemensis about Aegir's arrangements for the deep sea hunters.
Well, it's really hard to smell for so many years. They are still too lazy to improve the camouflage cream that can make it show to different odors to us and Seaburns.
Don't do excess movements. Sharks, that will only make the smell heavier. If you have always emitted such a strong Seaburn smell, I can't help but want to cut you.
The whole table is shaking. Those worm-like giants Eberns drilling from the rock layer under us. Pay attention to concealment.
Should this be said to be wrapped in Seaburn's they are pouring forward. It is hard to imagine.
It is difficult to imagine what kind of battle in the front line is encountered.
Scotty. Come. Don't squeeze your horn. Completing the task is the best mourning of frontline soldiers. The legions as his fleet realized the restraint of a Seaburn faster, and we were able to sneak into the nest and put on the beacon. Even if it is just a plant that is assimilated by Seaburns, it may be exposed to the sight of Seaburns at any time. The road ahead must not be negligible at all. Now, those dead giant corals are used as bunkers to dive deep into the depths of the Rift Valley.
Clear, Jody. Right? You'll get started quickly. Students who came to our professional experience before did not take a day to clarify the operation process. It was easy to make mistakes. You can see it for a while. Is there a foundation?
Just a little bit. I've worked on Iberia's big lighthouse. And the principles of lighthousing beacon are slightly similar.
Since your interest is engineering, it is not surprising.
But the oldest job I did is actually a caregiver.
Care workers? What kind of career is that?
It is to take care of the elderly and patients. Take care of their living. And take care of the miscellaneous services.
It turns out that it sounds like a small helper with components 153 and 174 at the same time.
I remember that the little helper is without personality.
You look nervous, Jody. I am not your Edgar Coleman sense examiner.
I want to ask. If the little helper has no personality, how can it deal with the emotional needs of the elderly or patients? After all, the caregiver must face the most vulnerable and embarrassing side of people.
We rarely cause additional emotional needs because of their fragility. Enron's death is not embarrassing even if the disease is involved. The elderly or patients can really apply for a dying talk before accepting euthanasia. And they will usually receive them by well-known philosophers or scholars in other fields.
I don't understand any philosophy.
Very amazing, Jody.
And I? Thank you. I have reset the storage equipment here.
Very perfect operation. So, etc. Did the holographic image flash?
What?
Break in.
You? Young people. You didn't see it all. Don't unnecessary the situation.
Etc.
The sound of the round saw is too loud. Scotty, you come to the way. Cut this cluster of corals and try not to make too loud noise.
Good.
For a moment, the gorgeous colors and the blurred light and shadow surrounded the hunters. The creatures, known as the Trace of Iberia, swim between the layered corals. And the group of eggs swayed on the rock wall of the pupa. With the flow of the water, the eggs are constantly falling off from the rock wall. They spin the transformation form, stretching the infamous folds until the appearance of Seaburns appears. The new individuals gathered silently, and their bodies trembling echoed the entire nest. The tactile limbs are linked to each other with the wrist.
and Seaburn wraps each other towards the distance.
They also left the nest and rushed to the front line. Wait, don't you think there is any exception? How many of the one has just turned out like this? What is it doing? Proliferation? Split?
When I rescued the fleet last time, I felt uneasy. Swordfish. Did these guys evolve again?
Seaburn is always evolving.
Scotty, do you remember the first Seaburn?
I can't remember. I just remember that the thing has a lot of tentacles.
Yes. The tentacles, spikes, several dice, shells. At least the organs that can be recognized. You can see the function at a glance.
Previously, Seaburn was just good at capturing the evolutionary results accumulated by other species for thousands of years.
But these things in front of you, I can't identify what organs they grow. So I don't think that these guys have any connection with the miscellaneous crushes that we killed 3 months ago.
The ready-made evolutionary results can no longer meet the needs of Seaburn, and they start to find their own answers. This also means that their evolution is beyond our cognition. If we can't observe their physical structure, we can't distinguish between their organs, and they cannot predict their evolutionary direction.
I don't know how to kill them.
When you evacuate later, you can bring a sample to the Brandes consultant.
But now, tasks are preferred. Scotty, we go to a rock wall that has not been covered by the traces. Embeds the label and undeactivates it. Lauren alerting around. Once the beacon is placed, we will evacuate immediately.
For a long time, Doctor in Rhode Island. After you came to Llama, we finally had the first formal exchange. Don't be humble. Kaltas ITDOC is hearing across the boundary between space and time is convincing. You who hidden behind her must only be deeper. Whether you have some kind of doubts or some conclusions, I am willing to listen. Like Kaltas ITDOC, you have doubts about this decision, but I have to make them go to face death again. Only they can break the current deadlock. The Legion's is out. And even the deep-sea hunters who have just returned to Aegir must also take on combat missions. You doubt that the situation at the moment is artificially designed. It seems that you have discovered in the city. Small helper. Immediately help me contact me with the core Ardean managers of the channel beacon and the level heavy weapon. All the Legion's commanders also notified that some fleets restrained the frontline Seaburn which responded to the deep-sea hunters, and the remaining formation evacuated in an orderly manner to return to the city. The Sea Patrol team immediately controlled the benchmark tower. Thank you for your information, Doctor, Kaltas IT Doc, as well as Doctor. I still need to give you an explanation about my arrangement of deep-sea hunters. What we need is not a tactical explanation. You are more familiar with the ability of deep-sea hunters to deal with Seaburn than us. However, with your observation, you will not notice the scales on the neck of Glad-IA. We can assume that the deep-sea hunter has the ability to successfully complete the task. But how do you ensure that they will not change in the Seaburn nest with the guarantee of the Brandes consultant? The speeches of Brandes' speeches in the conference consolidated the trust of Miloth Rim to the deep-sea hunter. However, for me, it is not even a psychological comfort. It sounds that you have more considerations about the deep-sea hunters. After the killing of the newborn, Aegir did not really stop the deep-sea hunter plan. I didn't get involved in it, but only by knowing. I should accept all the inquiries from compatriots. After the death of the newborn,
The Deep Sea Hunter plan to experience huge changes in a short time. Related experimental visions are frequent, and the movement of the deep sea churches is increasingly pointing to the hunter. This means that the deep sea hunter is still buried behind the unknown, that it needs to be excavated. But it also shows that it is no longer suitable for the operation as an open project. To this day, the deep sea hunter plan is still operating secretly. But as of now, Aegir's deep sea hunters are still only 3 of Glad IA. For, although technology is constantly iterating, Aegir can no longer successfully transform a deep sea hunter. Even if the signs and psychological data of the subject are stable, they will lose their mind at the moment when they wake up and fall into Seaburn's. They can't even get out of the laboratory. They don't even need to really contact the ocean then. Unknown? Glad I can still maintain the reason why they are sober, and we have not confirmed it. But the Limer rum is already the front line. We cut off the Seaburn rushing towards the land in time. But Melida was not indestructible. If this channel cannot be opened, the city is just a matter of time. Seaburn organized, a third of the channel line organized, and the front attack would inevitably cause a large-scale anti-flutter. At that time, I'm afraid no one can survive. Hunters may sacrifice or change. But now, they're the greatest hope.
Glad IA has always questioned the feasibility of the channel plan. Because of this, she did not hesitate to choose to be one of them. Your doubts may be different from the struggle, but in the end, the same goes. The Aegir people seem to have some inner tacit understanding.
A kind of tacit understanding. On the stone brick at the entrance of Duyi's eye, there is a motto left by the designer Marduses. There is no justice here, only the way. The sage. Later, some people evaluated the value of him to Tangled, and consumed a lot of mind in the endless value comparison. But what he finally cared about was actually only Aegir's way. He would rather not consider the emotional value of the public like justice. I am afraid that I am glad I have inadvertently practiced his philosophy. Tautasitdoc, what you said before. In any case, I also carry Aegir's arrogance in the end.
I want to correct this statement. The word arrogance does not seem to summarize Aegir. You respect the human nature of each compatriot equally, and achieve human value as a development goal of the entire society. But at the same time, you can make the most cruel decisions for the overall survival of Aegir, and then accept it calmly.
Is it? The Aegir people are not cold-blooded. When you feel angry, my heart is not without waves. I used to want to express these emotions to Glad II, but I realized that I was not qualified. I made her purely rational decision, and naturally was not qualified to forgive me. This is the same at this moment. Therefore, I accepted my decision calmly.
Already designated for you. Branda's consultant did not answer.
Tautasitdoc. Doctor, sorry, I couldn't give a decent answer. But now, please allow me to fulfill my duties.
Stage 6 end. Arbian broke into the control room of Melia Lum's beacon tower, facing his former friend. Now a degenerate seeking symbiosis and prosperity. With the abyssal creatures, Arbian judged him.
Are you awake? I have helped you handle the wound. There are 2 neurological agents next to it, which allows you to recover your spirit quickly. Let me get it, or do I give it to the little helper? Okay, come here yourself. Although it is useless to persuade, I still have to say one more. You can't do experiments on yourself, otherwise it is not enough to wear a cover. And you have to cover your eyes so that you cannot look like being abused.
My dress habit has nothing to do with the transformation experiment.
Also, you have always been this way. At that time, as long as you walked into the classroom darkly and sat down, it was enough to let all of us fight. We have known each other for so many years, and I usually can't see your face.
Brandos, since you joked, it seems that the result is not bad.
It is difficult to evaluate it with bad or bad. My emotional experience, just like Sikanda closed his eyes and opened the patrol ship, and I sat next to her upside down. At first, I observed that the adaptive contact technology has produced the effect beyond the expected effect. Your body does not have an abnormal trait control when the Seaburn gene shows abnormal trait control as expected, and strengthens the exclusion of the Seaburn gene. The performance of rejection was reduced.
Does this mean my Seaburn is accelerating?
No, just the opposite. When I was about to interrupt surgery, I observed a wonderful phenomenon. After the rejection of your body is reduced, the Seaburn's gene has slowed down your trait control. It is just like your body has reached some consensus with the gene of Seaburn's.
This phenomenon has the value of further research. But no, I need to know whether this situation will affect the next operation of the Shenzhen Hunter. Killing the newborn will be the most important action since the birth of the deep-sea hunter. At this time, no, I don't allow any changes.
I have not observed negative effects yet. Before you set off, I will continue to arrange several security tests. However, to truly find out the principle behind this phenomenon, it is best that you can come back alive and help me do further research. To be honest, I'm not assured. After all, we have never launched war of such a scale.
Without such a war, how can we kill the Seaburn generation? The source of their god.
Do you really believe that we can solve the Seaburn problem once and for all?
Even if you have worked with us for more than 10 years, you still have not eliminated doubts about the deep-sea hunter plan.
Do you want to hear the truth? To be honest, the premise of distorted evolution and the human nature of the fellow citizens should be rejected during the review stage. If it weren't for you, I would not consider its feasibility at all. And it would be impossible for it to pay more than 10 years of hard work. Since you've been trapped in it, the more doubt, the more I will become the core participant, and the more I control its direction. But I still can't forget how many monsters have created this research institute. Most of them are executed by you LP Yenis. Their death is not even sacrifice, right?
More Aegir people who were destroyed by Seaburn and took away their lives. Brandon, we have made such debates many times, and there is no need to come again before leaving. Arrange safety test as soon as possible. In addition, the undergoing deep-sea hunter reconstruction experiments also need to be suspended.
You mean?
Without hunters at the sea, if there is any strangeness in the experiment, it will be difficult to deal with.
Strange. You LPN us for more than 10 years. The deep-sea hunter plan has always been chaired by you, but you cannot fully trust it, right? This is why you choose to be the first subject. Whether this battle can solve the Seaburn's crisis once and for all, you have no grasp of it. No, you Enos. To this day, I am looking forward to this battle than anyone else. Perhaps when you return at peace, the deep-sea hunter plan has no need to exist. At that time, we can even pick up the previous research projects. Are you almost forgotten? I also met our mentor in the conference before. He also asked our ideals.
History of Aegir cell evolution.
It is not a great issue, but from a tiny cutout to examine our own source of origin, I firmly believe that it is a beautiful pursuit. From the ancestors who have swinging their limes in the river tens of thousands of years ago, to the Yuan and ideal of science and ideals here, there is a flow of internal order. Enos. Maybe we still have the opportunity to witness it. Think, you are finally here. Enos.
You even disdain your bad sense of humor and defend yourself.
The bad sense of humor has also evaluated me like this. Do you know that the child has become more and more like you over the years? She will eventually become another you. From now on, there will be countless you, are voluntarily reluctant to be born, and go forward to the war with Seaburn's destroying the war until Aegir's blood is dry.
Her changes make me feel sad, and your changes are difficult to understand. No, stop your movements and explain your layout. Deep-sea believers brand us.
You are late. I have no action to stop. Just now, The Pluto RALC received a signal from No. 37 Nest. The last beacon was activated, and the Great Ivy weapon has been stimulated simultaneously. No matter how powerful you are, you can't stop it. If you want to know the plan of the Deep Sea Church, I can't too. They were willing to cover me in a wishful wood, and suddenly changed their minds one day. Without their actions, I may have been discovered for a long time, but I never regarded myself as one of them. I couldn't figure out their distorted ideas. However, if you want to know the reason I do these things, I am willing to tell you. Euelpienus.
Very good. This can save some unnecessary violence for us.
Violent means you are still used to resorting to violence for the first time. If you do not make your situation so embarrassing, the group of old guys who have developed the plan may be willing to talk to you. Do you know, after that battle failed, you were quickly confirmed to die. Soon after that, the development plan found me and invited me to restart the Deep Sea Hunter plan. You haven't had a chance to see the casualties of that battle, right? You should take a look. Deep Sea Hunter. Legions as his soldiers. Such a painful sacrifice, in exchange for such a joke result. Violence confrontation was the way to die from the beginning. The Deep Sea Hunter plan was a dead end from the beginning. Indeed, Aegir has never encouraged sacrifice through rough blindness and publicity. Every subject of the Deep Sea Hunter plan has sufficient right to know. But when the sacrifice of compatriots becomes a weight on the balance, then whether this sacrifice is free of free choice. Once, the value of the Aegir people lies in what we actively created in our lives. But now, our life itself, and even our death, has been marked on the price.
I will leave your words, although it is meaningless. Brandon, I thought that doubt and dissatisfaction would push you to explore deeper, rather than becoming as now, only to deceive yourself weakly. Each foe will make similar remarks, or sadly, claiming that he has seen heirs a generation. Give a set of personality to a country and judge its morality in an anthropomorphic way, even as a means of gaining self-satisfaction. It is also inferior.
Destroy? No. Euelpienus, I am trying to open up a real path.
What do you do?
Don't worry. Euelpienus. I will tell you.
Brandos crossed Euelpienus and stopped before the huge holographic sea map. He turned his back to Euelpienus, swept his fingers through the complicated light spots, pointing to a flickering place in the upper right corner.
Do you see it? The hunters are at this position at this moment. They activated the last beacon, and they might fall into a hard battle at this moment. But there would be no danger. There would be no real danger. The moment they fought to exhausting. The moment Eberns would stop fighting at the moment of the weapon function and hug them to sleep.
Speak.
If you remember adaptive contact technology, it is not difficult to understand what I want to say next.
What happened to me that year?
Yes, you were right at the time. It did have the value of further research. Adaptive contacts are inside your body, achieving a micro-level balance. Your body no longer excludes the Seabrans gene, and the Seabrans gene also miraculously stops the impact on you. This may be an accident, but I quickly discovered that I could reproduce this phenomenon at the macro level and eliminate Eberns. Hostility to humans to a certain extent. Before Glad, I went to the 3070H nest. I took advantage of the opportunity to reproduce your surgery accident on them.
Do you want to reproduce a principle of unknown effects, and not even rigorously verified surgical accidents on hunters?
No. The phenomenon that once appeared in your body is no longer an accident. During the time you disappeared, I never stopped studying it for a moment. I believe you are still alive. I believe you will come back, and I can help you get rid of this damn destiny.
No wonder you have a dead breath on your body.
My physical condition is naturally comparable to you. I don't have much time. I can clearly feel that life is passing. But fortunately, everything I should do has been done. Tell me that you will PMS. Deep sea hunters were born as a solution, not a tool, a weapon, unto consumables destined to be abandoned. The deep sea hunter plan has failed, but the hunters still have the opportunity to complete their mission as a solution. But it is not through killing and sacrifice. You will exert your value alive, instead of sacrifice for Aegir, starting from the deep sea hunter. The relationship between humans and Seaburns will be rewritten. If I can make Seaburns relatives, I may also let the big group look at Aegir as a friend.
So you focus on the channel plan.
To be precise, the channel plan found me, at the same time as the development plan. Clemences also found me. She introduced me to the layout of the channel plan and the RD plan of the Great Ivy weapon. This weapon with biotechnology, as the core can largely affect Seaburn's behavior. It has natural similarity with adaptive contact technology in the underlying principle. At that time, I had completed the technical accumulation of adaptive contacts, and even its application objects were no longer limited to the human body. Therefore, I made a little transformation of the no. The weapon, when it starts, our battle with Seaburns may come to an end. Whether it is a deep sea hunter or a Great Ivy weapon, it will cross the gap between species and become a road into bridge. How ironic. Aegir and Seaburns for more than 200 years, relying on a little hand and feet, and may be stopped, perhaps from the beginning. The seriousness of this war was fictional. I have no intention of judging the predecessor's actions, but at least we have the opportunity to choose another possibility. But I have little time, and what I can do is limited to this. Fortunately, I finally saw you at DUZHI Farm. You are the initiator of the Deep Sea Hunter program. You are familiar with adaptive contacts. You have experienced all this. Only you Elpienus. Only you can continue this career.
That's why you wait for me to come to the door so frankly and entrust me your career. Before you die?
This time I was invited to invite you. Aegir and Seaburns are the opportunity to achieve symbiosis and prosperity. Maybe you are willing to witness that future?
I reject.
Although it is expected, your answer is too crisp. Europeenus. I will die in this central control room. But
Brandos, even if your death is doomed, you must know that you are not qualified to die with regret and die. Once upon a time, we tried to sort out the meaning of our existence by studying the cell evolution of the Aegir's own cells. But for any holistic delusion, you have destroyed everything yourself. Seaburn is the scum of poisonous ocean, which is beyond doubt. They are unknown creatures, and you believe that you can symbiotize and prosper like friends. Brandos, which is as arrogant as the previous Aegir people who can defeat them. No, the arrogant. Do you know what you're thinking? In the so-called symbiosis and prosperity fantasy, what kind of scene expects to see? Seaburn is to be the mysterious underwater fairy in a fairy tale. Or is it to be a home-raising pet that everyone loves? Glad I and Seaburn debate philosophy. Scotty and Seaburn afternoon tea. Lawrence and A.M. Brayston dancing with Seaburn. You can't even clearly describe even a picture, right? You have lost your professionalism as a scientist. Brandos, you are laughing now.
Elpienus, you have never said so much. You want to say disappointment?
The disappointment has always been yourself, Brandos. Therefore, you are not qualified to be in front of me with regret and unwillingness to die. Each falling person should be tried. and the body of each falling person should be hung on a dry reef.
Can you still judge me? The doubts of the newborn campaign are heavy. You have become the biggest suspect, and your current behavior has allowed you to stand opposite Heir. You have been abandoned by this country.
So I can only take over your career. Brandos, you used to be able to say this conspirator's words.
I'm just stating objective facts.
Then at this moment, it was the last time I made a judgment on you as an Aegir.
Brandos no longer answered. Maybe he lost his strength, or maybe he gave up and refused. This preface has been dragged too long, and he was so tired for a long time. The golden high TU ripped in front of him. He was so dazzling that he thought like this and closed his eyes. I did not know that the communications of the communication broke the short silence. And at the same time, he heard that the old friend's huge younger screamed on the ground. Then he only had time to remember that he hadn't even had time to hug home hunters.
Stage 7 end. Mysterious abyssal creatures descended upon the city. Kelsey and others learned about the origin of the deep-sea urchin, more truths about the abyssal creatures. Bad Eye returned to the city but couldn't keep her Bien. Her Bien separated the beacon tower that had turned into an S from the city and sank it to the bottom of the sea.
Kaltas IT, you have traveled on the earth for a long time. And you will not notice the drama on the sky.
Raised his head slightly. Although there is no eyes, it seems to be habitually looking up. Above the dome, above the endless sea water, it seems that there is something distant thing that attracted its attention.
Tell me, how long is the torn empty cave?
It turned out to be like this. AEGR's judgment is not wrong. Seaburn's abandon, the attachment to the ocean and marching towards the land is indeed a clear purpose. You notice the changes in the obstruction layer, and you came here.
The eyes of the big group on the coast convey to me what they see. The sky was rippled, and the unchanged membranes were torn.
The instinct of survival drops you to capture every trace of changes in the environment, and the danger of the changes.
Danger? Yes. Really. Kaltas IT, you are keen. Our communication will be very effective. The disaster above Terra, staring at our eyes, we see the abnormalities of the sky. It has the Yodafin Kaltas IT. No terror on the crisis it faces. You can do it. You should do it. Help the group understand and help the large group evolution.
Kaltas AD Doctor, I hope the topic of the moment is just the wishful thinking of this Seaburn's not a consensus between you. Grand Lord, go. Let it finish.
Last time is disappearing. Terra social is too narrow. More knowledge, more nutrients, more space. The group needs to accelerate. And the group needs help. It is not difficult to grow wings. But it is not enough. To break through the sky. A collective synthesis requires the essential transformation. Kaltfit, you have enough knowledge. You help the group understand everything. We get rid of the disaster.
Even if the history is special. Seaburn's only on intelligent creature driven by instinct. The deep sea urch is just a fool who has too many delusions on Seaburn's. But what you know is far beyond the limit that the two can touch. How come?
Like we, Kaltas IT. A collective synthesis has the same mission as you.
I should change a question. Why does Seaburn evolve into what they are today? What is your connection with the out of control of the dark blue tree?
Is it important to you? This answer. I can tell you everything that happened to me. Understand my intention.
A question of more than 200 years. Maridas, what is the truth behind that failed scientific test task? Why did you become this look now?
Fail? No. I was the greatest success. For the first time, we entered the bottom of the Mantra Relic group. Former humans hollowed out the entire rock layer and built a maze-like complex. The traces of the transformation directly reached the lower mantle. Our excavation of thousands of years still only stayed in its periphery. Mantra relics. The original point of Egger civilization. We thought it was buried in the depths of more inheritance, more secrets. And more answers. What we expect does not exist. There is only a small hope buried deep in the depths. My team members lost on the way. Only me. Only I came to the end of the road. Giant. The giant sleeps in the dark blue tree shadow. Can't see his full picture. Just a small cut of the limbs has already occupied all of my vision. His tentacle is sticked on the trans-ceiling shot. He always maintains that posture, maybe waiting to touch once, or maybe a Mimioshu. When I reacted, I stood in front of him and stretched out my hand. But I can feel his body temperature. The tide-like scene came from all directions and drowned me.
A giant beast shared its vision to you. What do you see?
Falling cities, low sky curtains, burning land, extinguishing Senyama, crushing star ring, broken road network.
Is that the annihilation of history civilization?
Yes. Aegir has not been able to confirm the reason for the annihilating of the first history. But at that moment, the scene of destruction came up in front of my eyes. But that's not the end. After that, there are still scenes that have continued to surpass my cognitive border. The particles that are always discrete and no waves of sand, no waves of sand. The cold and light wasteland and the darkness of the endless head. Burning and collapsed stars and black holes with infinite expansion. There is no familiar element there. I lose my consciousness, all consciousness. In other words, even the giant beasts who share with me cannot perceive his own existence. That is a completely strange place without life, meaningless, no information.
Asiabior N's words are suddenly interrupted through its transparent cranial cavity. You can see those weird nucleus gathered and spread out. It seems to be thinking that the motion of the nuclear is the process of thinking.
Calls it, you must understand the meaning of those scenes.
The crisis represented by those scenes has destroyed everything. It cannot be symbolic, and no word in the existing language is enough to depict it.
It was the ending of the first historical civilization. And the disaster that Terra would face was the end of everything. I let go of my hand. And those terrible scenes left me, replaced by another scene. Broken. Blurred. Chaotic. And his children devoured all the souls and decomposed Xingyu. All the living and the dead are his nutrients. And he murmured in the darkness of the end of time, subsisting over and over. There is only survival.
Chaos. Merger. Isn't that giant beast sober?
He is in a dream. Dreams stagnate. Transformed stagnation. On Mission Stagnant, he was trapped in the dark blue cave. Therefore, I have to wake him. Teacher grandfather.
You and your companions suddenly disappear. Just to wait for the weakest moment when the Sea Patrol team is in the weakest. Completely destroy the city from the inside.
Teacher, you should go to danger now.
The Sea Patrol team has found you. Cautious. They are investigating you.
Teacher, the reason why you care about me is because the small embryo I stayed in the incubation room reminds you of the past, right? I'm just a little curious. Do you regret your original decision?
It's not time to discuss these. In short, Seaburns has invaded Lena Aram and stuck. Cautious. Otherwise, the whole city will be destroyed.
Don't you think it's too late to say this now? Why choose to betray Aegir? I have told you. Seaburns if Astra reveals the vulnerability in the Aegir Root Foundation. Before regaining the desire to survive, people will first be crushed by the collapse of value. What a scholar you used to be, a storm. But now, what do you do in the city? You found my identity very early, isn't it? You have a lot of opportunities to make things do not have to reach this step. You can tell me at any time. But Teacher Evitus, you did nothing. You just waited, looking at everything, like a scales that blinded his eyes, turned around in the vortex. Do you come to Lama and Doom? Is it just to witness destruction and to verify your despair?
No, I still have a chance to stop you.
Once human life is tied to a certain value, it is destined to collapse at a certain moment. Life itself is enough to form a reason for survival. We must evoke people's most basic desire to survive and force them to re-examine the value of their respect. Only in this way can Aegir not have more desperate people. You.
Careful. Will, Cassius escaped.
The linkage device here is really destroyed. No wonder the operating system in the control room will not respond. Chief, let me hear. Here.
Seaburns has reached.
After joining the trial, the teacher taught me a little bit of spell, although I really have no talent in this regard. Since that woman is a practitioner of the Facility Management Institute, she must know how to destroy the urban unit skeleton.
Thank you for your courage. Jody, I will adjust people to control this area as soon as possible. And Cautius will be hunted up by me.
Why is it so fast? Mr. Avitus, when will you lie on the ground?
His students had disappeared. And Avitus looked at the fear in the eyes of the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. But he still trembled and lit the lamp in his hand.
I heard your dialogue. It's not really bad. However, I am still disappointed with you. Very disappointed. Do you follow the city here just because you believe it cannot return to flights? What are you looking forward to? Die?
You should return to land early. Jody, looking around us. Seaburns will quickly cross the barrier between urban units. All this is destined to end. Just like a...
You have never answered my question carefully. I might leave Aegir and give up a lot of longing and imagination I have had about it. But this is by no means. It is about to destroy. You know that I have read Death of Life, and it can't answer my question. Even if your hunt will come true, at some time in the future, we can only look at the ending depicted by our hometown to the book. Just like the rap myth. But the destruction of the entire civilization is really more heavier than the destruction of a city. Family. And a person now. I don't understand. Call me don't understand. I have been thinking. I don't know if I should tell you. You said that your secrets have given up the plan to raise children and finally die with disappointment. What disappointed her was the future of Aegir. You?
The young Aegir people took advantage of the strength, and the lamp was shook violently in front of him. And the swaying fire dispelled the Seaburn. He panted, sweaty full of his cheeks. Avitus noticed that his arm was shaking. But Avitus felt that he was more embarrassed than him.
Be careful next to it. You apply your body to the outer wall of the city. Penetrate the trajectory of the weapon blow. And then reorganize. Oh, this weird body is really convenient.
You are here, Ness. We have seen it. From the nest, you leave. You Elpianas, compatriots, you are here, waiting for us. You Elpiana, are you not confused? No pain. Death of individuals is eternal. The survival of the collectives is eternal. You Elpiana. I guide you. New individuals will also be born. For you. Help you. Continue me.
Kid, you Elpienas. Glad still had no expression on her face. She was obliquely holding her cricket, but she inadvertently reached the floor. Very small movement, enough for her to relieve the fatigue that continues to surge deep from the body. Support herself to stand opposite the colleagues who have not seen for a long time. Your companion has become a dirty mucus. But you still need to answer the question it just now.
These puzzle dance partners only know how to rush over. Bull. Dance is an elegant art. I just want to overwhelm me with the advantage of quantity.
It didn't even pierce. This is originally a cluster of corals that have been transformed by Seaburns. But now it has almost become a wall. That does not know how thick. The alarm from the city. The abnormal movement of Seaburns. Sure. The abnormal results of the operation. We must break through here as soon as possible to confirm the situation of the Mialoth Rim.
Has the entrance that came in had disappeared?
No. We are losing the sense of direction.
Shellcrow's phenomena. Fungus blankets. Young eggs that have not hatched. Uneven waves. Everything around us is nodding. If this goes on, it won't be long after. The entire nest will become a thick shell for these beasts to reserve nutrients. Even a trace of gap will not be left. With the three of us, there is no way. What's more terrible is that the gradual stagnant environment is amplifying our sleepiness.
Second Captain. Shark. You.
Behind.
Really disgusting.
The nest has become complete. Soon, the entire sea area. You are compatriots. No hurt. The collective except you. The collective protects you. Here, nutrition and enrichment. Sleep. Just sleep. Drowsiness. The depression of the battle spread throughout the limbs. The thick shell coat solidifies the waves, and everything is delayed. The hunters felt the consciousness falling hazy, as if they would never bottom out. Hunters hear singing. From the ears, from their respective body. His harem melee. We suffer forever. We are eager to live forever.
Sugadi over.
The faint roar comes from top of the head. The violent roar came from the ears. And the static seawater began to flow. The ocean is endless. But it can still be restrained by the cocoon. So, where can the power of crushing the cocoon come from? Land. The aroma of wheat. Distant hometown. That power has become a legend. That force has broken the peaks, crushing death and time. And crushing anything tangible or invisible. He will not be restrained.
You. The collective says. Kiko.
Giant waves. Created by you. And you are not it again. You have to turn this into an upside down. The wilderness. Mountains. Wheatland. And land are just land. I look for. I blame. I crushed. He was walking with you Alpianus before.
Huh. I haven't seen you for a long time, Mr. Cavaliers. Who are not compatriots.
Get away.
Irene,
I've been looking for you.
sorry.
Have you received a communication from the Clemence's correspondent? Altas ITDOC is going to the port. But from the beginning, the communication suddenly cannot be connected. We need to return to the Eyes of Iberia immediately undin from all the changes that happened here to inform the common pars, to assist the trial court in the disciplinary army organization defense line.
Wait, you have to wait.
What?
Most of the Seaburns invaded into the city is still being suppressed near the beacon tower. Manyarum will not be completely lost, and it can still organize effective counterattacks. However, the people of the Deep Sea Church destroyed the linkage device and wanted to prevent the beacon tower from getting away.
The Sea Patrol team has already cleared the Seaburn in this area, and we cannot let these slipping away. I come to deal with them. As for which linkage device, can your engineering technology come in handy?
Abel, I can repair it.
很好，我一直很好奇，俄德岛是怎么执行任务的。Listen to you. I will stay in front of you and Mr. Ivitus. After solving here, we immediately return to the land. When Iberia's eyes, we have cooperated, hoping that this time there can be tacit understanding. But these Seaburns from the depths of the ocean is completely different from what I have dealt with on the land before. I am not sure how long it can resist.
Mr. Avitus, we should say what we should say. If you still have the strength, come to help, Boop.
Good.
Fast, Tody.
Fast. Jody thanked Donna Rosa.
It was you alerting to us through the beacon. At the last moment we fell into the sleep. The strange night that appeared in the big lighthouse crushed the shell. You Alpianus, is it also your arrangement?
Forgotten the madman, the enemy with the ocean, and all the rules that have become abnormal, and fight with themselves. No one can use that existence. I just happen to be with him. Only you return alone.
They are still on the road.
Breaking through the nest shell code. Crossing the Seaburn eyed back. Your speed is amazing enough, but it's late. Glad you have seen the dramatic changes in Limley Rub, the large group you stick in. And Maladirim is becoming a springboard for Seaburn's to invade land.
The first news I returned to the port to learn was the weapon technical consultant of the Deep Sea Hunter, Alpianus, invaded the Label Tower's control room and killed the channel plan. The evidence is conclusive. Brandus's body is still behind you. You are silent. Involved in Brandus. I thought you would have some more distressed speeches.
Judging from your reaction, you have aware of his affairs at this moment. I don't think we have too much time to discuss a fallen man and betrayer, even if he was the closest colleague of you and me. That young man did. The linkage device has been restored.
You are trying to cut. I let the benchmark tower leave from the Meloni A left. Wise decisions. It seems that you have not reached an unsuspecting level.
After a few minutes, I will sink into the bottom of the sea. Did you smell it? Crazy stinks. The Seaburns above has discovered the change of this tower, and they will seize the final opportunity to break through the blockade and erode other urban areas of Melita. No, leave here. Glad I.
You Alpienis. Return to Aegir. This is your last chance.
There are no things to find out. I can't give up before. I only know that it is probably not enough to reverse the situation. I must master more detailed information. If Seaburns has memory, then I must grab every detail of this memory.
I did not deny your judgment. We have returned to the ocean and back to Aegir. We have many opportunities to approach the truth.
That is your way. I agree with your judgment. But in one direction, one more angle, we can win a little more. As you said, I was already on another way. Glad I. Do you still have to stop me?
If my observation is right, the Seaburns I just killed is an individual who has evolved for you. This not only means that Seaburns is trying to accept. It also means you. Then you should know what you are in a sharp hatching nest. What you mean for you at this time. Answer me. Dagger. How much reason is there in your mind? They may not even support you to choose death.
But this is the only way to gain the trust of this group of scum.
You are an excellent hunter. A professional researcher. And should not arrogantly think that you can control the process of Seaburns' with willpower. Adaptive contact. Surgery will never happen from time to time. I can't let you go to destroy.
Your physical strength has reached the limit. You and I are all using violent experts. At this moment, you will die.
Yeah? Johnny scratched the cold dark in the air. You Alpiina shook the chain, and the huge anchor headed to Gladae. In order to avoid this heavy blow, Gladae had to fly upwards. For a moment, the sinking of the building drowned the sound of the golden iron, and the seawater of Seaburns was mixed into the central control room. At the last moment, Gladae watched the former colleague standing in front of the extinguishing holographic sea map, calmly waiting for the colorful waves to swallow itself.
There are many doubts about your description, relying on the characteristics of giant beasts and the body's independent breeding ecosystem. The feasibility of transforming it into a certain kind of biological arc technology has been verified by our OS. The technology used in the project is mature. The complex where the project is located deep into the curtain, and the energy of the heart of the planet pumping out is enough to support the time when the facility operation is difficult to count. The energy required for the project is sufficient. So why? The projects under the deep sea will fall into the stagnation, as you describe, and suddenly get out of control.
The essence of the existence of giant beasts is restrained. But he has to accept everything as a nutrient. He was given the meaning of not the giant beast. Just given the name as Harambale that was not his. Oh. The transformation they accepted is more bold, more exaggerated, more ambitious, more desperate. The essence of their essence has long been beyond your so-called biological arc. but their subsequent actions did not follow the established procedures. I don't know the reason.
In other words, the project has not been implemented in the original direction, but the new direction is interrupted again.
Not completely interrupted. They are still incubating new children in their bodies. However, a weak life trapped in the giant beast's body is too slow and the evolution is too slow. The son-in-law needs to be liberated. Leave the giant's body. Adapt to more environments, and seize more nutrients. More nutrient feeding the giant beasts can he accelerate evolution.
Generally speaking, it is difficult for the giant beast to leave the body of the giant beast. However, the aggressiveness of Seaburns is outside the body of the giant beast. The transformation accepted by these giant beasts is disruptive.
Therefore, Moryuzi is the seed of you brought Seaburns into the ocean and broadcast the disaster.
Seeds of disaster. No. At that time, the young lady was still weak. And the Aegir was still strong at that time. The self-disciplined ecological transformation system is covered with the seabed, and the young lady who eats says young will be discovered and wiped out before they have time to reproduce. But Aegir should not be a resistance, and Aegir provides help. Fortunately, my influence in human society can also play a role.
At that time, the Development Planning Institute had released the campaign of the 4th Survey Team of the Mantle Relics. The return of your resurrection is just to corrupt compatriots.
No forum, no preaching. Just a few sincere conversations. I help some people find problems and help some people find answers. They are willing to help Seaburns to open a line of vitality, which is enough. The group will find a way out.
In the past 200 years, the ecological collapse, the fall of the city, and the disappearance of the fellow citizens have been behind you. At this moment, the channel plan is penetrated. The weapon system has been tampered with, and Brandos and the deep sea ethics behind him have been instigated by your instability.
Hull was not a strict organization, at least in the sea. Not an instigator.
There is no organization. Do you rot in the thoughts of compatriots and manipulate the words and deeds of fellow citizens? Is it only faith and doctrine? How did you plant many holistic gods into the consciousness of fellow citizens? E.g., our society does not have such absurd concepts at all.
Primitive worship has never been completely eradicated by civilization. It is waiting at the end of science. And it can be awakened at any time. Known as deep sea. Do not know the truth, but each of them have independent ideas and facing different puzzles and dilemma. Selfish and we lack in perfection, nature and civilization. Reasonable and detached. The strength of strength and the signs of flesh. The narrowness of morality and the future of human beings. Is Tina a magnificent cycle of the manufacturer? No, primitive worship stems from the instinct of life survival. Every believers, each of their thinking, only has the only mother's question behind, how to survive better. Belief, doctrine. No, only the desire for survival. You are also struggling for survival. The survival of life, Like the survival of civilization, with the demise of more civilization. The survival of life is always accompanied by the demise of more life. In the long years when the young crickets are rich in nutrition, many species have become extinct due to their activities. I have recorded that number, but I forgot it again. At the moment when his heart MLA finally woke up, that small number had lost meaning. The new Krang and dying sorrows are intertwined. Singing brings quiet.
From the beginning, you know the consequences of awakening the newborn, which is a disaster that affects the entire ocean and countless species. But you don't have the slightest regret. You even gave up the number of the victims. Is it because you have taken too much life so that you are numb? But numbness is not an excuse for your sin. Why, you see?
The ruling officer stepped forward. The ritual sword was elegant, but it turned out to be chilling light. Cutting off Seaburn's sight.
And do you see, H.I.? You personally designed this building that gave countless compatriots to enlightenment. Even I benefited a lot. At this moment, you stand here without any matter. I calmly tell how you push Agar into the abyss of no longer. I have seen your image. A gentle and thoughtful observer, with the larger size glasses, is always habitually to help. Looking at your current appearance, even the most abundant thinking, can only be conveyed by the humble changes of those cells. If you are maledicent Agar, then I will give a verdict on the degenerate. If you are Seaburn, then we will save this step.
The granular cells surrounded by Seaburn's were expanded, and the Clemence's attack was opened, and the ceremonial sword cut into the light and shadow of the coral-like terminal.
Well, did you cut off my control over the Ting ZHI farm terminal?
Urgent channel. The 10th communication attempt. Seaburn has completely occupied the Banker Tower, and the nestization cannot be interrupted. But someone started the cutting process of the city unit where the benchmark tower is located. The biological signal continued to surge, and the distance between the nests disappeared sharply. Warning. Seaburn tide. Scope. The entire continental shelf. Warning. Seaburn tide. Scope. The entire continental shelf. Urgent channel. The 11th communication attempt.
Correspondent Clemence's is broadcasting. Clamoring to listen to the whole city. After the city unit where the beacon is located, the remaining part of the city moves towards the land and withdraw from the Seaburns siege. During the migration process, restart the link device of the urban unit skeleton. Carry out structural reorganization. Open the field. Walk the Seaburns tide that floods towards the land. The 8th, the 10th Legion's the Sea Patrol team. All ships that can still be driven take turns to Hong Kong to escort the city. The sages are with you, and Dagger is with you.
You have been looking for opportunities. Well, you are stubborn. So are we. Once resolve.
To open the channel. Is it Agar or Seaburn's? The readings are skyrocketing every second. On Seaburn's constantly pouring.
This has exceeded the computing threshold of the lighthouse system. Saint Apprentice?
I see. No. Look forward. At the junction of the sea and the sky. Those heavy color blocks are the web of seaborne diseases. The sound of wind is smaller. At this moment, it is estimated that the number and scope of them is meaningless. Experience is more useful than data. I have seen such an ocean with my own eyes.
Are you talking about big and quiet?
The next thing is given to the punishment army and judges.
Report. Two large arrays have completed the cloth defense, and the Aegir drone matrix is assisting us to adjust the defense work. Saint, on the sea, the waves are surging. What is rising? Is that Aegir City? Lama Yum, after abandoning its heart, the city of Aegir, which was lonely, was slowly rising to Shanghai, under the support of the urban unit skeleton. Each inch body is reorganizing, and the invisible field extends towards the bottom of the sea and the sky until it turns into a high wall giant. The giant broke the sea, setting off a huge wave of 100 meters, and on the other side of the city, the real frenzy came instantly. The living waves, different shapes of seaburns have been integrated with the ocean. The son-in-law of the sea is the ocean itself, and they even change the color of the seawater. The cities from the deep sea are stretched with their body at the same time. They collide, embrace each other, and then bite as much as possible. Naturally, civilization will not be discouraged at this moment. Everything is silent, and there is no sound of wind and dare to tell what you see at this time.
Stage 8 beginning. The remaining city blocks of Melialem transformed into high wall, blocking the abyssal tide flowing continuously towards the land. The navigation plan failed, but Aegir's navigation route opened in an unprecedented way.
我负责为任务增加一些. Fortunately, I almost caught up by that guy.
Lord, Cautious, I've been looking for you. Why have you disappeared so long?
What do you stand here?
The urban unit skeleton needs to be maintained, which is also part of the battle. The direction of the Bankmaker Tower. What happened in the city?
Invaded the Muaframam, and the tower had become the nests. Give me it here. You hurry up to avoid danger.
It's dangerous. I stay. I'm with you.
No, Carl.
Kishaza. Are you injured? Someone attacked you. Wait. What do you pull out the safety valve? Alas. Don't push forward. This will cut off the self-inspection system at the bottom. The city unit skeleton here will stop operation. No, of course you are more clear than me. Cashiers, is this your purpose? Are you from the Deep Sea Church?
The long beard is the work of a friend who is responsible for cultivating the coral of the sidewalk. Don't move. If it is broken by its tentacles, it will die painfully. Now, children, leave here. When you go far enough, it will fall off automatically. Do you want to go, right? In fact, before we became a colleague, I accidentally read your evaluation information in the development plan. The reason why you care about that data man is because you have never forgotten that the evacuation of Lama Yum, right? Seeing that the brightness of the volcanic energy station in the distance went out, there were only endless darkness, and there were only the roar of the sea flow and abnormal noise in the dark. That what the ocean was. At that moment, you are the person who is the closest to the ocean away from the ocean. You stand on the sandwich of the dome, and there is no one around you. The development plan evaluates your psychological pressure too much, and then agree that you will turn to the ground from the dome system. As for fear of high, it is just a harmless joke. I'm afraid you didn't even realize what you hide deep in your heart. The remaining seaburns will soon find that this road can be passed, and you will not want to face them again. Come and have time.
Kasha's held the safety valve and continued to push forward. She didn't look at the juniors who were always joking next to it. The safety valve suddenly stopped, and the harsh sharp sound was made, and Cassius failed to push anymore. A pair of slender hands against the other end.
Leitila?
It's in normal times.
I will definitely refute you angrily. Or stuff this grass into my ink bottle. Tell you that the level of this prank is too low. However, yes, O'Brien, the direction of the sinking of the beacon tower, as well as the dome on the top of our head. The Seaburns on the entire continental shelf rush towards the rumors of Mulita. Right? What are these weird light behind? Cassius, you are right. Seaburns it is eroding our lives. I have really experienced it once. I can't forget. I am envious of TURLIA. We have experienced similar things. But from beginning to end, she can keep things that she cherishes. She is very good. But I fled from the dome to the ground. Before you came, I really wanted to escape from here and me. But where should I go? Keishuzu. I can't let you destroy the urban unit skeleton. I can't let Seaburns pour into other urban units in Lammy. Even if this grass really wants my life. Because there is no way behind me. Your child is really strong.
Miss Lornton, parents let me know that the dome can be very beautiful. But this transparent structure is actually the eyes of Aegir City. Actually, I've been asking myself recently. We are in a war, and our eyes should be responsible for watching danger.
She forced herself to look forward. Those weird colors were reflected in her pupils, and the whistling tide in the sea of the sea came from my ears. The young Aegir people tightly resisted the safety valve. She did not let go, and she dared not let go. A powerful hand pressed her shoulder, and her stiff muscles were almost forced to relax a little, and she returned to God.
Relax. Relax, Miss Lucilla. Temporary paralysis. I lost my hand, which only caused abrasions. Which caused the toxin to take effect for so long. Sorry, you have threatened your security.
Correspondent Clemensis is broadcasting. Lama Rim to listen to the whole city. After the city unit where the beacon is located, the remaining part of the city moves towards the land and withdraw from the Seaburns siege. During the migration process, restart the link device of the urban unit skeleton. Carry out structural reorganization. Open the field. Block the Seaburns tide that floods towards the land. The 8th, the 10th Legions and the Sea Patrol team. All ships that can still be driving take turns to Hong Kong to escort the city.
Miss Lucilla, I think the event report about Cassius may be more appropriate to complete it.
You go directly to the port hub. The battle mission released by the administrator is even more urgent. Cassius has been subdued. I will take her to see the doctor first. And then, she should be punished. And I was thinking that if the city wants to reorganize, the dome system needs to be used as the origin of the field. And the front of the Seaburns the hand over there, maybe I should submit an emergency application for a callback position.
Miss Lucilla, you are brave.
It turns out that you heard.
Before that, you may also look at the physician. The long beard has a strong neurotricacity.
Good.
See angle armor, gun mounting, monitoring unit, camouflage coating, promoting system. After the whole system is tested, you can set off at any time. We will reach the designated sea as quickly as possible to block the Seaburns tide from the north. The ownership of the weapon system has been opened, and there is no need to be retained. Don't let them go close to Limar. We will do our best. You are just the first batch. Next, all ships that can also be operated will be fighting. You will take turns to escort the reorganized Limar Eye.
and extends as an extension of the high wall to block the Seaburns as a group that rushes towards the land. So remember that receiving the defense instruction, you must return to the supply immediately. Clear. Discovered Seaburns which remains in the city, invades the port hub and cannot let them be close to the ship library.
It seems that these guys not only ambush us in the nest, but also attacked our city.
Wrapped on the sculpture. How? After entering the city, Seaburns also started to have aesthetic consciousness. However, this drinking pain can't talk about any masterpieces. It is not a pity to cut off.
In fact, breaking an arm looks more attractive.
Thank you for the compliment, Scotty. How are you?
After leaving the nest, has come slowly.
That good.
The deep sea hunter returned to the city safely?
Swordfish.
Captain Second. You see,
I have seen him. We are just right. You should have heard the report of Secunda on the Canadian Channel. Secretly sneaked into the Miloff Ridge. The invasion of the controlling room in the tower. The weapon technical advisor to execute the channel plan. And finally chose to return to the ocean with Seaburns I am afraid it is difficult to clean the suspicion of Urbian. The arrest and even executing him will be one of the unspoken tasks that the deep-sea hunters cannot shirk in the future.
Captain 2.
But at this moment, our task is to search for Seaburns scattered in various cities, killing those scum.
Oh, should say it. I have finished.
Martisus, you are always avoiding the core issues.
The core question.
In your description, all the changes under the ruins, the crimes you committed, the crimes and the evil results, as if only inevitable, that only from a mysterious color. But what I know, Mario Z, is a strange thoughtful thought. He habitually doubted and never made any decision. He will not easily leave the reason and fall into the trap of mysteriousism. He will not deny his existence and ignore the value of others.
I made a choice. Made a result. Former Martisus. Why do you care so much about what you think before making that decision?
Maladas' choice has created you today. If you don't understand why Martisus makes that decision, you can't understand what you exist.
CalTSIT, even do you pay attention to these 5 branches? I see. Of course you care. How can you not care? Once human beings also experienced a long struggle before eating the alien blood. One day. How many days and nights? In the depths of the ruins. Time cannot be measured. He was afraid. And he suspected that he was forced to think about everything. Where does the crisis come from? When does it come to Tierra? He exhausted his life and tried to interpret the incomprehensible. If there is a form of life, or even a biological individual, how can it be born in a universe where all things are died? If the time is infinitely long, well, small scales can also shoot the ultimate iced tea on the terminal. But for us, time is exactly the most luxurious resource, although the giant beasts in front of them foresee the prospects of destruction. Or can he and his son, a vibrant continuador? If they can, how many large population scale and exaggerated reproduction efficiency are needed to make the answer to overcome destruction with their instincts in a limited time? Do they need to empty a sea area? A planet? Or a galaxy? What is the cost of death? If they can't, where is the real answer? On the other side of the ocean, the other side of the sky, where the stars see that the Terra people can't touch you.
Even if you exhaust your life, you can't get accurate conclusions. The information you master is not enough for you to calculate all the possibilities.
Yes, Caltias IT. But Malladus had to try to deduce. Oh, the crisis and possibilities were hanging at the same time. At the same time. And under his feet, there was an invisible steel wire.
You can notify the country as soon as possible. Aegir will take over everything you fear. The oldest classics of the Academy of Sciences can verify the past you see. The most advanced equipment in the Technology Institute can preview the future you see.
Was it for liberation or escape from the right of choosing to others? Is the choice made by millions of people, compared to the choice made by a few people? Is it more accurate or more vague, more solemn, or more casual? If the means of continuity are not civilization, it is not humans to overcome the destruction species. What is the attitude of Aegir?
Enough, Mardas. If you think of all kinds of possibilities at the beginning and foresee these painful costs, then you will only be unforgivable to choose a degenerate behavior in the end.
No. Aegir. I am not justified for myself. What I wanted to say was that at that time, a young life body interrupted my thoughts. Its tactile limbs are small and the body is not coordinated. Under the translucent skin film, the simple organs are clearly visible. It was born from his Haramele body. It didn't know when it climbed across the cabin. And it was licking my ankle without any scruples. Does it know that it will die soon? The biological signal on the monitoring panel is dense. Does it know that its ending is just a meaningless character? It is bred by the giant beast. And it can't see the terrible scene that the giant sees. It is not clear that the fate of the collection is only to predict the destruction and welcome destruction. No. It just creep Ned to the destined destruction. Instinct. Rely on instinct. Before we make a decision. Always countless measures that may be measured. And countless concerns must be selected. We can't care what the price of our decision will bring. What results causes. What value can we create? Is it meaningful in the end to human beings? So we will always be in prison. So we will always be destiny forever. This is the most essential difference between Seaburns and humans. This is the reason for them to carry the mission of existence. In the future of all things. A new life can survive in any form. It is worthy of me at any cost. There's no justice here, only the way. Now, you should understand that you should help the large group evolve.
I have faced many of them and I have no longer called humans in many of them, out of similar determination. They all made a choice. Only your decision is cowardly. Before eating the alien unfashioned flesh became Seaburns. You gave up thinking as humans. In my opinion, the doubts, concerns, and struggles that you have left at the last moment are the most precious things. Seaburns swallowing other lives of terror. You did not deny and cannot change this fact. How do we agree with it? Hope?
Caltias, do you choose to incubate Origin IUM? The collapse Zardor. Extinguish a sarcophagus. Countless plans have collapsed. Now they are still operating. Is it only Origin IUM? Land and stones in the air. Silent stones. They are stubborn. Oh, they also hurt the life on land. Also plans left by the first history civilization. Oh, and they're also expected to protect all life and existence in the end, in a way that ordinary people are difficult to understand. The stairs of gurgling survival can only be cast by destruction.
No, this destruction should not happen. Like the dark blue tree, Origin IUM also happened at a certain point in time, and some unknown changes have occurred. It has guided the destruction, you said. Now that it has happened, it should be stopped. In any case, feeding vitality with vitality, and destruction of destruction. This is the significance of eliminating life.
Caltius IT. Oh, May 10 in the information. You surprised me. You and I should have a different way. No, you should be more rational and decided than me. I just accidentally discovered the fire of the first historical civilization and took it. But you were born for this. Before me. You have been in tens of thousands of years. You look at the distant Wishent heritage. If you witness the change, you bear the loss. You can't do such a hard work. But now you, Caltius IT. Long life makes you weaken like a human. Because this person, jugular, or fit, many facilities, many doors, fingerprints, sounds, the dark blue caves, countless places in the relic group. Leave your traces. Oh, you have visited the depths of the ocean. I recognized you. Oh, communicating with Caltius IT is more efficient. You can never do it. Your visit must have a cause. Perhaps you can explain why the project stagnates. But you change your name. What will happen to your body? Otherwise, Caltius IT, where you go with you, will not have questions about the plan of the clan.
Because of some reasons, Doctor no longer remembers many things that happened that year.
Lost memory, Guru. It is not surprising. It should be said that for you, losing memory may be just the most insignificant sacrifice for tens of thousands of years. Even if you are tough, you can't fight such a long period of erosion. And you still exist in Terra today, which is a miracle itself. What I see, what he sees, those horrible scenes, is absolutely true for you. You have lost the proud civilization in homeland. Oh, then the starry sky have faded to color. Oh. The time and space have become a boundless prison, Nami. You are exiled in despair. You stop at Terra. You have not escaped the destroyed destruction. Everyone eliminates the meteor and everything is meaningless. Nevertheless, you still never stopped fighting for hope. This planet will always have traces of your fighting, although most of them only have wreckage and ruins. I am in awe of you, with your career in the past. Talk your nickname, okay? Negative, without making a statement. You can. I don't want to get an understanding from your words. I am not looking for your identity. You, your colleagues, do have a hope, a possibility, a fire species in the depths of the ocean. Maybe you forgot it. Maybe you give up it. Maybe you are going to fight it now. No matter what happens, now, it is my light that brushes it to make it extinguish. The negation of people from the fire cannot shake the current the collective says. Let abandon the unnecessary self-evidence. Let us return to reality itself. The collective feels the crisis. The eyes outside the cloud may have seen the abnormality of Terra, and the crisis is hanging above everyone's head. Terra is just a cage. It trapped countless people who do not know the truth. There's a gap in the prison cage. This is a crisis in the vitality. Listen, look. Touch it. Waves are flushing among Terra prisoner. The son-in-law of the sea is already the most strong vitality the collective possesses. It has not stopped evolving for a moment too. You can't deny that the group has grown into a magnificent miracle. Will become the fire species after the Big Bang of the universe. They are closest. Success. Answer me, CalTSIT. Driver, nickname. And take your name to this day. Do you choose to support humans, origin IUM, or Seaburn's
Indeed, the crisis is approaching, and I still have many questions that cannot be answered, and many truths cannot be known. But this does not mean that life can only be abstracted into an empty concept, which is tantamount to erasing its original meaning. Mardusis, you think this is a kind of weakness, and I think this is a long-term lifespan, given me a decision. Seaburn says the disaster that must be eliminated at this point. My attitude and I will not change, and the attitude of Rhode Island will not change, without civilization. What is the continuity?
What is the civilization?
This ridiculous debate ended here. Mary, Lena Arlim has removed the organs of the Legion, and the similar kinds that infiltrate into the city are being cleared. In the prison, you will have enough time to reflect on everything and explain that it has not yet explained.
Hacker people, and the dark little monster. You don't have to try to leave me. Just rely on you, only to this city. There is no ability to kill me and kill his RMLA. The city has completed the reorganization. I can imagine the posture of it in the current, but the collective scissors will cross it over it. We are right, all right. Let the little time left make this confrontation with the most powerful evidence for us. Next, I will wake up Shen Mai Yan, newborn. And I will lead the collective scissors to the moon. CalTSIT. And Doctor, you will become part of this magnificent cycle.
In your sacred apprentice, Irene resumed you.
Needless to say, Aegir has synchronized everything that happened underwater. What about CalTSIT on Rhode Island?
Still in that city.
Connected.
Is this?
The real-time images on the sea are directly reflected on the display system of the large lighthouse. By the Aegir drone matrix, the city of Seaburn and Aegir is near the land. It is more than 10 nautical miles away from us.
Those phones that flutter, those staggered water flows are all. They even changed the color of the seawater itself.
This is just the part that they are exposed to the sea. Just the tip of the iceberg. Seaburn took advantage of Aegir to contact land, and almost the entire sea area has turned into their nests.
How long can the deformation city and Aegir defense screen support?
I am not sure.
Can it be determined that the Aegir channel plan has ended in failure?
Lamarim. Now all Aegir people in the city have not given up their efforts.
In the past 2 months, The Dun army has adjusted all the ships that can be sailed from the coastline of Iberia. They have been resting on the Grand Fallow and prepared to go to sea. I will personally lead the disciplinary army to set off as a supplement to Aegir defense and jointly resist the wave of Seaburns. Irene, you don't have much rest time.
Yes, I have seen the judges of the array under the lighthouse.
Finally, Iberia no longer has the extra surplus of even a trace. Survival or destroy. There is no other way. If Aegir high walls are dumped, we will tell those Seaburns. The significance of land existence and desecration of its cost. Irene.
Jody, you stay here. This lighthouse is our last stronghold. All military operations on the battlefield need to rely on its signal. Do what you can do.
Look at the window outside. That seems to be the light of the lighthouse.
But the eyes of Iberia can still operate only under our feet. I suddenly received so many same signals.
The coastline that has been swallowed by the ocean. Those lighthouses that have been dead for more than half a century. All of them are up.
Iberia saw.
What are these silent Highlanders' technology? What are they responding?
Herbian heard the roar of the city reorganization, and looked at the label tower, which lost the light, slowly sank onto Yuan. The building that had been carried by countless compatriots had been selected by Seaburns as new nests. The aging individuals turn their bodies into nutrients, and their journey will continue from countless new individuals. Seaburns is always the case. For the identified compatriots, they dedicate without reservation and spare no effort to nurture. This made her being a little disgusting. The weight of the giant anchor was clearly passed to his shoulders along his arms, and realized at the moment he would never be recognized and no longer remembered, or being felt unprecedentedly awake. He can't cut off the disgusting connection between himself and Seaburn, but he should have the power to cut off the frenzy of rushing towards the city. Glad I is right. In the drastic hatching nest battle, I may be assimilated by Seaburns soon, so waiting for myself to die, Urbian strives for anchor. Like the action of predicting Urbian, a tiny new life dodges swing lightly, and then brushed his anchor claws without any matter. He adjusts his breath, calculates the direction, and waves again. A new young life passed by Urbian eyes, and it turned elegantly, and the small precision mechanical structure in the belly flashed. Then there were three newborn clusters connected into a slender light path, lifting the wave of chaos. Seaburns with different forms around them closely surrounded them to fan the current to flow and protect them from far away.
Seaburn What are you surrounding and what are you protecting?
Nutrient, life, compatriots, and you Albianus, DAQ1, connecting into one. As one of the best ruling officials in the Technology Academy, Urbian is convinced that they will not admit their mistakes. And these sources are constantly separated from the bidding tower. It is a miniature floating machine that once lived in the benchmark tower, a suspension history, a dream of death. As a deep-sea hunter, he also trusts his smell is no different from Seaburns' Those beaches that had been born in the death of death as early as 200 years ago reappeared their lives. They were re-incubated by Seaburns and together with Seaburns to swim to the Sea of Frenzy.
Aegir. Self-destruction, Aegir. You still have not given up the gate. Or is this in your calculation?
At first, it was just a little fluorescent. Then, it is a flowing line, Immediately afterwards, it was a light grid of one party that extended on the sea. Hundreds of millions of micro-floating machinery and the children of the CS winged together. The same floating body with Lang Tao. Their light is tiny but clear, but stubborn but firm. The path of light jumps between Seaburn's body. The sea flow collaterals are scattered in every NSACU point in the ocean. And Seaburn's is constantly remitted from the land from all over the ocean, but also draws a graceful extension line for the path of light, turbled and horizontal, echoing each other. The net woven from the light road is spreading like the Star River on the sea. Starting from the Melothelium, the deepest part of the ocean, infinitely far away, the road network in the waterway and ocean connects land and ocean to span the disorderly space in the time of calm flow. It is with the big group.
Stage 8 end. Melialum reconnected with Ager's homeland. Glad IA's mother communicated with Governor Clemenses and Kelsey through remote communication, discussing the union of the ocean and the land. But the result was not pleasant. A mysterious abyssal creature encountered Scotty before leaving, marking a meeting of two Isamarith.
Clemenses, you are here. We found a very special biological signal at the UZHI farm. But fortunately you have not encountered danger. What is the front line? According to your deployment, the 8th and 10th Legions and the Sea Patrol team take turns to escort Hong Kong. The urban unit skeleton has been reorganized, and the artificial field is fully unfolded. Micron here is fighting the Seaburns tide. All relevant scientific researchers in the city of ZHI. I need to know the changes in this sea area in the next minute. Even if the emergency plan has been started, we are still too passive. You may need to confirm the picture that the drone matrix has just returned. 1. These glowing paths that spread between Seaburns channel. Clemens, we have recovered with our communication with this situation. Just received a communication from this realm. From the scientific development plan. Is there any news for hunters? 3 deep sea hunters have returned to Melmented, and they are clearing the residual Seaburns in the city unit on the east side. Contact Glad I and ask her to come to us immediately. CalTSIT. Doctor, let go. That you need to have further contact with Agir.
Doctor,
You have a brief look with CalTSIT.
demonstrate. Doctor has some things to be resolved.
The final operation of the channel plan was invaded by Seaburns by Ram. Clemens, I need your explanation.
Glad Are you guys okay?
CalTSIT, you are here too. The hunters encountered some accidents, but it was not a big deal. I think CalTSIT may also need an explanation as an envoy of Iberia. Perhaps I also want to answer. And there are me. Some people want to see you. The little helper moved to the center of the meditation, and the projection module emitted gold light. The particles of light danced in the air, depicting the figure of Agir person a little bit. It was a blonde woman with a smile. She watched everyone present, as if she had already waited or observed for a long time.
Why do you look so tired? My little Glad although the information transmission efficiency of the channel is beyond my expectations, it is impossible to convey my feelings in the end of the like technology. Otherwise, I should hug you well and touch your hair.
No. You should know that this is dangerous. At this moment, the changes on the sea are the channel that suddenly generated is your handwriting.
Agir. Seaburn Both of us are competing for time in order to build the entire continent as soon as possible. Seaburn has to continuously transport nutrients to each sea area that they invade. There are two sides, a disaster. which also brings us difficult biological energy. More than 200 years ago, the label launch well required a set of biological energy supply systems to be maintained by more than 10 cities in order to continue to incubate miniature floating machinery formed a channel. Today, these miniature floating machinery is nurtured by Seaburns is also regarded as harmless compatriots, relying on the flow of information between floating machinery. The compressed fleet in Durban cluster will be able to cross the ocean in an instant. Although these floating machinery failed to push Aegir to the height of interstellar civilization, as predecessors imagined, but they are enough to open up a way of living for human civilization at the juncture of crisis.
But this also means that for a long time in the future, Aegir has to symbiotic with Seaburns and use those crushed activities to be used by them. This is your so-called game again?
This is our means to break through the siege. Channel. The path of Aegir has never been narrowly referred to the pure waters. From the beginning, you show doubts about the channel plan. This is very good. But if you suspect you just make you confused, then it is not helpful. Now that Aegir is determined to open a channel for Unicom land and ocean, Aegir will be able to do it.
The ability of Aegir to achieve is beyond doubt, but the means of Aegir may be questionable.
You must be Cal TSIT-DOC. Heredie, the ruling officer of the Scientific Development Planning Institute, cares about you. I'm glad to see that there are still people like you on the land, along the will of the history of history, which means that Aegir is not alone. I am also glad to see that you can start a dialogue with such a strong attitude. Does this mean that you have the ability to speak on behalf of the land civilization and save us the time to establish diplomatic relations with the land of the land?
I can see Aegir's idea of letting go of the sanitary, and to propose to cooperate with land. I am also happy, but unfortunately, you can't represent the land civilization. I just know it better than many people. However, I think that what Aegir needs at this moment is the in-depth understanding of land civilization. You and I know that the channel in front of you is not just to fight Seaburns. Aegir looks at all the non-natural existence on the earth.
Only in this way can we prove the essence of Terra and eliminate the disaster hanging from our heads from the source.
Then you should realize what such a move means for the land of the land. Compared to Seaburns, you are a more direct threat.
We are not malicious to the land of the land. And we don't have to be malicious. The most cruel thing we can do is just on the way to solve the crisis. No longer ignore other faltering civilizations. Of course, before that, we will first try to help compatriots on the land. The bottlenecks of development, the dilemma of war, the gap between race, the conflict of culture, the change of social form. Aegir has grown up for thousands of years in the vast ocean, and it has experienced all problems that a country may encounter. We are willing to share our own experience and do not reserve.
What is the way?
We will use the Linram as the port to transport talents and technologies to the shore to help the Iberia people revitalize their homes. The giant beast's perception of the crisis is far more keen than humans. The young monster will not be sheltered forever. We are willing to help the country that has been trapped in the snow for 1,000 years to break through the obstacles of development within a few years and obtain capital that talks equally with neighboring countries. We are willing to help Sammy clean up the demon pollution that has penetrated into every inch of snow, so that the stargates that is abandoned in the north can be reopened. Asas, Hosil, if there is a fire, then calm down the fire. If there is a dispute, then clean the dispute. Balverian. He's... The unity of the nation can be achieved only through several effective negotiations. Aegir will help them get rid of their respective dilemma. And Aegir will give them the only goal. Ocean and land will share the same future under the leadership of Aegir.
I have no doubt that Aegir has the ability to allow Shiraders to complete the development process of the country in the core circle in just a few years, giving it a capital of equal dialogue with neighboring countries. But why do you know that this equal dialogue will definitely be based on peace and development, when the stubborn illness inside us is cured? Will it not show its teeth again and to seize nutrients from neighboring countries in its heyday? Many regimes of Balverian may be agreed under the pressure of Aegir, but how can you eliminate deep hatred that deliberately created?
CalTSITDOC. Are you trying to prove that Aegir efforts to help civilization on land can only be counterproductive?
I am trying to propose that we can build deeper and more equal cooperative relationships. With detecting machinery alone, you cannot know what a civilization is needed. Only with existing experience. You cannot make a civilization that can skip the development of its development. Before you act, you need to understand land civilization. Otherwise, the wind and waves that you will set off on land are likely to evolve to the degree of no longer bothering.
Of course we will listen to your opinion more. CalTSITDOC. The premise is that you will not slow down our footsteps due to excessive caution and unnecessary concerns.
It seems that there are many necessary communication between you and the ocean and land.
The channel is rolling, and I look forward to our real meeting. In land. Or Aegir.
Yes, practice governor.
And you. Glad I... Do you also agree with CalTSITDOC?
The development plan does not have to question the sincerity of Rhode Island for cooperation, nor does it have to question CalTSITDOC ability. I can guarantee, Aegir is essentially different from these land civilization. The civilization on the land is short, naive, and fragile, forcibly erase the differences between each other. No different from destroying them directly. Showing some sincerity is indeed a necessary helpless move.
CalTSIT2. I have never seen Glad IA so trusting a person. Which is rare. Perhaps she can become a bridge between us and help us reach a consensus. You will see that Aegir idea is not just empty talk. Next. Please leave a little space for me and Clemens's.
Secunda, land direction. A fleet is approaching us.
Contact them through the drone matrix. This is Secunda, the commander of the Sea Patrol team of the Miloth Rin.
It me.
Irene? We are confrontation with Seaburns Fatai. And you should not be close to this sea area. Sorry, your ships are too rude, and I worry that they will be rolled around by the vortex around Miloth.
What do you mean? Iberia only needs to stay quietly on the land and wait for the result. Just like I watched Mealy on Rim was invaded by Seaburns and then the channel was rolled out in the form that you had never thought about it. Secunda, we have talked about similar topics. Within 5 minutes, I will arrive.
Save the attack.
Secunda, want to connect with the Iberia people. Just turn on the connection channel behind the rear. Why do you stop attacking Seaburn?
Look at the screen. The Technology Academy just came up with emergency documents.
What to do? Are those glittering floating machines that constitute a channel? What Seaburn is continuously attacking the city. The floating machinery is integrated with Seaburn. The biosaunas of the two are exactly the same. We cannot launch an attack on the real Seaburn alone. Does the Legion really give up the firepower and rely on the artificial field of Manualium to block the Seaburn tide?
That is tantamount to chronic suicide.
Quick hand device. Well, I sometimes admire your calmness. projected the image collected by the drone matrix into a three-dimensional model. Treatment. Perhaps the answer is on the mystery. The biological signals of these floating machinery are exactly the same as Seaburn's, but each of us clearly understand that they constitute the channel of Unicommon land. What is the way? Through vision. Each floating machinery exudes a special light, which is clearly visible. To connect the Technical Institute, it is recommended to modify the locking method of the weapon system. However, it takes a lot of time to reinstall the optical auxiliary system that is sufficient for 2 legions. What if the lighthouse on the land is used?
Irene, I think the timing of us is just right. At this moment, more than 10 lighthouses have been restored on the lost coastline, and they respond to your channel. More than 10 large lighthouses are enough to illuminate a whole sea area. Can these lighthouses be an optical auxiliary system you need? I know about engineering technology, but these lighthouses were originally built by the islanders. Aegir technology. Then they should be able to access your existing system.
I can save at least half of my time. I will report this to the Clemences' correction officer. Thank you.
Irene, the trial court is happy to see that these Fooming Eyes can become part of the Sea and Land Joint Defense Line. We are now cooperative relationships. Sekunda. Maybe. What we really should think be Ryogan.
The Ariogan Nanganaga.
These lighthouses are his efforts. The ship designer who wandered a foreign country was always running for the ocean and land to meet the waves one day. He foreseen the disaster and left the answer. Unfortunately, Aegir regards him as an alien, and Iberia has never really accepted him. His death was desolate and lonely. To this day, the Leoan idea finally had a chance to become a reality.
But it not too late, or it time. Take it. Irene. Heradaye. I am used to look like you are wearing the veil.
Well,
Naturally, the scar under her ears was to tell Glad Eye that since her mother can accept the flaws left by her daughter, can she naturally tolerate her frustration she has suffered today?
I am not so severe.
Heradaye left hand holds the astrological instrument and touches the position under the right ears. A slender scar extends from there, almost touching the eyelids. Heradaye smiled.
But this is not a flaw. It is beautiful. Otherwise, I can let the doctor erase it at any time. At that time, my little Gladiator was only 5 years old. And in this form of the first career development assessment of life, it showed my wishes in this form. I am very happy to see her growth.
She is indeed more suitable for the Legion's as not the social plan you expect or a scientific development plan.
No difference, no matter which field. She will make herself the best. She was born for Aegir.
I remember when Glad IA was 2 years old. The Public Breeding Institute proposed to transfer her to a public breeding center on the grounds that your personality and state of work were not suitable.
When I chose to raise little Glad IA in person, they mentioned the same suggestions. They will be mentioned again after 2 years, and I will not change my thoughts. But I was pleased that little Glad also refused.
The relationship between your mother and daughter is not good, but there is a strange tacit understanding.
Okay. My little devil fish, you must be the most concerned at this moment. You must not be a little Glad IA in the current situation. We still have a lot to say.
Can you change the name?
Then, Clemens is his correspondent. While you and I have a dialogue. The cities in this situation are thoroughly investigating the influence of the Deep Sea Church with unprecedented efforts. As a Corps de Personnel, Brandos has the ability to tampering the Great Ivy weapon. But his movements should not be found in all links before the weapon investment application.
There are too many people behind Brandos to help me.
The Academy of Sciences and Technology, all walks of life, and all the people who have participated in related design, construction and maintenance will receive the most severe review. The Deep Sea Church has exhausted their influence for this. As long as we grab a leaf, we can pull out more rotten branches. The exposure of Malladus can undoubtedly help us lock in the deepest truth system of the deep sea church from the source.
For the current Aegir, this is a big operation. Itio.
A major surgery of disease removal. Isn't it? The channel has been opened, and the corrosion of the country has also been exposed, in my opinion. This is very valuable.
You want to comfort me? The failure of the surface waterway plan is original. Isn't the sacrifice suffered by the Mialafliu?
Why don't you abandon those who look weak? Clemens is Aegir never exists in the so-called superficial plan. The plan to plan through the development plan explains the trust and expectations of the plan with Aegir. We believe that you have the ability to open a channel by using the Seas of the Great Ivy weapon. From beginning to end. This is a formal part of the plan.
But it has failed.
The theoretical success of the theory of purifying the sea is not high. However, the channel plan must be successful. This is the promise I give you before you set off. You should trust me and trust Aegir.
You will calculate enough possibilities. But how much is the premise of sacrifice? How I hope. I do not need to happen with you in this meeting.
So do you make yourself so hard? My little devil fish. I checked the report of Milath Rokong. As the ruling of the entire city, you don't need to cast yourself on those subtle and complicated affairs. Excessive nerve-active agents cannot help you hide your sting.
Paradai, you still have a good manner about everything. All this failure and sacrifice, degeneration and betrayal, and even Mary's secret. Can't you shake you at all?
Martiseth, you remind me.
What?
Since he regards himself as a gardener of sin, the more this time, the more he should hide behind history. I can imagine why he wanted to seek cooperation from Caltech SITDOC. But listening to your description, this negotiation seems to just end with a few boring war declarations. It is hard to imagine that he would be satisfied with such a negotiation of failure, unless he received other information in the negotiation.
We will continue to track his whereabouts.
My little devil fish. Do you conceal what?
Clemence's did not answer. She looked up at her IA. It is intended to eliminate the barrier of space-like technology, and she knows that any expression of her own will be seen by the other party. However, the arc from the corner of her IA mouth has not changed, and the eyes are still gentle. Clemence's hopes that his expression at this moment is as strong as her IA. Her IA. Before you arrive, I am still a general war designer of the channel plan.
Certainly.
Your calculation can draw the correct results, but I also need to grasp the situation in my own way. The Academy of Sciences and the Technology Institute, each with its own duties.
Well, of course. I just hope that you should not be troubled by the morality of your self-introspection, so that it affects your keen judgment.
I won't let this happen.
Come. Go closer. There is still a little time. Cal TSIT. Rhodes Island. Iberia. Judgment. Next you will be more busy. Don't always frown.
Escape? You did not hear it wrong. Your similar kind is after this wall. Many, many. It a pity that this is the end of the road.
Is Harem LA? Is Harem LA? The sound of abruptly shouted slightly. Huh. Scotty turned and looked at the source of the sound. The light cone creature came out of the shadow of the building and protected the two Seaburns behind the corner.
We've compatriots back to the ocean from the vortex in front.
Your tone of talking to them is really gentle and disgusting. So you are the heads of these Seaburns. Alas, do you know me?
Scotty clenched her sword.
Oh, it's Haran LA.
From Yanfeng City to Grand Fayalo. From Stutfella to here. You have been keeping an eye on me. Why, do you see your god from me? Do you want to find relatives or revenge?
The collective Sysis will not pray for you. On the contrary, the collective Sysis respects you. The collective Sysis protects you. The collective Sysis looks forward to your transformation. And the collective Sysis looks forward to your evolution.
Scotty stared at the other party eyes and had no reason. She felt familiar, and even kind on this monster she had never seen before. Those strange organs surrounding Seaburn's spore dispersed unknowingly and embraced Scotty into it. A Xingling umbilical cord connects the body of Seaburn's and Scotty. Scotty suddenly remembered that when they cave in the church under the church, he had a moment of momentum when he faced the Seaburns who first spoke human language for the first time. She had just experienced a fierce battle, and her blood boiled due to killing. But at this moment, she felt the touch of Seaburns uncontrollably. She hated her sorrow.
This is a natural phenomenon that I can't resist. This is the answer, Scotty. I ate his flesh and he lived in your body. You are him. I am him. We have the same heart and our blood is connected. You don't have to shake word out. The collective Sysis is not even extravagant to walk with us. His heart MLA chose you and chose to continue your life through you. Perhaps only so can you witness what the testimony should be. On the way to go, what did he saw in you? Maybe Nilba. Scotty. Does it say, in that cold and dark future, in the universe, where all things are destined to be silent, who are the hopes of our species? Oh, possibility, are you the last hope for hundreds of millions of beings?
Doctor?
Scotty has never released her sword, and at this moment, she finally waved it. The shimmer of umbilical cord broke under the sharp sword, and Scotty looked at the creatures in front of him.
Scotty, you... No?
Is it strange?
This is the first time. Seaburn's originally calm chest has changed. Those strange colors, and the strange organs floating on the side of it, began to move like a tide. It is not close, but you and Scotty clearly feel the joy of emotions.
Job or nickname, whether you have participated in the project in person, whether the change in the dark blue cave is related to you. After tens of thousands of years, at this moment, you stand side by side with today, his heart MLA. The connection between the collective Sysis and your connection is that you write instincts into our memory, and we depend on each other. The wheel of fate is still rotating. And the residual successor will eventually meet, and the most impossible possibility to achieve.
We suffer forever, the forever we long for. Don't survive. Scotty, I am at the end of evolution. Wait for you, waiting for you.
What are you talking about, this guy? It sounds like... Doctor, you just woke me. Faced with the Seaburn reminds me of some feelings when I was in Yanfeng City. Extremely annoying. What is a good thing for a human encounter a long story and facing himself? It aids me explanations. And I can't explain it clearly. You are not surprised at all. No wonder Cal TS. IT will call you to the deep sea. You still need to ask. I am not interested in satisfying Seaburn to talk. Listening to the tone of Seaburn, it seems to have been looking for you. Doctor, It doesn't matter. I'm Scotty. Deep Sea Hunter Scotty. Is also a Rhode Island cadre Scotty. I have always been. Next time, it doesn't matter whether the guy is looking for you or me. I will crush its vocal organs directly before it sounds. The tide is up, just outside the wall. It doesn't sound long for a long time.
Sage Streak 3. Ager issued a communication to the entire Terra continent. Being intercepted a prehistoric civilization researcher who had turned into an abyssal creature. To obtain more truth and save Ager, he might truly join the abyssal creatures.
Are you really going back?
I finally found out the whereabouts of that person. No matter who he is, no matter where he hides in the quagmire, he hurts our daughter and must pay for it.
Then I go with you, regardless of the family, the cruel natural disaster, the endless sea tide, or the fire and drain falling from the sky. We face it together.
Is the shrine away from you? Rest assured. Kill a few people. Those guys should have been going to live.
It's time to go. The sky is also drunk in cherry blossoms, and the clouds are stagnant.
Is this a new sentence you read? The rhythm is very good. It is very suitable for waving the knife.
I can see it. What are you crying? A killer, in order to avenge his daughter and defend the two families at the same time, was forced to go away. After many years, she bid farewell to her gentle husband and put herself in the center of the vortex again. Or for her daughter. Thinking of this character still has a prototype. I can't help. According to me, this movie should be shot from her perspective. I hope you don't forget one thing. This movie is a business card handed over to the new city. And you undire on behalf of the family. The focus of our attention should be the owner, and what our business is showing in the movie. Didn't you say it was good last time? Good? Why does this female killer appear here? What other cruel natural disasters? Endless sea tide, firing drain fallen on the sky. Who wrote the lines? The Colombians had a hole in the sky. But where is the fire and drain? How many months? Why do I not know? When can you have a biggest view? Hey cold-blooded killer. Finally. Under our influence, put down the butcher knife for a peaceful future. No more in line with the current trend than this. Would you say this? I think this movie is even worse. But you are right. As long as you can face the lady appetite. Is there a bastard that moves the switch? Waiters? No. Look at the screen.
Mr. Tin Nan, we soon have a press conference to start. Please say a long time.
During the period when you kept throwing all kinds of test products in the air, I went back to KAZL.
You know my attitude towards this matter.
Yes, young Banshee, I know. My conclusion is that their attitude towards you is not different from you, of course. Considering that they have a bad relationship with the Terra nations, if they really decide to give full support to your plan, it is full of trouble.
Thank you for your notification. The press conference is very close.
Don't worry, after listening to what I want to say next, Lucilla Lunarai, Director of the Life Engineering Department of Rhyme. You know that the promised dream has never been shared with you. Merlin Foundation will give all possible support to this bold plan for you and your elven friends. The Merlin Foundation will discuss the various matters around the plan, including re-establishing a more complete and the future launch plan.
Wan type Yuan.
That right. That it.
Lutilla? Waran? Who are you calling? After the press conference, we probably need a conference room, a coffee machine, and a whole weekend to discuss this matter. Such a bad news? No, this is something that cannot be summarized in good or bad. Let's hear about the press conference first. Come on.
I want to let her come, but she can't be free. When I returned from Jurath, I put the beast blind box on her table. After she went to see it. She was dismantled by the blind box, but the beast was buried tightly by the review document of the pile of mountains.
But the person who really spoke at the press conference was not present.
He was late for another 2 minutes later.
Lady, gentlemen, the press conference is about to start. Please keep quiet for the time being. When the question session, I will be happy to answer every question about your plan.
It really interesting.
So first of all,
It boring to play the same scene twice.
No, Ferdinand. He also panicked. This is not his arrangement. This is his
Under the leadership of Aegir, we will cross the difficulties together. Repeat again. Aegir announced to all land civilization that we invited all humans to let go of prejudice and hatred to build a defense line with Aegir. The Matrix has broken through the blockade and crossed the sea. The necessary information and calculation results are about to reach the land. We face the difficulty of being better than each other or natural disasters, and we must form a community. Under the leadership of Aegir, we will cross the difficulties together.
Under the leadership of Aegir. Child, is it? A short communication has included the knowledge that the countless generations have not been able to exchange for the knowledge of the hot soil and the geographical data of non-ice fields, and even the north of the mainland. Is this a way to show sincerity?
It is natural to share knowledge, and it is deliberate to show sincerity. It is difficult for me to associate the two. However, if it is not an urgent situation, we should indeed be more rigorously evaluated whether this communication will have a large impact on friends on the land.
I'm worried about. Perhaps the current danger is more concerned. Clemensis, in your judgment, how long can the Alexi Rim persist?
All fleets have taken turns out of Hong Kong on the 24-hour uninterrupted fire coverage has lasted for a week. The movement of Seaburns did not produce much abnormalities. The energy supply of the artificial field is gradually exhausted, and the lethality of the weapon on Seaburns is also slowly declining. But the situation has not exceeded expectations. This city can persist for a maximum of half a month.
How long does it take to reinforce the reinforcement in this territory to arrive?
1 week. Hundreds of millions of floating machinery maintenance has a stable information flow. The compressed fleet in Durban cluster can quickly walk through it, and instantly can cross the ocean. But the assembly of power itself takes time.
A week. Soon.
You don't have to hide your anxiety. Caltius IT Dark. There is essential difference between us and the way of thinking of the landlords. The simple sincerity is really not enough to achieve effective cooperation between the two sides. On the one hand, we all hope that the reinforcements in this situation can arrive as soon as possible. But on the other hand, you are also worried that the next contact and exchanges will exceed your control. Even, you are worried that Scotty and Doctor will be out of the trajectory you planned.
Therefore, you already know the hidden love of Scotty.
My little helper recorded Scotty, Doctor, in Mar'ul's on the corner of the street. It is even more difficult to control the scope of knowledge than knowing their identity. A deep-sea hunter with a newborn in the body. A former human scientist who has witnessed the rise and fall of the history of the first history of the history of the history of the Hosation is really significant to Aegir. If it is only for the simplicity logic, Newborn will not choose to hand over the future of the collective Zezes to his killer. How can Seaburns can be the final answer to fighting destruction? And we have no clue to this day, regardless of whether you lose your memory. Doctor also carries the mission. Where does the so-called silence starting from? What role Terra plays in it? We must find out the answer. There is no doubt that Scotty and Doctor will become the key to Aegir solving the puzzle.
Scotty will face its own blood, and Doctor will also fulfill their duties. But this should be due to their own choices, not the planning of anyone. I was worried that the moment Aegir learned of their identity, I had planned to use their way.
Her II has really asked if I concealed her.
His officer, what is your response?
You don't have to worry. She still doesn't know yet. You really cherish Scotty and Duh. Even in the face of a big disaster related to the survival of civilization, you are still willing to respect the rights of the two people. However, we don't have much time to be used to be confused. After all, how long can I hide Hurray?
Now that you choose to conceal the Hurray ruling officer, you must have your own arrangements.
I have reached an agreement with Glad II. We will take over all research related to the deep-sea hunters and the name of the Legions to ensure that the hunters will not be involved in their own situation.
Undai and Doctor, we also hope to go deep into Aegir realm and solve all my puzzles. I'm afraid we need a Nessir leader.
I am happy.
Cashiers will get the punishment she deserves. The incubation room of Lamo Rum has been transferred to a safe area, as long as the city has not fallen. The children she leaves can be born safely. The child will raise that child. I know what you want to say. The ending of a deep-sea religion is not worth calling you here.
Mr. A. Vitus, do you still think everything will be destroyed now?
I still believe in history. The history that has been written will not change because of anything. But a tragic victory itself will also become part of history.
You can say that. I am really happy.
It's time to talk about it. Jody, I went to find the Clemences' governor. I thought of my thoughts, behaviors, and things I saw but not talking about this time. I originally confessed to her. I accepted the inquiry from the council, but they thought that I was not enough to be called a degenerate. I stood next to the dangerous line. Maybe my toes have been stepped on, but only there. Their ultimate conclusion was that I could retain my position and stay in Meledan's state.
But do you now look so?
What they see is remorse, and what I can't forget is the result of silence and inaction. I won't be arrogant to think that I can control the battle, but just if, I reported the abnormal behavior of Cassius at that time. Maybe a lot of things can be changed. 在下一所实验开始前，我可以与你做一些讨论。I plan to leave Lamar Ramen.
Where are you going to go? Back to Aegir?
More farther than this situation.
More far away?
The waterway has been opened, and Aegir is about to restart all aspects of the interrupted by Seaborn's. The ocean fleet will explore the back of Terra again, but this time, we have replaced the route. We may start from the mining country named Rambo, trying to touch the end of the ocean. I should die on the unknown journey, instead of staying in Lanshi, who is sad, self-blame and despair to take away all my strength. Then, that's good to go forward, and no one knows what we will encounter. We will explore unknown as the LAOG and did that year.
Do you mean?
Dougright, Jody, Phantom Rosa, I invite you to set foot with us to embark on this distant journey together. This is not just my personal wishes. Jody, you once said that I never answered your questions seriously. I should apologize to you for this, but I think at least one sentence I really wanted to tell you at least. We don't need to prove our own belonging. Even if the traces of the past have disappeared, you can still connect your future with Aegir.
I don't know how to reply to you. This is too big a go.
It doesn't matter. Aegir respects the choice of each citizen. We wish to leave after careful consideration, and look forward to the return after the long party.
The maintenance of this lighthouse today has been completed. Is there any problem with the rest of the lighthouse when you come here?
No, and just like you, come and see the sea.
I listened to other judges and said that when we were in Lama. Do you still take a little time to the sea every day?
Iberia put a stone into the ocean, worried that the stone would lead to an irresistible waves, and even more worried that the stone sank into the water silently. From then on, there was no news. Fortunately, she stirred ripples as expected, and Iberia glanced at the scene and the sea, and then made up his mind. You have completed the task of this visit. If you should have your head upright in your life, it is now that time.
Yes. Teacher, I recently wanted to go back to Galenfell. Go back to the chapel, and see where Uncle Tiago lived.
You and Tiago should have seen the last side. He walked in an era full of regrets. If you regard trials as a source of regrets, I have no intention of refuting. If you need to make some clothes, Irene can help you.
No. I don't mean that. I really just want to go back and see.
In other words, you have not made up your mind.
You said to me before that the trial court agreed to return to Aegir. It is also a test. Am I?
On the contrary. Jody must not mix confusion with a moment of hesitation. You have raised the lamp to see the fork in front of you. You are just difficult to determine and choose one of them to go down. The sea fog is deep, and both roads seem muddy and difficult to do. It is not you who should be blamed for this. Jody Francese, if you choose to follow the Aegir scholar to embark on the unknown journey, the trial court will not stop. A secretary's stay will not change the tide to hit the coast. If you choose to stay on the shore and stay on Iberia, you need to take on a more tired than ever. But it is also more meaningful. This is Iberia expectations for you.
I understand, teacher.
By the way, Irene told me that you were insomnia a few days ago. How about last night?
The rain was very heavy in the middle of the night, and there was no star in the sky. There were about 2 or 3 emergencies in the early morning that I needed to deal with it. But it was still a very solid night.
Seaburn Do you dream? Dream is the light of thought or emotion. But now I only have instincts. Who I? This scene is again. Follow the faint passage of the ruins, and at the end of the road, the giant gently put the tentacle on the shot. Is it waiting for? Or, I walked over, passed through the dark blue tree shadow, and came to him. I stretched out my hand. Note that the sleeping program will begin 3 minutes. The actual translation program is about to be closed. Please explain the necessary matters as soon as possible. Mala. This is the common name of you and me. This is the common decision of you and me. We trust each other. We feel like one, isn't it? I will watch you until the end of my life. No, that person is not himself. This is not your dream. This is the memory of his heart, MLA.
胡说, you have followed me through many nests. Or deep sea hunters say.
The reinforcements from this situation will arrive quickly. The confrontation between your compatriots and the Egger legions will only become more intense. But you choose to leave at this time. Land has become the front line of your migration. Seaburn Why do you choose to go back and return to the depths of the ocean? What is the connection of this confrontation with the newborn awakening?
You are keen, hunter.
I just discovered you before others. Your existence. In his Amara body, you left evidence. The founder of the Deep Sea Church, Thunder.
Do you enter the shadow to find my traces?
Only the shadow can integrate the shadow.
Interesting, hunter. What do you want to know?
Everything.
Oh, hunter, you are a companion of Scotty. Oh, Hager has denied everything about you.
This country has denied too many things, so that it is enough to let it extinction.
Your plot is too obvious.
I didn't hide it. I exchanged for the answer with my degeneration.
Hunter. Oh, everything you want to know. Oh, I can tell you regarding my next whereabouts. The path about the blockade of the mantle relics. The other form of the other. Newborn awakening form. About that year, the next destruction that Terra is about to welcome Mo. Oh, the collective is selfless. The collective is dedicated. Oh, the collective is willing to share everything. The premise is that you are the real member of the collective is.
Urbian welcomes the eyes of Seaburn. Seaburn has no features, but he knows the other party is observing himself through its transparent cavity wall and through those faintly moving cores. Urbian saw his eyes.
You just said, false? No, hunter. The fusion of flesh and blood is not enough. Turn tolerance into acceptance and humiliation into joy. You need to trust the collective. Trust your own instinct. You need to bear the mission of the imagination. In the collective's arms, you may be able to pick all the truth. But at that time, you call it and bring it back to Agir.
Seaburn Osterbean continued to swim deeper into the nest. Its back quickly disappeared into Urbian vision, and Wei Chao ACU point bloomed towards him. The insected corals were splendid and brilliant, and countless strangely exactly life bodies swim in it, dispelling the darkness of the deep sea with a micro-light. They are growing and they will form a wave. But Urbian didn't look at them. His gaze passed through a golden sea, through every scar, every inch of flesh, every cell, every chaotic and sober dream, falling in what he can't see, the deepest part of himself. Urbian followed.